Chapter 1 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 1. The school secretary pattered down the long corridor and turned into a classroom. The room was a big one. There were old-fashioned casement windows and distempered walls. The modern desks, ranged in double rows, were small and shallow, scarred and incredibly inky. In the window seat stood an overpopulous fishbowl, 2 trays of silkworms, and a row of experimental jam pots. There were pictures on the walls. The infant Samuel was paired with Cherry Ripe, and Alfred, in the costume of Robin Hood, conscientiously ignored a neat row of halfpenny buns. The form was obviously a low one. Through the opening door came the hive-like hum of a school at work, but the room was empty, save for a mistress sitting at the raised desk, idle, hands folded, ominously patient. A thin woman, undeveloped, sallow-skinned, with a sensitive mouth, and eyes that were bold and shining. They narrowed curiously at sight of the newcomer, but she was greeted with sufficient courtesy. "Yes, Miss Vickers?" Henrietta Vickers was spare, precise, with pale, twitching eyes and a high voice. Her manner was self-sufficient, her speech deliberate and unnecessarily correct. Her effect was the colorless obstinacy of an elderly mule. She stared about her inquisitively. "Miss Hartill, I am looking for Millie Fisk. Her mother has telephoned. Where is the class? I can't be mistaken. It's 1:45. You take the lower third from 12:15, don't you?" "Yes," said Clare Hartill. "Well, but where is it?" The secretary frowned suspiciously. She was instinctively hostile to what she did not understand. "I don't know," said Clare sweetly. Henrietta gaped. Clare, justly annoyed as she was, could not but be grateful to the occasion for providing her with amusement. She enjoyed baiting Henrietta. "I should have thought you could tell me. Don't you control the timetable? I only know," her anger rose again, "that I have been waiting here since the 12:15. I have waited quite long enough, I think. I am going home. Perhaps you will be good enough to inquire into the matter." "But haven't you been to look for them?" began Henrietta perplexedly. "No," said Clare. "I don't, you know. I expect people to come to me, and I don't like wasting my time." Then, with a change of tone, "Really, Miss Vickers, I don't know whose fault it is, but it has no business to happen. The class knows perfectly well that it is due here. You must see that I can't run about looking for it." Of course," Henrietta was taken aback. "But I assure you that it's nothing to do with me. I have rearranged nothing. Let me see. Who takes them before you?" Clare shrugged her shoulders. "How should I know? I hardly have time for my own classes." Henrietta broke in excitedly. "It's Miss Durand. I might have known. Miss Durand, naturally. Miss Hartill, I will see to the matter at once. It shall not happen again. I will speak to Miss Marsham. I might have known." "Miss Durand?" Clare's annoyance vanished. She looked interested and a trifle amused. "That tall girl with the yellow hair? I've heard about her. I haven't spoken to her yet, but the children approve, don't they?" She laughed pointedly, and Henrietta flushed. "I rather like the look of her." "Do you?" Henrietta smiled sourly. "I can't agree. A most unsuitable person. Miss Marsham engaged her without consulting me. Or you either, I suppose? The niece or daughter or something of an old mistress. I wonder you didn't hear. But of course you were away the first fortnight. A terrible young woman, boisterous, undignified, a bad influence on the children." Clare's eyes narrowed again. "Are you sure? The junior classes are working quite as well as usual. Better, indeed. I've been surprised. Of course, today is an example. She has detained them, I suppose. It has happened before. 5 minutes here, 10 there. Everyone is complaining. Really, I shall speak to Miss Marsham." "Of course, if that's the case, you had better," said Clare, rather impatiently, as she moved towards the door. She regretted the impulse that had induced her to explain matters to Miss Vigors. If it did not suit her dignity to go in search of her errant pupils, still less did it accord with a complaint to the fidgety secretary. She should have managed the affair for herself. However, it could not be helped. Henrietta Vigors was looking important. Henrietta Vigors would enjoy baiting the newcomer. What was her name? Durand? Miss Durand would submit, she supposed. Henrietta was a petty tyrant to the younger mistresses, and Clare Hartill was very much aware of the fact. But the younger mistresses did not interest her. She was no more than idly contemptuous of their flabbiness. Why on earth had none of them appealed to the head mistress? But the new assistant was a spirited-looking creature. Clare had noticed her keen nostrils. Nothing sheepish there. And Henrietta disliked her, distinctly a point in her favor. Clare suspected that trouble might yet arise. She paused uncertainly. Even now she might herself interfere. But Miss Durand had certainly had no right to detain Clare's class. It was gross carelessness, if not impertinence. Let her fight it out with Miss Vigors. Nevertheless, she wished her luck. With another glance at her watch and a cool little nod to her colleague, she left the classroom and was shortly setting out for her walk home. Henrietta looked after her with an angry shrug. For the 100th time she assured herself that she was submitting positively for the last time to the dictates of Clare Hartill, that such usurpation was not to be borne. Who, after all, had been authority's right hand for the last 20 years? Certainly not Clare Hartill. Why, she could recall Clare's first term, a bare 8 years ago. She had disliked her less in those days, had respected her as a woman who knew her business. The school had been going through a lean year, with Miss Marsham, the head mistress, seriously ill, with a weak staff and girls growing riotous and indolent. So lean a year indeed that Henrietta, left in charge, had one day taken a train in her troubles to Bournemouth and poured them out to authority's bath chair. And Edith Marsham, the old warhorse, had frowned and nodded and chuckled and sent her home again, no wiser than she came. But a letter had come for her later, and the bearer had been a quiet, any-aged woman with disquieting eyes. They had summed Henrietta up, and Henrietta had resented it. The new assistant, given, according to instructions, a free hand, had gone about her business, asking no advice. But there had certainly followed a peaceful 6 months. Then had come speech day, and Henrietta's world had turned upside down. She had not known such a speech day for years. Complacent parents had listened to amazingly efficient performances. The guest of honor had enjoyed herself with obvious, naive surprise. There had been the bombshell of the lists. Henrietta had nothing to do with the examinations, but she knew such a standard had not been reached for many a long term. And the head mistress, restored and rubicund, had alluded to her, Henrietta's, vice-regency in a neat little speech. She had received felicitations, and was beginning, albeit confusedly, to persuade herself that the stirring of the pie had been indeed due to her own forefinger, when the guests left and she had the disturbing little interview with her principal. Edith Marsham had greeted her vigorously. She was still in her prime then, old as she was. She had another 6 years before senility, striking late, struck heavily. "Well, what do you think of her, eh? I hope you were a good girl. Did as she told you?" Henrietta had flushed, resenting it that Miss Marsham, certainly a head mistress of 40 years' standing, should, as she aged, treat her staff more and more as if it were but a degree removed from the upper sixth. The younger women might like it, but it did not accord with Henrietta's notions of her own dignity. She was devoutly thankful that Miss Marsham reserved her freedom for private interviews, had, in public at least, the grand manner. Yet she had a respect for her, knew her dimly for a notable dame, who could have coerced a recalcitrant cabinet as easily as she bullied the school staff. She had rubbed her hands together, shrewd eyes a-twinkle. "I knew what I was doing. How long have you been with me, Henrietta?" 12 years ago, eh? Ah, well, it's longer ago than that. Let me see. She's 28 now, Clare Hartill, and she left me at 16. A responsibility, a great responsibility. An orphan. Too much money. A difficult child. I spent a lot of time on her, and prayer too, my dear. Well, I don't regret it now. When I met her at Bournemouth that day, oh, I wasn't pleased with you, Henrietta. It has taken me 40 years to build up my school, and I can be ill 2 months, but, well, I made up my mind. I found her at a loose end. I talked to her. She'll take plain speaking from me. I told her she'd had enough of operas and art schools and literary societies. She's been running round Europe for the last 10 years. I told her my difficulty. I told her to come back to me and do a little honest work. Of course, she wouldn't hear of it. Then how did you persuade Miss Hartill? But Henrietta, raising prim brows, had but drawn back a chuckle from the old woman. How many types of schoolgirl have you met, Henrietta? Here, under me. Henrietta fidgeted. The question was an offense. It was not in her department. She had no note of it in her memorandum books. Really, I can hardly tell you. Blondes and brunettes, do you mean? No two girls are quite the same, are they? But Miss Marsham had not attended. Just two. That's my experience. The girl from whom you get work by telling her you are sure she can do it, and the girl from whom you get work by telling her you are sure she can't. You'll soon find out which I told Clare Hartill. And now, understand this, Henrietta. There are to be no dissensions. I want Clare Hartill to stay. If she gets engrossed in the work, she will. She won't interfere with you, you'll find. She's too lazy. Get on with her if you can. But Henrietta had not got on with her, had resented fiercely Miss Marsham's preferential treatment of the newcomer. That Miss Marsham was obviously wise in her generation did not appease her amour-propre. She knew that where she had failed, Clare had been uncannily successful. Yet Clare was not aggressively efficient. Indeed, it was a grievance that she was so apparently casual, so gracefully indifferent. But, as if it were a matter of course, she did whatever she set out to do so much better, so much more graphically than it had ever been done before, that inevitably she attracted disciples. But Henrietta's grievance went deeper. She denied her any vestige of personal charm, and at the same time insisted fiercely that she was an unscrupulous woman, in that she used her personal charm to accomplish her aims. Her aims, in Henrietta's eyes, being the ousting of the secretary from her position of trust and possible succession to the headship. Henrietta did not realize that it was herself, far more than Clare, who was jeopardizing that position. Though there was no system of prefecture among the staff, she had come to consider herself responsible for the junior mistresses, encouraging them to bring complaints to her rather than to the head of the school. Old Miss Marsham, little as she liked relaxing her hold on the reins, dreaded, as old age must, the tussle that would inevitably follow any insistence on her prerogatives, and had acquiesced, yet with reservations. Had one of the younger mistresses rebelled and carried her grievance to the higher court, Miss Vigors's eyes might have been opened, but as yet no one had challenged her self-assumed supremacy. Clare, who might have done so, cared little who supervised the boarders or was supreme in the matter of timetable and commissariat. Her interest lay in the actual work, in the characters and possibilities of the workers. There she brooked no interference, and Henrietta attempted little, for when she did, she was neatly and completely routed. But the more chary Henrietta grew of interfering with Clare's activities, the more she realized that it was her duty, she would not have said pleasure, to supervise the younger women. She had a gift that was almost genius of appearing among them at awkward moments. If a child were proving refractory and victory hanging in the balance, Miss Vigors would surely choose that moment to knock at the classroom door, and, politely refusing to inconvenience the embarrassed novice, wait, all observant, until the scene ended, before explaining her errand. Later in the day the young mistress would be buttonholed, and the I's and T's of her errors of judgment dotted and crossed. Those who would not submit to tutelage she contrived to render so uncomfortable that, sooner or later, they retired in favor of temperaments more sheep-like or more thick-skinned. To Alwynne Durand, at present under grave suspicion of tampering with Clare Hartill's literature class, she had been from the first inimical. She had been engaged without Henrietta's sanction. She was young and pretty and already ridiculously popular, and there was the affair of the nickname. Alwynne had certainly looked out of place at the mistress's table on the day of her arrival, with her yellow hair and green gown, like a daffodil stuck into a bunch of everlastings, as an early adorer had described her. The phrase had appealed and spread, and within a week she was "daffy" to the school. But her popularity among her colleagues had not been heightened by rumors of the collective nickname the contrast with their junior had evoked. Her obvious shyness and desire to please were, however, sufficiently disarming, and her first days had not been made too difficult for her by any save Henrietta. But Henrietta was sure she was incompetent. Called to witness her joyous, casual manner, her unorthodox methods, her way of submerging the mistress in the fellow creature. She had labeled her undisciplined, which Alwynne certainly was, lax and undignified, had prophesied that she would be unable to maintain order, had been annoyed to find that, inspiring neither fear nor awe, she was yet quite capable of making herself respected. Alwynne's jolliness never seemed to expose her to familiarities, ready as she was to join in the laugh against herself when, new to the ways of the school, she outraged Media or reduced Persia to hysterical giggles. She was soon reckoned up by the shrewd children as mad but a perfect dear, and she managed to make her governance so enjoyable that it would have been considered bad form, as well as bad policy, to make her unconventionality an excuse for ragging. She had, indeed, easily assimilated the school atmosphere. She was humble and anxious to learn, had no notions of her own importance. But she was quick-tempered, and though she could be meek and grateful to experience backed by good manners, she reared at patronage. Inevitably she made mistakes, the mistakes of her age and temperament, but common sense and good humor saved her from any serious blunders. Miss Vickers had, nevertheless, noted each insignificant slip, and carried the tale, less insignificant in bulk, in her mind, ready to produce at a favorable opportunity. And now the opportunity had arisen. Miss Hartill had delivered Miss Durand into her hand. Miss Hartill, she was glad to note, had not shown any interest in the newcomer. Miss Hartill had a way of taking anyone young and attractive under her protection. That it was with Miss Hartill that the girl had come into conflict, however, did away with any need of caution. Miss Durand needed putting in her place. Henrietta, in all speed, would reconduct her thither. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter number 2 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 2. Miss Vigors hurried along to the upper third classroom. She straightened her jersey and patted her netted hair as she went, much in the manner of a countryman squaring for a fight, opened the door, after a tap so rudimentary as to be inaudible to those within, and entered aggressively, the light of battle in her eye. To her amazement and annoyance, her entry was entirely unnoticed. The entire class had deserted its desks and was cluttered round the rostrum, where Alwynne Durand, looking flushed and excited and prettier than a schoolmistress had any business to be, was talking fast and eagerly. She had a little stick in her hand which she was using as a conductor's baton, emphasizing with it the points of the story she was evidently telling. A map and some portraits were pinned to the blackboard beside her, and the children's heads were grouped, 3 and 4 together, over pictures apparently taken from the open portfolio lying before her on the desk. But their eyes were on Miss Durand, and the varying yet intent attitudes gave the collective effect of an audience at a melodrama. They were obviously and breathlessly interested, and the occasional quick crackle of Question and answer merely accentuated the tension. Once, as Alwynne paused a moment, her stick hovering uncertainly over the map, a child, with a little wriggle of impatience, piped up, "We'll find it afterwards. Oh, go on, Miss Durand, please, go on." And Alwynne, equally absorbed, went on, and the class hung upon her words. The listener was outraged. Children were to be allowed to give orders, to leave their places, to be obviously and hugely enjoying themselves in school hours, and the whole pack of them due elsewhere. She had never witnessed so disgraceful a scene. Her dry precision shivered at Alwynne's coruscating adjectives. It is not to be denied that Alwynne, at that period of her career, was lax and lavish in speech, altogether fond of conceits and superlatives. She cut airily into the lecture. "Miss Durand, are you aware of the time?" Alwynne jumped, and the class jumped with her. It was curious to watch that which, but a moment before, had been one absorbed collective personality suddenly disintegrating into Lotties and Maries and Sylvias, shy, curious, impish, or indifferent, after their kind. Miss Viger's presence intimidated. Each peeping personality retired, snail-like, into its schoolgirl shell. With a curious yet distinct consciousness of guilt, they edged away from the two women, huddling sheepishly together, watching and waiting, inimical to the disturber of their enjoyment, but distinctly doubtful as to whether Duffy, in the encounter that they knew quite well was imminent, would be able to hold her own. But Miss Durand was self-possessed. She looked down at Miss Vigers from her high seat and gave a natural little laugh. "Oh, Miss Vigers! How you startled me!" "I'm sorry. I've been endeavoring to attract your attention for some moments. Are you aware of the time?" Alwynne glanced at the clock. The hand stood at an impossible hour. "There," she remarked penitently, "it stopped again." She smiled at the class, all ears and interest. "One of you children will just have to remind me. Helen? No, you do the chalks already. Millicent." She singled out a dreamy child who was taking surreptitious advantage of the interruption to pore over the pictures that had slid from the desk to the floor of the rostrum. "Millie, your head's a sieve too. Will you undertake to remind me? Each time I have to be reminded, in goes a penny to the mission, and each time you forget to remind me, you do the same. It'll do us both good, and if you both forget, the rest of the class must pull us up." The little girl nodded, serious and important. Alwynne turned to Henrietta. "Excuse me, Miss Vigers, were you waiting to speak to me? I'm afraid we're in rather a muddle. Children, pick up those pictures, at least Helen and Millie. Go back to your desks, the rest of you." And then to Henrietta again. "I suppose the gong will go in a minute?" She was being courteous, but she was implying quite clearly that she considered the interruption of her lesson unnecessary. Henrietta's eyes snapped. "The 12:15 gong went a long time ago, Miss Durand. It's nearly 1. Miss Hartill wishes to know what has happened to her class." "My hat," murmured Alwynne, appalled. It was the most rudimentary murmur, a mere movement of the lips, but Henrietta caught it. Justifiably, she detested slang. She stiffened yet more, but Alwynne was continuing with deprecating gestures. "This is dreadful. I'm awfully sorry, Miss Vigers, but you know we never heard the gong. Not a sound. Are you sure it rang?" This to Henrietta, who never slackened her supervision of the relays of prefects responsible for the ever-punctual gong. But Alwynne had no eye for detail. She continued agitatedly, unconscious of offence. "But of course I must go and explain to Miss Hartill at once. Children, get your things together and go straight to the lower second. I'll come with you. Miss Vigers, I am so sorry. It was entirely my fault, of course, but we none of us heard the gong." But as she spoke, and the girls, attentive and curious, obediently gathered up their belongings and filed into the passage, the gong, audible enough to anyone less absorbed than Alwynne and her class had been, boomed for its last time that morning, the prolonged boom that was a signal for the day girls to go home. The children dispersed hurriedly, and Alwynne was left alone with Henrietta. Alwynne was grave, distinctly distressed. "I must go and explain to Miss Hartill at once," she repeated, making for the door. "You needn't trouble yourself," Henrietta called after her. "Miss Hartill went home half an hour ago." The irrepressible note of gratification in her voice startled Alwynne. She turned and faced her. "I don't understand. You said she was waiting." "When I left her, she had been waiting over half an hour. She told me that she should do so no longer. Miss Hartill is not accustomed to be kept waiting while the junior mistresses amuse themselves." Alwynne raised her eyebrows and regarded her carefully. "Did Miss Hartill ask you to tell me that? Are you her messenger?" she asked blandly. The last sentence had enlightened her, at any rate, as to Miss Weiger's personal attitude to herself. She was perfectly aware that she had been guilty of gross carelessness, that, if Miss Hartill chose, she could make it a serious matter for her, but for the moment her apprehensive regrets, as well as her profound sense of the apology due to the formidable Miss Hartill, were shrivelled in the white heat of her anger at the tone Henrietta Vigors was permitting herself. She was as much hurt as horrified by the revelation of an antipathy she had been unconscious of exciting. It was her first experience of gratuitous ill-will. She rebelled hotly, incapable of analyzing her emotion, indifferent to the probable consequences of a defiance of the older women, but passionately resolved that she would not allow any one alive to be rude to her. And Henrietta, amazed at the veiled rebuke of her manner, also lost her temper. "Miss Hartill and I were overwhelmed by such an occurrence. Do you realize what you're doing, Miss Durand? You keep the children away from their lesson. You alter the school timetable to suit your convenience, without a remark or warning or apology." "I've told you already that I didn't hear the gong," interrupted Alwynne between courtesy and impatience. She was trying hard to control herself. "That is nonsense. Everybody hears the gong. You didn't choose to hear it, I suppose. Anyhow, I feel it my duty to tell you that such behavior will not be tolerated, Miss Durand, in this or any school. It is not your place to make innovations. I was horrified just now when I came in. The classroom littered about with pictures and papers, the children not in their places, allowed to interrupt and argue. I never heard of such a thing." Alwynne's chin went up. "Excuse me, Miss Vigors, but I hardly see that it is your business to criticize my way of teaching." "I am speaking to you for your own good," said Henrietta. "That is kind of you, but if you speak to me in such a tone, you cannot expect me to listen." Henrietta hesitated. "Miss Durand, you are new to the school. That gives you no right to be rude to me." Henrietta took a step towards her. "Rude? And you? I consider you insolent. Ever since you came to the school, you have been impossible. You go your own way, teach in your own way." "I do as I am told," said Alwynne sharply. "In your own way? You neither ask nor take advice. At any rate, Miss Marsham is satisfied with me. She told me so last week." She felt it undignified to be justifying herself, but she feared that silent contempt would be lost on Miss Vigors. Also, such an attitude was not easy to Alwynne. She had a tongue. When she was angry, the brutal effectiveness of Billingsgate must always tempt her. Henrietta countered coldly. "I'm sorry that I shall be obliged to undeceive her. That is, unless you apologize." "To Miss Hartill? Certainly. I intend to. I hope I know when I'm in the wrong." "To me." "To you?" cried Alwynne with a little high-pitched laugh. "If you tell me what for?" "In Miss Marsham's absence I take her place," began Henrietta. "Miss Hartill, I was told, did that." "You're mistaken. The younger mistresses come to me for orders." "I shall be the exception, then. I'm not a housemaid. Will you let me get to my desk, please, Miss Vigors? I want my books." She brushed past Henrietta, cheeks flaming, chin in the air, and opened her desk. The secretary, for all her anger, hesitated uncertainly. She was unused to opposition, and had been accustomed to allow herself a great license of speech than she knew. Alwynne's instant resentment, for all its crude young insolence, was, she realized, to some extent justified. She had, she knew, exceeded her powers, but she had not stopped to consider whether Alwynne would know that she had done so, or, knowing, have the courage to act upon that knowledge. She had been staggered by the girl's swift counter-attack, and was soon wishing that she had left her alone, but she had gone too far to retreat with dignity. Also, she had by no means regained control of her temper. "I can only report you to Miss Marsham," she remarked lamely to Alwyn's back. Alwyn turned. "You needn't trouble. If Miss Hartill doesn't, I shall go to her myself." "You?" said Henrietta uneasily. "Why?" cried Alwyn, flaming out at her. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you think I'm going to stand this sort of thing? I know I was careless, and I am sorry. I'm going straight down to Miss Hartill to tell her so. And if she slangs me, it's all right. And if Miss Marsham slangs me, it's all right. She's the head of the school. But I won't be slanged by you. You are rude and interfering, and I shall tell Miss Marsham so." Shaking with indignation, she slammed down the lid of her desk, and with her head held high, and a dignity that a friendly word would have dissolved into tears, walked out of the classroom. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 3. Alwynne Durand was quite aware that she was an arrant coward. The cronies of her now remote school days would have exclaimed at the label, have cited this or that memorable audacity in confutation, but Alwynne knew herself better. When her impulsiveness had jockeyed her into an uncomfortable situation, pure pride could always be trusted to sustain her, strengthen her shoulders, and sharpen her wits. But she triumphed with shaking knees. Alwynne, touchy with the touchiness of 18, was bound to fling down her glove before Henrietta Vigors, and be ostentatiously ready to face cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and all kinds of music. But Alwynne, half an hour later, on her way to Miss Hartill and her overdue apology, was bound also to be feeling more like a naughty schoolgirl than a mistress of 6 weeks' standing has any business to feel, to be uneasily wondering what she should say, how she should say it, and why on earth she had been fool enough to get herself into the mess. If it had been anyone but Miss Hartill, with whom she had not exchanged 5 words, but whom she had heard discussed, nevertheless, from every conceivable and inconceivable point of view, with that accompanying profusion of anecdote of which only schoolgirl memory, so traditional as well as personal, is capable. Miss Marsham, she had been given to understand, might be headmistress, but Miss Hartill was Miss Hartill. Alwynne, accustomed as she was to the cults of a boarding school, had ended by growing exceedingly curious. Yet when Miss Hartill had returned a week or 2 late to her post, Alwynne could not, as she phrased it, for the life of her see what all the fuss was about. Miss Hartill was ordinary enough. Alwynne had looked up one morning from an obscure corner of the common room at the sound of a clicking latch, had had an impression of a tall woman, harshly outlined by the white panelled door, against which she leaned lazily as she quizzed the roomful of women. Alwynne told herself that she was not at all impressed. This Miss Hartill of 100 legends? This the Olympian to whom 3/4 of the school said its prayers? Who had split the staff into an enthusiastic majority and a minority that concealed its dislike? Queer. Alwynne, shrugging her shoulders over the intricacies of a school's enthusiasms, had leaned back in her chair to watch, between amusement and contempt, the commotion that had broken out. There was a babble of welcome, a crossfire of question and answer, and then, over the heads of the little group that had gathered about the door, a pair of keen, roving eyes had settled on her, coolly appraising. Alwynne had been annoyed with herself for flushing under the stare. She had a swift impression of being summed up, all raw and youthful and ambitious as she was, her attitude of unwilling curiosity detected, expected even. There had been a flicker of a smile, amused, faintly insolent. But it had all been merest impression. Miss Hartill, who had been, indeed, surrounded, inaccessible from the instant of her entrance until the prayer bell rang, did not look her way a second time, but the impression had remained, and Alwynne, obscure in her newness and her corner, found herself reconsidering this Miss Hartill, more roused than she would confess. If she were not the Hypatia Helen of the classrooms, she was none the less a personality. Whether Alwynne would like her was another matter. Alwynne, in the next few days, had not come into direct contact with Miss Hartill. She had noticed, however, a certain stirring of the school atmosphere, a something of briskness and tension that affected her pleasantly. The children, she supposed, were getting into their stride, but she began to see that the classes chiefly affected were the classes with which Miss Hartill had most to do, that the mistresses, too, were working with unusual energy, and that Miss Vigors was less in evidence than heretofore, that, in short, Miss Hartill's return was making a difference. Insensibly she slipped into the fashion of being slightly in awe of her, was daily and undeniably relieved that her work had as yet escaped the swift eyes and lazy criticism. But she was also aware that she would be distinctly gratified if Miss Hartill should at any time express satisfaction with her in her efforts. Miss Hartill was certainly interesting. She had wondered if she should ever get to know her, had hoped so. And now Napoleon Bonaparte and a stopped clock had between them managed the business for her effectively. She was going to know Miss Hartill, a justifiably, and according to Miss Vigors, excessively indignant Miss Hartill. She looked forward without enthusiasm to that acquaintance. She did not know what she should say to Miss Hartill, but Miss Hartill would do the talking, she imagined. She was extremely sorry for herself as she knocked at Miss Hartill's door. The maid left her stranded in the hall, and she waited, uncomfortably conscious of the voices in the next room. "Brand? But I don't know any—" "Durand! Oh, Durand! What an extraordinary time to— All right, Baggett. No, lunch as usual." The maid slipped across the hall again to her kitchen as Miss Hartill came forward, polite, unsmiling. She did not offer her hand, but stood waiting for Alwynne to deliver herself of her errand. But Alwynne was embarrassed. The exordium she had so carefully prepared during her walk was eluding her. It had been easy to arrange the conversation beforehand, but Miss Hartill in the flesh was disconcerting. She jumbled her opening sentences, flushed, floundered, and was silent. Ensued a pause. Clare surveyed her visitor quizzically, enjoying her discomfort. Alwynne was at her prettiest at a disadvantage. She had an air of shedding 8 of her 18 years, of recognizing in her opponent a long-lost nurse. Clare repressed a chuckle. "Try again, Miss Durand," she said solemnly. "I came," said Alwynne blankly. "You see, I came—" She paused again. "Yes, I think I see that," said Clare as one enlightened. Alwynne eyed her dubiously. There might or might not have been a twinkle in her colleague's eye. She took heart of grace and began again. "Miss Hartill, I'm awfully sorry. It was me. I mean, I kept the girls. I didn't hear the gong. Really and truly I didn't. Honestly, it was an accident. I thought I ought to come and apologize. Truly, I'm most awfully sorry, quite apart from avoiding getting into a row, because I've gotten into that already." Clare's lips twitched. Alwynne was built on generous lines. She had a good carriage, could enter a room effectively. Clare had not been unaware of her secure manner. Her present collapse was the more amusing. Clare was beginning to guess that what Miss Durand did, she did wholeheartedly. "I expect you're simply wild with me. Miss Vigors said you would be," said Alwynne hopelessly. "Miss Vigors ought to know," said Clare. There was another pause. "I'm frightfully sorry," said Alwynne suggestively. "Are you, Miss Durand?" "I mean, apart from upsetting you, I'm so savage with myself. One doesn't exactly enjoy making a fool of oneself, does one, Miss Hartill? You know how it feels. And it's my first post, and I did mean to do it well. And I've only been here 6 weeks, and I'm in a row with 3 people already." "How? 3?" said Clare with interest. "Well, there's you." "I think we're settling that," said Clare with her sudden smile. "Are we?" Alwynne looked up so warily that Clare laughed outright. "But the other 2, Miss Durand. The other 2. This grows interesting." "Well, you see," Alwynne expanded, "I had an awful row with Miss Vigors, and she's sure to tell Miss Marsom. I suppose I was rude, but she did make me so mad. I don't see that it was her business to come and slang me before my class." "My class," corrected Clare. "I wouldn't have minded you," said Alwynne, lifting ingenuous eyes. "I'm flattered," murmured Clare. "Well, you would have understood," said Alwynne with conviction. "But Miss Vigors, I ask you, Miss Hartill, what would be the use of talking about Napoleon to Miss Vigors?" "I give it up," said Clare promptly. "But there you are!" Alwynne waved her hand triumphantly. "But, excuse me," Clare was elaborately respectful. Has Napoleon any traceable connection with the kidnapping of my class? Oh, I thought I explained. Alwynne plunged into her story. You see, I was giving them elocution. They were learning the incident in the French camp, you know. Clare nodded. Well, I thought they were rather more wooden than usual, and I found that they knew practically nothing about Napoleon. Marengo, Talleyrand, never heard of him. Waterloo, and that he behaved badly to his wife. That's all they knew. The English in a nutshell, murmured Clare. So, of course, I told him all about him and his life in tidbits like the Sèvres tea things and Madame Saint-Gene. They loved it, and I was showing them pictures, and I suppose we got absorbed. You can't help it with Napoleon somehow. Oh, Miss Hartill, doesn't it seem crazy, though, to keep those children at Latin exercises and the exports of lower tooting and bills of attendere and the reign of Queen Anne before they know about things like Napoleon and Homer and the Panama Canal? Wouldn't you rather know about the life of Buddha than the War of Jenkins' Ear? Not that I ever got to the Georges myself. Oh, it makes me so wild. It's like stuffing them with peanuts when one has got a basket of peaches on one arm. It isn't education, it's goose cramming. I can't explain properly what I mean. I expect you think I'm a fool. An enthusiast. It's much the same, said Clare absently. You'll get over it. Then with a twinkle, reform's an excellent thing, of course. But why annex my class to experiment with? Alwynne defervesced. There was an unhappy pause. You know, I'm most awfully sorry, said Alwynne at last, as one made a brilliant and original contribution to the discussion. A piercing shriek from the kitchen interrupted them. Alwynne jumped, but Clare was undisturbed. It's only Bagot. She's always having accidents. But she's an excellent cook, after all. What's a shilling's worth of crockery a week compared with a good cook? But to return to Napoleon in the lower third... You don't think she hurt herself? Alwynne ventured to interrupt. She did squeal. Clare looked suddenly concerned. I hope not. I haven't had lunch yet. She went to the kitchen door, reappearing with a slightly harried air. Miss Durand, I wish you'd come here a moment. She has cut her hand, oh, lavishly, most careless. What is one to do? I suppose one must bandage it? Her tone of helpless disgust was so genuine that Alwynne was inclined to laugh. So there were circumstances that could be too much even for Miss Hartill. How reassuring! And how it warmed the cockles of one's heart to her! Her lip twitched mischievously as she looked from the disconcerted mistress to the sniffing maid, but she lost no time in stripping off her gloves and setting to work, issuing orders the while that Clare obeyed with a meekness that surprised herself. Linen, please, Miss Hartill, or old rags. It's rather a bad cut. Then to the maid, how on earth did you do it? A tin opener? No, Miss Hartill, a duster's no good. An old handkerchief or something? She was achieving complicated effects with a fork and a knotted scarf as she spoke, and Clare, obediently tearing linen into strips, considered her critically. The girl was capable then, as well as amusing. That tourniquet might not be professional, but it was at least effective. The bleeding was stopping. Very good of her to toil over Bagot's unappetizing hand. Clare marveled at her unconcern, for she was dainty enough in her own person to please even Clare's fastidious eye. Clare supposed that it was a good thing that some people had the nursing instinct. She thanked her stars that she herself had not. Alwynne, unconscious of scrutiny, put in her final safety pin, settled the sling, and stepped back at last, studying her handiwork with some pride. It'll want a stitch, though. She'd better go to the doctor, I think, she said decisively. Shall I come with you? This to the maid, complacently the center of attention, but the maid preferred to fetch her mother. Her mother lived quite close, miss, if Miss Hartill could get on. She can't do any cooking with that hand, said Alwynne to Clare, more in decision than appeal, and Clare acquiescing, she fetched her hat and coat, manipulated hatpins, and bundled the girl forth. She returned to the kitchen to find Miss Hartill, skirts clutched high, eyeing the crowded table with distaste, and prodding with a toasting fork at the half-prepared meal. Isn't it disgusting how these people bleed? I can't stand a mess. Really, I'm very much obliged to you, Miss Durand, for seeing to Bagot. I'm no good at that sort of thing. I hate touching people. You don't think it was a bad cut, though? It must have hurt. She won't be able to use her hand for a day or two. Clare rubbed her nose peevishly. She had a comical air of resenting the necessity for concerning herself with her own domestic arrangements. Well, what am I to do? And I loathe charwomen. She might at least have got lunch first. The meal's cooked, anyhow, said Alwynne hopefully, drawing forth a congealing dishful. Clare shivered. Take it away. It's all over Bagot. I don't think it is. Alwynne examined it cautiously. Clare gave her a short laugh. Anyhow, it doesn't appeal anymore. Never mind, Durand. I shall manage. I mustn't keep you. Alwynne disregarded the hint. She seemed preoccupied. There aren't any eggs, I suppose, she ventured diffidently. Clare flung out vague hands. Heaven knows, it's Bagot's business. Why? Because, Alwynne had crossed the room and was struggling with the stiff cupboard door. Elsbeth says I'm a fool at cooking. Elsbeth's my aunt, you know. But I can make omelets. The door gave suddenly, and Alwynne fell forward into the dark pantry. There was a clatter of scattered bread pans. She soon emerged, however, floury but serene. Yes, there are some. It won't take 10 minutes, Miss Hartill. That is if... She sought delicately for a tactful phrase. If you would perhaps like to go away and read, if anyone stands about and watches. You know what I mean. Are you proposing to cook my lunch? Clare demanded. Of course, if you don't like omelets, said Alwynne demurely. Clare laughed outright. I do. All right, Miss Durand. I'm too hungry to refuse. But I see through it, you know. It's to cry quits. Alwynne broke in indignantly. It isn't. It's the amende honorable. At least, if it doesn't scorch. All right, I accept it. Clare pacified her. Then as she left the kitchen, Miss Durand. Yes, Miss Hartill? Are you going to make one for Miss Vigors? Alwynne's face fell. I'd forgotten Miss Vigors. Clare twinkled. Perhaps. If it doesn't scorch, I'll see what I can do, she promised her. The lunch was a success. Alwynne, dishing up, had her hat ordered off her head, and was soon sharing the omelette and marveling at herself for being where she was, and Clare, on her part, found herself enjoying her visitor as much as her meal. Clare Hartill led a sufficiently solitary life. She was a woman of feverish friendships and sudden ruptures. Always the cleverest and most restless of her circle, she usually found her affinities as unable to satisfy her demands, on their intellect as on their emotions. Disillusionment would be swift and final. Clare never forgave a bore. Gradually it came to pass that intercourse she carefully fostered with her elder pupils became her absorbing and satisfying interest. She plumed herself on her independence of social amenities, did not guess, would not have admitted, that her pleasure in a chance table companion had its flavor of pathos. It was enough to acknowledge to herself that Alwynne Durand, with her enthusiasms, her incoherencies, and her capacities, had certainly caught her difficult fancy. She liked the girl's manner. Its compound of shyness and audacity, deference and independence pleased her sophisticated taste. She found her racy and original, and in the exertion of drawing her out was herself at her best. A brilliant talker, she chose to listen, and soon heard all there was to hear of Alwynne's short history. Of her mother's sister Elsbeth Loveday, Clare pricked up her ears at the name, who had reared her from babyhood, of her school days, her crude young likes and dislikes, her hero worships and passionate vague ambitions. Clare knew it all by heart, had heard the tale from more pairs of lips than she could remember, for more years than she cared to count. But Alwynne, nevertheless, told it in a way of her own that appealed to Clare and interested her anew. She told herself that the girl was worth cultivating, and what with apt comments, apter silences, and the half-finished phrases and abrupt noddings of perfect comprehension, contrived to make Alwynne think her the most sympathetic person she had ever had the fortune to meet. Indeed, they pleased each other so well that when Alwynne, towards tea-time, made an unwilling move, Clare was as unwilling, for her part, to let her go. It was certainly a most excellent omelette, she said as she sped her from the door. I suppose you won't come and cook me another tonight? Alwynne took her at her word. I will. Of course I will. Would you like me to, really? I will. I'd love to. Clare laughed. Oh, I was only in fun. Whatever would your aunt say? She wouldn't mind, began Alwynne eagerly. Clare temporized. But your work. Haven't you any work? Alwynne overwhelmed her. That's all right. It isn't much. I'll sit up. I wish you'd let me know. I would love to. You must have someone to cook your supper for you, mustn't you? Well, of course, if you'd really like to. Clare hesitated between jest and earnest, but Alwynne was wholly in earnest. I'll come. Thank you very much indeed, said Alwynne, eyes sparkling. End of chapter 3.
Chapter number 4 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 4. In the months that followed the eating of the omelette, Alwyn would have agreed that the cynic who said that an entirely successful love affair can only be achieved by foundlings should have included friendship in his dictum. For relations, well, everybody knew what everybody meant when relations were mentioned in that particular tone, and Elsbeth, dearest of maiden aunts, was nevertheless at times aggressively a relation, privileged to wet blanket enthusiasms. Elsbeth made, indeed, no stand against the alliance that had sprung mushroom-like into existence, was courteous, in her sweet silent fashion, to Clare Hartill at their occasional meetings, but she remained subtly uninterested. But when, again, had that suppressed and self-effacing personality shown interest in any living thing save Alwyn herself? Alwyn, shrugging her shoulders and ignoring, as youth must, the affectionate provision that had lapped her all her life, supposed that she must not expect too much of poor dear Elsbeth. It was characteristic of their relationship that she never called her guardian aunt. Elsbeth, darling Elsbeth, but a little limited perhaps. Hardly to be expected that she should appreciate a Miss Hartill. Elsbeth, though Alwyn never guessed it, quite understood what went on in her niece's mind, was resigned to it. She knew that she was not a clever woman. She had been too much occupied all her life in smoothing the way for other people to have had leisure for her own cultivation, physical or mental. Her 2 years of teaching in the uncertificated 80s had but served to reveal to herself her ingrained incapacity for government. She had never forgotten the humiliation of those months when Clare Hartill, a pitiless 14-year-old girl, had headed one successful revolt after another against her. It had been an episode. With the advent of Alwyn she had returned to domesticity, but the experience had intensified her innate lack of self-esteem. There were times when she seriously debated whether, in bringing up her orphan niece, she were indulging herself at the expense of her duty. She knew quite well, and rejoiced shamefacedly in the knowledge, that Alwyn, her beautiful, brilliant, headstrong girl, could twist the old aunt round her little finger. And that, of course, could not be good for Alwyn. Alwyn was, to do her justice, extremely fond of her aunt. Till the advent of Clare Hartill, Elsbeth had been the pole star of her world. All the more disconcerting of Elsbeth, receiver of confidences, therefore, to be so entirely uninterested in the comment that was deflecting Alwyn from her accustomed orbit. She wondered occasionally what her aunt's history had been. Elsbeth was reticent, never a woman of reminiscences. Her relations were distant ones whom she rarely mentioned and apparently more rarely missed. Alwyn was the more surprised one breakfast, when retailing the school's latest scandal, she was interrupted by an exclamation of pleasure. "Alwyn, the Lumsdens are coming back!" Elsbeth rustled the foreign paper delightedly. Alwyn wrinkled her brows. "The Lumsdens? Oh, those cousins of yours." "Yes. The youngest, Rosemary, only died last year. Don't you remember? They've lived abroad for years on account of her health, and her son Roger always went out to her for his holidays." "Roger? Is that the velveteen boy in the big album?" Elsbeth laughed. "He must be 30 by now. The estate went to him. It was let, you know, and the great house at Den, to a school, I believe. They had lost money, and Rosemary was always extravagant. Roger went to America for a time, but still he is well enough off. He came home when his mother died last year, and now it seems he's taken a house close to their old home and settled down as a market gardener. The Lumsdens are to come and keep house for him. He's very fond of his aunts, I know. Well, to think of seeing Jean and Alicia again after all these years. They want us to come and stay when they've settled down." "You'll enjoy that?" Alwyn eyed her aunt curiously. Elsbeth's pale cheeks were pink, her faded eyes dreamy. Her unconscious hand was rapping out its tune upon the tablecloth, the only symptom of excitement that Elsbeth ever showed. "Were you fond of them? Why hadn't you ever been to see them, Elsbeth?" "Time flies, and I certainly can't afford to gad about the Riviera. And there was you know. Besides—" she hesitated. "Besides what?" Elsbeth did not seem to hear. "You like Dan, Alwyn." "Oh, yes, I know it well. I used to stay with them before the great house was let. Years ago. And Roger? I hope you'll get on with Roger. I haven't seen him since he was 5. A jolly little fellow, and from what Alicia says—" But Alwyn would not take any interest in Roger. He had a snub nose in the photograph, and besides, she hated men. So dull. As Clare said, indeed, she wasn't always quoting Clare. She didn't always set up Clare's judgment against Elsbeth's. Elsbeth needn't get huffy. She would like to go down to Den very much if Elsbeth wanted to, some time or other. But when the holidays came and the formal invitation, Alwyn was less amenable. Why couldn't Elsbeth go alone? Elsbeth couldn't expect her to go and stay with utter strangers. She hated strangers. Besides, there was Clare. It was Clare and Alwyn by that time. She and Clare had planned out every day of the holidays, everything fixed. She really couldn't ask Clare to upset all her arrangements. It wouldn't be fair. Awfully sorry, of course, but why couldn't Alwyn's dear Elsbeth go by herself? She, Alwyn, could keep house. Oh, perfectly well. She wasn't a fool. She wouldn't dream of spoiling Elsbeth's holiday, but Elsbeth must see that there was no need for Alwyn to share it. But Elsbeth was unusually obstinate. Elsbeth, it appeared, wanted Alwyn with her. Wanted to show Alwyn to these old friends, wanted to show these old friends to Alwyn, wouldn't enjoy the visit without Alwyn at her elbow, refused utterly to be convinced of unreasonableness. Alwyn would enjoy the change, the country. Didn't Alwyn love the country? And if she herself and Alicia and Jean were not of Alwyn's generation, there was always Roger. By all accounts, Roger was very nice, witness the aunts, who adored him. Alwyn snorted. She argued the matter mercilessly, length, breadth, depth, and back again, and ended, as Elsbeth knew she would, by getting her own way. But Elsbeth did not go to Den by herself. There she was mulish. Go visiting and leaving the housekeeping to Alwyn's tender mercies? Heaven forbid! There was more in housekeeping than dusting a bedroom, making peppermint creams, or wasting 4 eggs on an omelette. So Alwyn spent her pleasant holidays in and out of Clare Hartill's pocket, and Elsbeth stayed at home. But Elsbeth had learned her lesson. It was many a long day before she again suggested a visit to Den. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 5. One of Alwyn's duties was the conduct of a small extra class consisting of girls who, for reasons of stupidity, ill health, or defective grounding, fell too far below the average of knowledge in their respective classes. She devoted certain afternoons in the week to coaching them, and was considered to be unusually successful in her methods. She could be extremely patient, and had quaint and unorthodox ways of insinuating facts into her pupils' minds. As she told Elsbeth, she invented their memories for them. She was sufficiently imaginative to realize their difficulties, yet sufficiently young to dream of developing, in due course, all her lame ducks into swans. She was intensely interested in hearing how her coaching had succeeded. Her pleasure at an amended place in class was so genuine, her disappointment at a collapse so comically real, yet so devoid of contempt, so tinged with conviction that it was anybody's fault but the culprit's, that either attitude was an incentive to real effort. Like Clare, she did not suffer fools gladly, but unlike Clare, she had not the moral courage to be ruthless. Stupidity seemed as terrible to her as physical deformity. She treated it with the same touch of motherliness, the same instinctive desire to spare it realization of its own unsightliness. Her rather lovable cowardice brought a mixed reward. She stifled in sick rooms, yet invalids liked her well. She was frankly envious of Clare's circle of brilliant girls, and as inevitably surrounded by inarticulate adorers, who bored her mightily, but whose clumsy affection she was too kind-hearted to suppress. It had been well for Alwynne, however, that her following was of the duller portion of the school. This Clare could endure, could countenance. Such boy bishopry could not affect her own sovereignty, and her subjects' consequence increased her own. But to see Alwynne swaying, however unconsciously, minds of a finer type would not have been easy for Clare. She had grown very fond of Alwynne, but the sentiment was proprietary. She could derive no pleasure from her that was not personal and, in its most literal sense, selfish. She was unmaternal to the core. She could not see human property admired by others with any sensation but that of a double jealousy. She was subtly angered that Alwynne could attract, yet was caught herself in the net of those attractions, and unable to endure to watch them spread for any but herself. Alwynne, quite unconscious of the trait, had at first done herself harm by her unfeigned interest in Clare's circle. It took the elder woman some suspicious weeks to realize that Alwynne lacked completely her own dompteuse instinct, her craving for power, that she was as innocent of knowledge of her own charm as unwedded Eve, that her impulse to Clare was an impulse of the freshest, sweetest hero worship. But the realization came at last, and Clare opened her hungry heart to her, and, warmed by Alwynne's affection, wondered that she had hesitated so long. Alwynne never guessed that she had been doubted. Clare was proud of her genuine skill as a character reader, had been a little pleased to give Alwynne proof of her penetration when occasion arose, and Alwynne, less trained, less critical, thought her omniscient, and never dreamed that the motives of her obscurest actions, the sources of her most veiled references, were not plain to Clare. Secure of comprehension, she went her way. Anyone in whom Clare was interested must needs attract her, so she took pains to become intimate with Clare's adorers, from a very real sympathy with their appreciation of Clare, whom she no more grudged to them than a priestess would grudge the unveiling of her goddess to the initiate. She received their confidences, learned their secrets, fanned the flame of their enthusiasms. Too lately a schoolgirl herself, too innocent and ignorant to dream of danger, she did her loyal utmost in furtherance of the cult, measuring the artificial and unbalanced emotions she encountered by the rule of her own saner affection, and, in her desire to see her friend appreciated, in all good faith utilized her degree of authority to encourage what an older woman would have recognized and combated as incipient hysteria. Gradually she became, through her frank sympathy, combined with her slightly indeterminate official position, the intermediary, the interpreter of Clare to the feverish school. Clare herself, her initial distrust over, found this useful. She could afford to be moody, erratic, whimsical, to be extravagant in her praises and reproofs, to deteriorate, at times, into a caricature of her own bizarre personality, with the comfortable assurance that there was ever a magician in her wake to steady her tottering shrines, mix oil with her vitriol, and prove her pinchbeck gold. Fatal, this relaxation of effort, to a woman of Clare's type. Love of some sort was vital to her. Of this her surface personality was dimly, ashamedly aware, and would, if challenged, have frigidly denied. But the whole of her larger self knew its need, and saw to it that that need was satisfied. Clare, unconscious, had taught Clare, conscious, that there must be effort. Constant, straining effort at cultivation of all her alluring qualities, at concealment of all in her that could repulse, effort that all appearances of complete success must never allow her to relax. She knew well the evanescent character of a schoolgirl's affection, so well that when her pupils left the school she seldom tried to retain her hold upon them. Their letters would come thick as autumn leaves at first. She rarely answered, or after long intervals, and the letters dwindled and ceased. She knew that, in the nature of things, it must be so, and had no wish to prolong the farewells. Also, her interest in her correspondence usually died first. To sustain it required their physical nearness, but every new year filled the gaps left by the old, stimulated Clare to fresh exertion. So the lean years went by. Then came vehement Alwynne, no schoolgirl, yet more youthful and ingenuous than any mistress had right to be, loving with all the discrimination of a fine mind, and all the ardor of an affectionate child. Here was no question of a fleeting devotion that must end as the school days ended. Here was love for Clare at last, a widow's cruse to last her for all time. Clare thanked the gods of her unbelief, and, relaxing all effort, settled herself to enjoy to the full the cushioning sense of security, the mock despot of their pleasant earlier intercourse becoming, as she bound Alwynne ever more closely to her, albeit unconsciously, a very real tyrant indeed. Yet she had no intention of weakening her hold on any lesser member of her chosen coterie. Alwynne was too ingenuous, too obviously subject to her own free impulse, to entirely satisfy. Clare's love of power had its morbid moments when a struggling victim had averted, pleased her. There was never, among the newcomers, a child, self-absorbed, nonchalant or rebellious, who passed a term unmolested by Miss Hartill. Egoism aroused her curiosity, her suspicion of hidden lands, virgin, ripe for exploration. Indifference piqued her. A flung gauntlet she welcomed with frank amusement. She had been a rebel in her own time, and had ever a thrill of sympathy for the mutinies she relentlessly crushed. War, personal war, delighted her. She was a mistress of tactics, and the certainty of eventual victory gave zest to her campaigns. She did not realize that the strain upon her childish opponents was very great. The finer, the more sensitive the character, the more complete the eventual defeat, the more permanent its effects. Clare was pitiless after victory. Not till then did she examine into the nature thus enslaved. Seldom did she find it worth the trouble of the skirmish. In most cases she gave semi-liberty. Enough of smiles to keep the children feverishly at work to please her. The average of achievement in her classes was astounding, and enough of indifference to prevent them from becoming a nuisance. To the few that pleased her fastidious taste, she gave of her best, lavishly as she had given to Alwynne. There are women today, old girls of the school, who owe Clare Hartill the best things of their lives, their wide knowledge, their original ideas, their hopeful futures and happy memories, to whom she was an inspiration incarnate. The Clare they remember is not the Clare that Elsbeth knew, that Alwynne learned to know, that Clare herself, one bitter night, faced and blanched at. But which of them had knowledge of the true Clare? Who shall say? In Clare's favorite class was a certain Louise Denny. She was 13, nearly 3 years below the average of the class in age. How far beyond it, in all else, not even Clare realized. Clare had discovered her, as she phrased it, in the limbo of the lower third. She had been paying one of her surprise visits to the afternoon extra needlework classes. The possibility of her occasional appearance, book in hand, was responsible for the school's un-English proficiency in hemming, darning, and kindred mysteries. To read aloud to the children carefully edited excerpts from Poe's tales, had forgotten her copy and had been shyly offered another, private property from Louise Denny's desk. Thereon must Alwynne, for a week or two, resign perforce her lower third literature classes to Clare, intent on her Blue Rose. Louise's compositions had been read. Clare and Alwynne spent a long evening over them, weighing, comparing, discussing. Clare could be exquisitely tender, could keep all patient vigil over an unfolding mind, provided that the calyx concealed a rare enough blossom. Louise was encouraged, her shyness swept aside, her ideas developed, her knowledge tested. She was fed, too, cautiously, on richer and richer food, stray evening lectures, picture galleries with Alwynne, pettiest of cicerones, the freedom of the library, and long talks with Clare. Finally Clare, bearing down all opposition, transplanted her to the lower fifth, containing at that time some brilliantly clever girls. Louise justified her by speedily capturing and doggedly retaining the highest place in the class. Clare was delighted. Her critics, there were some mistresses who vaguely disapproved of the experiment, were refuted, and the class, already needing no spur, outdoing itself in its efforts to compete with the intruder, swept the board at an important public examination. On the morning of the announcement of results, Clare entered her form room radiant. It was a low, many-windowed room, with desks ranged single file along the walls. The class being a small one, the girls were accustomed to sit for their lessons at a large oval table at the upper end of the room. Beside the passage doorway there was a smaller one, that led into the studio and was never used by the children. Clare, however, would sometimes enter by it, but so seldom that they invariably forgot to keep watch. Clare enjoyed the occasional views she thus obtained of her unconscious and relaxed subjects, and the piquancy of their uncensored conversation. She enjoyed still more the sudden hush, the crisp thrill that ran through their groups when they became aware of her, observant in the doorway. On the morning in question she had watched them for some little while. Before each girl lay her open exercise book and school edition of Browning. They were deep in discussion of their work, very eager upon some question. By the empty chair at the head of the table sat Marian Hughes, blonde and placid, a rounded elbow on her neatly written theme, that her neighbor was trying to pull away, to compare with her own well-linked manuscript. This neighbor, one Agatha Middleton, was dark, gaunt, with restless eyes and restless tongue. She was old for her 15 years, and had been original until she discovered that her originality appealed to Miss Hartill. Since then she had imitated her own mannerisms, and was rapidly degenerating into an eccentric. The law of opposites had decreed that the sedate Marian should be her bosom friend. They went up the school together, an incongruous yet well-suited pair, for they were so unlike that there could be no rivalry. Marian was alternately amused and dazzled by the pyrotechnic Agatha. Agatha's respect for Marian's common sense was pleasantly tempered by a conviction of superior mental agility. Finally, they were united by their common devotion to their former mistress. Whether it would have occurred to Marian, unprompted, to admire Miss Hartill is uncertain. Her affections were domestic and calm, but adoration was in the air, and she had not sufficient originality to be unfashionable. She was caught, too, in Agatha's whirlwind emotions, and ended by worshipping Clare conscientiously and sincerely. Clare, on her side, respected her, as she told Alwynne, for her painstaking and intelligent stupidity, and, recognizing a nature too worthy for neglect, yet too lymphatic to be suitable for experiments, was uniformly kind to her. Agatha she had revelled in for 6 weeks, and had since more or less ignored as a bore. Below the pair sat a spectacled student, predestined to scholarships and a junior mistressship. Opposite, between giggling twins, a vivid little Jewess, whose showy work was due to the same vanity that tied her curls with giant bows and over-corseted her matured figure. At the foot of the oval, directly opposite Clare's vacant chair, stood Louise, flushed and excited, chanting low-voicedly a snatch of verse. During a lull in the hubbub, Marian called to her down the table, "How many pages?" Louise flushed. She was still a little in awe of these elders whom she had outstripped. She rapidly counted the leaves of her essay, and held up both hands, smiling shyly. Marian exclaimed, 10? You marvel! I only got to 7. I simply didn't understand it. Whatever did you find to say? Agatha fell upon the query. That's nothing. I've done 22, she cried triumphantly, and turned to face the shower of comments. Miss Hartill will bless you. She said last time that you thought ink and ideas were synonymous. Agatha only writes 3 words to a line anyway. They liked her, but she was of the type whose imperiousness provokes snubs. Well, I thought I shouldn't get it done under 40. An essay on The Dark Tower. It's the beastliest yet. The Ancient Mariner was nothing to it. I've made an awful hash. Didn't you? I understood all right when she read it and explained. It's so absurd not to let one take notes. I've been years at it. Fortunately, she said we needn't learn it, Louise and I, with all our extra work. An unimaginative hockey captain fluttered her pages distractedly. Oh, but I have. Louise looked up quickly. Why? The hockey captain opened her eyes and mouth. Oh, I rather wanted to. The little Jewess giggled. Déjà? She murmured. She did not love Clare. Marian returned to the subject with her usual perseverance. Did you understand it, kid? Louise stammered a little. When she reads it, and when I say it aloud, I think I do. It was impossible to write it down. Let's see what you have put. Agatha, by a quick movement, possessed herself of Louise's exercise book. Louise, shy and desperate, strove silently with her neighbors, who, curious, held her back, while Agatha, holding the book at arm's length, recited from it in a high mocking voice. Chilled Roland to the dark tower came. Description, 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 for 3, 5, 7 pages. You've let yourself go, Louise. Ah, here we are. The meaning of the poem. Now we're getting to it. Shakespeare and Browning may have known all the real history of Chilled Roland, the reason of his quest, the secret of the horror of the tower, but we are left in ignorance. That does not matter, for, as we read, the inner meaning of the terrible poem kills all curiosity. Shuddering, we close the book and pray to God that Chilled Roland's journey may never be ours, that for our adventurous souls, knight-erranting through this queer life, there may never come a choice of ways, a turning from the pleasant highroad, to go upon a hideous journey, till, crossing the plains of loneliness, fear, and sorrow, we face the hills of madness and enter the dark tower of that despair, which is our soul's death. With capital letters galore! What a sentence! Here, shut up, you Spitfire. Louise had wrenched herself free and flung herself upon Agatha in a white heat of anger. Give it me! You've no right! You've no right! She gasped. Her shyness had gone. She was blazing with indignation. Agatha, the book held teasingly out of reach, affected to search for her place. Louise raised her clenched fist desperately. A cool hand caught her wrist in a firm yet kindly grip. A hush fell on the voluble group, and Agatha collapsed into an apologetic nonentity. Clare, who had entered in her usual noiseless fashion, stood a moment between the combatants, watching the effect of her appearance. Her hand shifted to Louise's bony little shoulder. Through the thin blouse she could feel the driven blood pulsing. She did not move till she felt the child regaining comparative calm, when, giving her a gentle push towards her place, she walked slowly to the head of the table and seated herself. The class watched her furtively. It was quite aware that all rules of decorum had been transgressed, that pains and penalties would be in order with any other mistress. But with Miss Hartill there was always glorious uncertainty, and Miss Hartill did not look annoyed. Little gestures began to break the tension, and Agatha, relieved, smiled a shade too broadly. Instantly Clare closed with her. She began blandly. Agatha, I thought you could read aloud better than that. You are not doing your work justice. Pass me your essay. It's Louise's, said Agatha, helplessly. Ah, I see. And you kindly read it to us for her? It's a pity you didn't understand what you read, but an excuse, of course. Louise must not expect too much. Agatha flung up her head angrily. Oh, I understood it all right. I thought it was silly. You did? Read me your own. Now? Certainly. Now Clare, as she corrected and commented upon the weekly essays, did occasionally, if the mood took her, read extracts, humorous chiefly, therefrom. But it had never been customary for a pupil to read her own work aloud. Agatha had the pioneer spirit, but she was no fool. She comprehended that. With Clare inimical, she could climb no higher than the pillory. She fell back upon the tradition of the school. Oh, Miss Hartill, I can't. Why not? No one ever does. Clare waited. Agatha protested redly, her fear of ridicule outweighing her fear of Clare. Miss Hartill, I simply couldn't. Before everybody? All this tosh? All this stuff I wrote? It's a written essay. I couldn't make it sound right aloud. Clare waited. It's not good enough, Miss Hartill, honestly. And we never have. You've never made us. I couldn't. Clare waited. Agatha twisted her hands uneasily. The schoolgirl shyness that its physical misery was upon her. I don't want to, Miss Hartill. I can't. It's not fair to have one's stuff. To be laughed at. To be... She subsided just in time. The class sat, breathless, all eyes on Clare. And Clare waited till defiance faded to unease to helplessness, till the girl, overborne by the utter silence, gave way, and dropping her eyes to her exercise, fluttering its pages in angry embarrassment, finally, with a giggle of pure nervousness, embarked on the opening sentence. Clare cut through the clustering adjectives. Stand up, please." Resistance was over. She rose sullenly. She had been proud of her essay, had worked at it sincerely, knew its periods by heart, but her pleasure in it was destroyed, as completely, she realized, as she had destroyed that of little Louise. More, for Louise had found a champion. That she recognized jealously. Unjust! Her essay was no worse, read soberly, yet she was forced to render it ridiculous. She read a couple of pages in hurried jerks, stumbling over the illegibilities of her own handwriting, balked by Clare's interpolations. She heard her own voice, high-pitched and out of control, perverting her meaning, felt the laden sentences breaking up into chaos on her lips. In her flurry she pronounced familiar words amiss, Clare's calm voice carefully correcting. Once she heard a chuckle. 2 pages. 3. Only that. She remembered that she had boasted of 20. 17 to be read yet, and they were all laughing. To have to stand there. 3 pages. But as Chilled Roland turned round, "Louder, please," said Clare. But as Chilled Roland turned round, and even Marian was laughing, turned round to look once more back to the high road, and slower to the high road, she stopped suddenly, a lump in her throat. "Go on, Agatha." To the high road, the letters danced up and down mistily. To the high road where the cripple, "Oh, Miss Hartill," she cried imploringly, "isn't it enough?" It was surrender. Clare nodded. "Yes, you may sit down now. Your essay, please. Thank you. And now I'll read you, once more, what Louise has to say on the same subject. I dare say you'll find, Agatha, that you were almost as unfair to her essay as you were to your own." And she smiled her sudden dazzling smile. Agatha, against her will, smiled tremulously back. Clare, with a glance at the little figure huddling at the foot of the table, began to read. The essay, for all its schoolgirl slips and extravagances, was unusual. The thought embodied in it, though tinged with morbidity, striking and matured. Clare did it more than justice. Her beautiful voice made music of the crude sentences, revealed, embellished, glorified. Her own interest growing as she read, infected the class. She swept them along with her, mutually enthusiastic. She ended abruptly, her voice like the echoes of a deep bell. Marian broke the little pause. "I like that," she said, as if surprised at herself. "So did I." Clare was pleased. She dipped her pen in red ink and initialed the foot of the essay. "That was good work, Louise. Now, the others." But Louise, shy and glowing, broke in. "But it wasn't all mine, Miss Hartill, not a bit." Clare looked at her, half frowning. "Not yours? Your handwriting?" "Oh, I wrote it, but you've made it different. I hadn't meant it like that." Clare raised a quizzical eyebrow. "I have misinterpreted?" Louise was too much in earnest to be fluttered. "I only mean, you made it sound so beautiful that it was like listening to an organ. I didn't bother about the words while you read. It was all colors and gold, like the things in the Venetian room. You know, the meaning didn't matter. But I did mean something, not half so good, of course, only quite different. Horrid and grisly like the plane he traveled through, Chilled Roland. It ought to have sounded harsh and starved, like rats pattering. What I meant, not beautiful." "I see." Clare was interested. She was quite aware that she had used her magnificent voice to impress arbitrarily her opinion of Louise's work upon the class. That Louise, impressionable as she knew her to be, should have yet detected the trick, amused her greatly. "So you think I didn't understand your essay?" Louise's shy smile was very pleasant. "Oh, Miss Hartill, I'm not so stupid. It's only that I can't have got the atmosphere," the girl in spectacles helped her. "The atmosphere that I meant to. So you put in a different one to help it, and it did. But it wasn't what I meant." Clare glanced at her inscrutably and began to score the other essays. She would get at Louise's meaning in her own way. She skimmed a couple, Agatha, be it recorded, receiving the coveted initials before she spoke again. "Didn't I tell you to learn Childe Roland, too? Ah, I thought so. Begin, Marian, while I finish these. 2 verses." Her pen scratched on as Marian's expressionless voice rose, fell, and finished. Agatha continued, jarringly dramatic. 2 more followed her. Then Clare put down her pen. "For Mark." There was a warning undertone in Louise's colorless voice that crept across the room like a shadow. Clare lifted her head and stared at her. "For Mark. No sooner was I fairly found, pledged to the plain, after a pace or two, than, pausing to throw backward a last view, o'er the safe road, 'twas gone. Grey plain all round, nothing but plain to the horizon's bound. I might go on, naught else remained to do." There was horror in the whispering voice, the accents of one bowed beneath intolerable burdens, sick with the knowledge of nearing doom, gay with the flippancy of despair. Louise was looking straight before her, vacant as a medium, her hands lying laxly in her lap. Clare made a quick sign to her neighbor to be silent, and the strained voice rose anew. Clare listened perplexedly. She told herself that this was sheer technique. Some trick had been played. She was harboring some child actress of parts, only to be convinced of folly. She knew all about Louise. Besides, she had heard the child read aloud before. Good, clean, intelligent delivery. But nothing like this. This was uncanny. Uncanny yet magnificent. The artist in her settled down to enjoyment, yet she was uneasy too. And just as far as ever from the end. The creeping voice toiled on across the haunted plain, growing louder, clearer, nearer. Vision was forced upon Clare, serene in her form room, swift and sudden vision. She not only heard, every sense responded. At her feet lay the wasteland of the poem. She smelt the dank air, shrank from the clammy undergrowth, watched the bowed figure of the wandering knight, stumbling forwards doggedly. It was coming towards her, the outline blurred in the evening mist, the face hidden. The voice was surely his? Not here, when noise was everywhere. It tolled, increasing like a bell. She heard it alive with warning. Nearer, ever nearer. The bowed form was at her very feet, as the voice rose anew in despairing defiance. "To view the last of me." The helmeted head was flung back. The voice echoed from hill to hill. "I saw them, and I knew them all. And yet, dauntless, the slug horn to my lips I set, and blew. Childe Roland to the dark tower came." The figure fell, face upwards, at her feet. Clare tore at the visor with desperate hands, for at the last line the strong voice had broken, quavering into the pitiful treble of a frightened child. The bars melted under her touch, as dream things will, and she was staring down at no bearded face, but at Louise. Louise herself, with blank, dead eyes and a broken, blood-flecked face. The dead mouth smiled. "You see, that was what I meant, Miss Hartill. That atmosphere." Clare roused herself with a start. Louise, rosily alive, and quivering with eagerness, was waiting for her comments. She got none. "Begin again," said Clare mechanically to the next girl. The brightness died out of Louise's face as she subsided in her seat. Clare, dazed as she was, saw it, and was touched. The child deserved praise, should not be punished for the vagaries of Clare's own fantasy. And the monkey could recite! She shook off the impression of that recital as best she could. Curious, the freaks of the imagination! She must tell Alwynne of the adventure. Alwynne, dreamer of dreams. And Alwynne was interested in Louise, was coaching her. Perhaps she was responsible. Had coached her in that very poem? She hoped not. It would be interference. She did not like interference. But no, that performance was entirely original, she felt sure. There was genius in the girl, sheer genius, and but for Clare herself, she would yet be rotting undeveloped in the lower third. She was pleased with herself, pleased with Louise too, ready to tell her so, To see the child's face light up again delightedly, she was less attractive in repose. Clare's chance came. It was the turn of the hockey captain to her side. She appealed to Clare. "Oh, Miss Hartill, you said I needn't. Louise and I, because of all our extra work, not the poem." Clare considered. "I remember. Very well. But Louise," she looked at her questioningly, half smiling, "when did you find the time?" Louise laughed. "I don't know, Miss Hartill. It found itself." "Ah, and how much extra work have you, Louise?" Louise reflected. "All the afternoons, I think, and 3 evenings when I go to lectures, and, of course, gallery days, when I make up in the evenings." "And homework?" "Oh, there's heaps of time at night always." Clare smiled upon her class. "Well, lower fifth, what do you think of it?" The class opened its mouth. "Louise has moved up 4 forms. She's 13. She's top of the class and first in today's results. You hear what her extra work is, and she finds time to learn, chilled rollin', optional. What do you think of it?" Agatha bit down her envy. "It's pretty good," you said. Clare's glance approved her. "Yes, so I think. It's so good that I'm more than pleased. I'm impressed, rather proud of my youngest pupil. For next time you will learn," and with one of her quick transitions she began to dictate her homework. The gong clanged as she finished. Alwyn's voice was heard in the passage, inquiring for Miss Hartill, and Clare hurried out. Followed a confused banging of books and desk lids, a tangle of fragmentary remarks, and much trampling of boots on uncarpeted boards, as one after another followed her. Within 5 minutes the room was bare, save for Clare's forgotten satchel at the upper end of the big table, and Louise, motionless in her chair at the foot. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 6 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 6. Louise was tasting happiness. Happiness was a new and absorbing experience to Louise. The only child of a former marriage, she had grown up among boisterous half-brothers with whom she had little fellowship. Her father, a thriving merchant, was prouder of his second brood of apple-cheeked youngsters than of his firstborn, who fitted in with the scheme of life as ill as her mother had done. He had imagined himself in love with his first wife, had married her, piqued by her elusive ways, charmed by her pale, wood-sorrel beauty, and she, shy and unawakened, had taken his 6 feet of bone and muscle for outward and visible sign of the matured, spiritual strength her nature needed. The disappointment was mutual as swift. It had taken no longer than the honeymoon to convince the one that he had burdened himself with a fast, the other that she was tied to a Philistine. For a year they shared bed and board, severed and inseparable as earth and moon. Then the wife, having passed on to a daughter the heritage of a nature rare and impracticable as a sensitive plant, died and was forgotten. The widower's speedy remarriage proved an unqualified success. Indeed, the worthy man's afterlife was so uniformly and deservedly prosperous, he was as shrewd and industrious in his business as he was genial and domesticated in his home, that he might be forgiven if his affection for his eldest child were tepid. For, apart from her likeness to his first wife, she was, in existing, a constant reminder of the one mistake of a prosperous career. He was kind to her, however, in his fashion, gave her plenty of pocket money, he was fond of giving, saw to it that she had a sufficiency of toys and sweets, though it piqued him that she had never been known to ask for any, otherwise was content to leave her to his wife. The second Mrs. Dane, kindly, capable, and unimaginative as her husband, had her sense of duty to her stepdaughter, but she was too much occupied in bearing and rearing her own family, whose numbers were augmented with Victorian regularity, to consider more than the physical well-being of the child. Louise was well fed and warmly clad. Her share was accorded her in the pleasures of the nursery. What more could a busy woman do? Louise, docile and reserved, was not unhappy. Until she went to school, however, her mental outlook resembled that of a person suffering from myopia. Her elders, her half-brothers, all the persons of her small world, were indefinite figures among whom she moved, confused and blundering. She knew of their existence, but to focus them seemed as impossible as to establish communication. She did not try overhard. She was sensitive to ridicule. It was easier to retire within her childish self, be her own confidant and questioner. She had an intricate imagination, and before she learned to read, had created for herself a fantastically complete inner world, in which she moved, absorbed and satisfied. Indeed, her outward surroundings became at last so dangerously shadowy that her manner began to show how entire was her abstraction, and Mrs. Denny, sworn foe to sulks and moping, saw fit to engage a governess as an antidote. The governess, a colorless lady, achieved little, though she was useful in taking the little boys for walks. But she taught Louise to read, and thereafter the child assumed entire charge of her own education. The mother's books, velvety with dust that had sifted down upon them since the day, 6 years back, when they had been tumbled in piles on an attic floor by busy maids preparing for the advent of the second Mrs. Denny, were discovered, one rainy day, by a pinafored Siegfried, alert for treasure. Contented years were passed in consuming the trove. Her mother's choice of books was so completely to her taste that they gave the lonely child her first experience of mental companionship, suggesting to her that there might be other intelligences in the world about her than the kindly, stolid folk who cherished her growing body and ignored her growing mind. She was almost startled at times to realize how completely this vague mother of hers would have understood her. Each new volume, fanciful or quizzical or gracious, seemed a direct gift from an invisible yet human personality that concerned itself with her as no other had ever done, that was never occupied with the dustiness of the attic or a forgotten tea hour, but was astonishingly sensitive to the needs of the little soul, struggling unaided to birth. The pile of books, to her hungry affections, became the temple, the veritable dwelling place of her mother's spirit. Seated on the sun-baked floor, book on knee, the noises of the high road floating up to her, distance dulled and soothing, she would shake her thick hair across her face, and see through its veil a melting, shifting shadow of a hand that helped to turn her pages. The warm floor was a soft lap, the battered trunk a shoulder that supported, the faint breeze a kiss upon her lips. The fantastic qualities the mother had bequeathed recreated her in the mind of her child, bringing vague comfort, who knows, alike to the dead and the living Louise. Yet the impalpable intercourse, compact of make-believe and yearnings, was, at its sweetest, no safe substitute for the human companionships that were lacking in the life of Louise. Half-consciously she desired an elder sister, a friend, on whom to lavish the stores of her ardent, reticent nature. At 12 she was sent to school. At first it did little for her. She was unaccustomed to companions of her own age and sex, and, quite simply, did not know how to make friends with many who would have been willing enough, if she could have contributed her share, the small change of joke and quarrel and confidence towards intimacy. But Louise was too inured to the solitude of crowds to be troubled by her continued loneliness. She met the complaints of Mrs. Denny that she had made no friends like other children, with a shrug of resignation. What could she do? She supposed that she was not nice enough. People didn't like her. Secretly her stepmother agreed. She was kind to Louise, but she, too, did not like her. She found her irritating. Her dreamy, absent manner, her very docility and absence of self-assertion were annoying to a hardy woman who was braced rather than distressed by an occasional battle of wills. She thought her shyness foolish, doubted the insincerity of her humility, and looked upon her shrinking from publicity, noise, and rough caresses, her love of books and solitude, as a morbid pose. Yet she was just a woman and did not let the child guess at her dislike, though she made no pretense of actual affection. She knew perfectly well that Louise's mother, they had been schoolgirls together, had irritated her in exactly the same way. Educationally, too, the first year at school affected Louise but slightly. Her brother's governesses had done their best for the shy, intelligent girl, and her wide reading had trained, her awkwardness and childish appearance obscured, a personality in some respects dangerously matured. But her dreaminess and total ignorance of the routine of lesson learning hampered her curiously. She learnt mechanically, using her brain but little for her easy tasks, and she was not considered particularly promising. With Clare's intervention, the world was changed for Louise. She had her first taste of active pleasure. It is difficult to realize what an effect a woman of Clare's temperament must have had on the impressionable child. In her knowledge, her enthusiasms, her delicate intuition and keen intellectual sympathy, she must have seemed the embodiment of all dreams, the fulfillment of every longing, the ideal made flesh. A wanderer in an alien land, homesick, hungry, for whom, after weary days, a queen descends from her throne, speaking his language, supplying his unvoiced wants, might feel something of the adoring gratitude that possessed Louise. She rejoiced in Clare as a vault-bred flower in sunlight. On all human beings, child or adult, emotional adventure entails, sooner or later, physical exhaustion. The deeper, the more novel the experience, the greater the drain on the bodily strength. To Louise, involved in the first passionate experience of her short life, in an affection as violent and undisciplined as a child's must be, an affection in itself completely occupying her mind and exhausting her energies, the amount of work made necessary by the position to which Clare and her own ambition had assigned her was more of a burden than either realized. Only Alwynne, sympathetic coach, for Louise had 2 years back work to condense and assimilate, guessed how great were the efforts the child was making. Clare, who always affected unconsciousness of her own effect on the ambitions of the children, had persuaded herself that Louise was entirely in her right place, and Louise herself was too young and too feverishly happy to consider the occasional headaches, fits of lassitude, and nights cinematographed with dreams as anything but irritating pebbles in her path to success and Clare. The weeks in her new class had been spread with happiness, a happiness that had grown like Elijah's cloud, till, on the day of the Browning lesson, as she listened to the beloved voice making music of her halting sentences, to the words of praise, of affection even, that followed, it stretched from horizon to horizon. As she sat in the deserted classroom, her neat packet of sandwiches untasted in the satchel at her elbow, she relived that golden hour, dwelling on its incidents as a miser counts money. There was the stormy beginning, Agatha's mockery, her own raging helplessness, Clare's entrance, the exquisite thrill she had felt at her touch, that was not only gratitude for championship. Never before had Clare been so near to her, so gentle, so protecting. And afterwards, facing Louise at the foot of the table, how beautiful she had been. Yet some of the girls could not see it. They were fools. Her head had been framed in the small square window, so darkened and cobwebbed by crimson vines, that only the merest blur of white clouds and blue hills was visible. She had worn a gown of duller blue that lay in stiff folds. The bowl of Christmas roses, that mirrored themselves on the dark, polished table, had hidden the papers and the smeared inkpot. Suddenly Louise remembered some austere Dutch Madonnas over whom delightful but erratic Miss Durand had lingered, on their last visit to a picture gallery. She called them beautiful. Louise, with fascinated eyes sidling past a wallful of riotous Rubens to fix on the soap and gentian of a Sesaferato, had wondered if Miss Durand were trying to be funny. She remembered, too, how some of the younger girls, comparing favorites, had called Miss Hartill ugly. She had raged loyally, yet, secretly, all but agreed. With her child's love of pink and white prettiness, she had had no eyes for Clare's irregular features. But today something in Clare's pose had recalled the Dutch pictures, and in a flash she had understood, and wondered at her blindness. Miss Durand was right. The drawn, grave faces and rigid outlines had beauty, had charm, the charm of her stern smile. The saints were hedged with lilies, and she, too, had had white flowers before her that filled the air with the smell of the marvelous Roman church at Westminster. The painted ladies were Madonnas, mothers, and Miss Hartill, too, had worn for a moment their protective look, half fierce, half tender. Why was it? What has made her so kind? Not only today, but always? The girls feared her, some of them. Those that she did not like talked of her temper and her tongue. Rose Levy hated her. Even Agatha and Marian, and all of them, were a little frightened, though they adored. Louise was never frightened. How could one be frightened of one so kind and wonderful? She could say what she liked to Miss Hartill, and be sure that she would understand. It was like being in the attic, talking aloud. Mother would have been like that, if it could be. Louise, her chin in her double fists, launched out upon her sea of make-believe. If it could be, if it were possible, that Mother, not Mamma, cheery, obtuse Mamma of nursery and parlor, but Mother, the shadow of the attic, had come back? All things are possible to him that believeth. And Mr. Chesterton had said there was no real reason why tulips should not grow on oaks. Heaps of people, all India, believed in reincarnation, and there was the gateless barrier and the dead leman for proof. Might it not be? The idea was intoxicating. She did not actually believe in it, but she played with it, wistfully, letting her imagination run riot. She wove fantastic variations on the themes. Why not? Perhaps. Who knows? She was but 13 and very lonely. She was in far too exalted a mood to have an appetite for her sandwiches or time for the books beside her. She was due for extra work with Alwynne at 3, and the intervening hours should have been used for preparation. Wasting her time at sitting up at night, as Louise was well aware, and a tussle with Mrs. Denny concerned for the waste of gas. But for all that, she would not and could not rouse herself from the trance of pleasure that was upon her. Her mind was contemplating Clare as a mystic contemplates his divinity, wrapped in an ecstasy of adoration, oblivious alike of place and time. She did not hear the luncheon gong, or the gong for afternoon school, or a door opening and shutting behind her. Yet it did not startle her when, turning dreamily to tap on her shoulder, she found herself facing Miss Hartill herself. Miss Hartill should have left the school before lunch, she knew, but it was all in order. What could surprise one on this miraculous day? She did not even rise, as etiquette demanded, but she smiled up at Clare with an expression of welcoming delight that disarmed comment. Clare, too, could ignore conventions. She was merely touched and amused by the child's expression. "Well, Louise? Very busy?" Louise glanced vaguely at her books. "Yes, I ought to be, I don't believe I've touched anything. I was thinking 2 hours on end? Do you know the time? I heard Miss Durand clamoring for you just now." Clare looked mischievous. She could forgive forgetfulness of other people's classes. Louise was serene. "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'd forgotten. I must go." But she made no movement. She sat looking at Miss Hartill as if nothing else existed for her. The intent, fearless adoration in her eyes was very pleasant to Clare. Novel, too, after the more sophisticated glances of the older girls. With an odd little impulse of motherliness, she picked up Louise's books, stacked them neatly, and fitted them into the satchel. Louise watched her. Miss Hartill buckled the strap and handed her the bundle. "There you are, Louise. Run along, my child. I'm afraid you'll get a scolding." She stooped to her, bright-eyed, laughing. "And what were you thinking of, Louise, for 2 long hours?" "You," said Louise simply. A touch of color stole into Clare's thin cheeks. She took the small face between her hands and kissed it lightly. "Silly child," said Miss Hartill. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 7. Alwynne, drumming with her fingers on the window-sill as she stood by Louise's desk, was distinctly annoyed. Louise, for the first time since she had known her, was late. It was, indeed, not one of her assigned classes, but she and Louise had found their hours together so insufficient for all the work that they were trying to make good, that Alwynne had good-naturedly arranged to give her a daily extra lesson. It bit into Alwynne's meager free time, but she was fond of Louise, proud of her, too, and there was Clare. Clare was so anxious for Louise's success. Clare had been so pleased with the plan. Perhaps it was natural that Alwynne, as she made the arrangement, forgot to consult Elsbeth. She told her about it afterwards, and Elsbeth praised her for her unselfishness and was anxious lest she should be overtired. She did not remind Alwynne that she was alone all day, that she had been accustomed to look forward to the gay tea hour, when Alwynne returned, full of news and nonsense. She resigned herself cheerfully to a solitary meal, and to keeping the muffins hot against Alwynne's uncertain homecoming. The extra lessons had been a real boon to Louise, and she had grown attached to Alwynne and intimate with her. Alwynne's elder sisterly attitude to the children she taught, although it horrified the older women, was seldom abused. It merely made her the recipient of quaint confidences, and gave her an insight into the characters of her pupils that was invaluable to girls and governess alike. To developing girls, a confidant is a necessity. The present boarding school system of education ousts the mother from that, her natural position, renders her, to the daughter steeped in an alien atmosphere, an outsider, lacking all understanding. Invaluable years pass before the artificial gulf that boarding school creates between them is spanned, and the substitute for the only form of sympathy and interest that is entirely untainted by selfish impulses is usually the chance acquaintance, the neighbor of desk and bedroom. Occasionally, very occasionally, for the girl's feverish admiration usually precludes sane acquaintanceship, a mistress of more than average insight. Such a mistress, Alwynne, in spite of, or perhaps because of, her youthful indiscretions of manner, was in a fair way to become. And of all the children who had opened their affairs to her, none had experienced more completely the tonic effect of a kind heart and a sense of humor than Louise. She would come to her lesson, overtired from the strain of the morning classes, overstimulated from the contact with Clare, over-hopeful or utterly depressed as the mood took her. Alwynne's cheerful interest was a balm to the child's overwrought nerves. Alwynne let her spend a quarter of an hour or more in confiding the worries and excitements of the day, after which Louise, curiously revived, contrived to get through an amazing amount of work. There was no doubt as to Louise's capacity for advanced work, but her state of mind affected her output. She was, as Alwynne once phrased it to Clare, like a violin, you had to tune her up before she was fit for use. And Alwynne's tuning had done more than she or Clare or even Louise herself had guessed towards her success in her new class. Bit by bit, Alwynne had heard all about Louise, the details of her meager home life, her attitude to the busy world of school that frightened while it attracted her, her difficulties with her fellows, her delight in her work. Finally there was Clare. Louise was very shy about Clare, inclined to scent mockery, to be on the defensive, but Alwynne's own matter-of-fact enthusiasm had its effect. Also, Alwynne's interest, though it invited, never demanded confidences. It took Louise some time to realize that it arose from simple friendliness of soul, that there was neither curiosity nor pedagogic zeal behind it, that though she was teased and laughed at, she was respected and, out of school hours, treated as an equal, that she and her schoolgirl secrets were safe with Miss Durand. It was, indeed, in the light of after events, pathetic that Louise, dazzled by Clare's will-o'-the-wisp brilliance, never realized how close to her for a season the friend, the elder sister she had longed for, really stood. With the egoism of a child, and a child in love, she was humbly and passionately grateful for Clare's least sign of interest, yet accepted all the many little kindnesses that Alwynne showed her as a matter of course. She scarcely realized, absorbed as she was in Clare, that she was even fond of Miss Durand, yet she relied on her implicitly. And Alwynne, innocent of the jealous, acquisitive impulse that tainted Clare's intercourse with any girl who caught her fancy, was not at all disturbed or hurt by Louise's attitude. She looked after the child as she would have looked after a starving cat or a fugitive emperor, if they had come her way, as a matter of course, and as instinctively as she ate her dinner. She was thinking of Louise as she sat waiting, and a little curious as to what the child would say to her. She had heard all about the Browning lesson at lunch from Rose Levy, whose veiled, epigrammatic malice was usually amusing. Agatha had been on her other side, and she had anticipated equally amusing protests and contradictions and a highly colored and totally different version. But Agatha had been unusually subdued that morning. Both had made it apparent, however, that Clare had been more than a little pleased with Louise. But, however triumphant Louise's morning might have been, she had no business to be late now. What did she mean by keeping her waiting? Twice had Alwynne been down to the preparation room, searching for her. She did not mean to be impertinent, of course, but it was, at least, casual. Alwynne, with easy, evanescent indignation, resolved to give Louise a taste of her tongue. Here the child herself burst in upon her meditations, flushed to her glowing eyes, that were bright as if with drugs, excited as Alwynne had never yet guessed that she could be, charged with some indefinable quality, as a live wire is charged with electricity. She stammered her apologies mechanically, sure of pardon, and, the formality complied with, was eager, touchingly eager for questions and the relief of communication. But Alwynne, at 19, could not be expected to forego a legitimate grievance. She read Louise a little lecture on punctuality and politeness, and settled at once to the work in hand. She said, with intention, that they must not waste any more time. Louise submitted with her usual meekness, and did, Alwynne could see, do her utmost to apply herself to her work. But her answers were ludicrously vague and mal à propos, and she met Alwynne's comments, momentarily sharper, with an abstracted smile. Suddenly Alwynne lost patience with her. "I don't know what's the matter with you today, Louise," she said sharply. "I don't believe you've taken in a word of what I've said. If you can't take a little more trouble, I'd better go home." Louise, obviously and pathetically jerked back to consciousness from some dreamer's paradise, looked up at her with scared, apologetic eyes. The radiance dimmed slowly from her face. She made no answer, only to put up her hand to her head, with a queer little gesture of helplessness. "What's the matter with you?" demanded Alwynne, but already more gently. Her anger was always fleeting as a puff of smoke. But Louise merely shrugged her shoulders and looked vaguely at her again. Then she returned to her work. Alwynne, walking up and down the room, watched her intently as she bent over the Latin grammar. She was wrinkling her brows over a piece of prose that she had already construed at the previous lesson, and with an ease that had astonished Alwynne. She looked bewildered and put her hand to her head again. Her efforts to recall her wandering thoughts were patent and almost physical in their intensity. Her small hand hovered, contracting and relaxing, like a baby catching at butterflies. Alwynne was puzzled by her. The child was sincere, but obviously something momentous had happened and was still occupying her, to the exclusion of all else. Alwynne wished that she had been less hasty. She felt that she should not have checked her. She stood a moment beside her, reading what she had written. It was scarcely legible and made no sense. She put a hand on her shoulder. "Louise, you are writing nonsense. What is it? Tell me what the matter is." Louise laid down her pen, gave her a quick, shy smile, hesitated uncertainly, then, to Alwynne's dismay, collapsed on the low desk in a fit of wild, hysterical crying. Alwynne always shed the mistress in emergency. She whipped her arms about the child and, sitting down, gathered her into her lap. She felt how the little, thin body was wrenched and shaken by the sobs it did not attempt to control, but she said nothing, only held it comfortingly tight. Slowly the paroxysm subsided, and the words came, jerky, fragmentary, faint. Alwynne bent close to catch them. Louise was so sorry. She was all right now. Mr. Rand must think her crazy. No, nothing wrong. It was the other way round. She was so happy that it frightened her. She was madly happy. She had been in heaven all day. It was too wonderful to tell anyone about. Even Mr. Rand. Miss Hartill. No one could ever know what Miss Hartill was. She had been so good to her, so wonderful. She had made Louise so happy that she was frightened. She couldn't believe it was possible to be so madly happy. That was all. Yes, it had made her cry, the pure happiness. Wasn't it silly? Only she was so dreadfully tired. It had hurt her head trying to do the Latin, because she was so tired. Yes, she had had headaches lately, but she didn't care. It was worth it, to please Miss Hartill. It was queer that being so happy should make her want to cry. It was comical, wasn't it? She began to laugh as she spoke, with tears brimming over her lashes, and for a few moments was inclined to be hysterical again. But Alwynne's firm grasp and calm voice was too much for Louise's will, weakened by emotion and fatigue. She was soon coaxed and hushed into quiet again, and after lying passively for a while in Alwynne's arms, fell into the sudden light sleep of utter exhaustion. Alwynne, rocking her gently, sat on in the darkening room, without a thought of the passage of time, puzzling over the problem in her arms. She was too ignorant and inexperienced to understand Louise's outburst, or to realize the dangerous strain that the child's sensibilities were undergoing, but the touch of the little figure, clinging, nestling to her, stirred her. She was vaguely aware that something, somehow, was amiss. Innocently she rejoiced that Clare was being kind to Louise, that the child was so happy and content, but the complaint of fatigue, the frequent headaches, troubled her. She would speak to Elsbeth. Perhaps the child needed a tonic? Elsbeth would know. She glanced down. How different people looked asleep. She had never before realized how young Louise was. What was she, 13? But what a baby she looked, with her thin, child's shape and small, clutching hands. It was the long-lashed lids that did it, hiding the beautiful eyes that were so much older, as she saw now, than the rest of Louise. With her soul asleep, Louise looked 10, and a frail little ghost of 10 at that. Alwynne frowned. She supposed Clare Hartill realized how young Louise was right in allowing her to work so hard? But Clare knew all about girls, and what did she, Alwynne, know? After all, Louise had never flagged before. It was probably the usual end-of-term fatigue, and of course it was necessarily an unusually stiff 3 months for her. She needed a holiday. Next term would come more easily to her, poor little impetuous Louise. Alwynne realized that she was growing fond of the child. Suddenly she heard footsteps in the corridor, and her own name in Clare's impatient accents. Louise, too, roused at the sound, and, jerking herself upright, slid from Alwynne's lap to her feet as the door opened and the light was switched on with a snap. Clare stood in the doorway. Serenely, Alwynne rose, smoothing the creases in her dress, while with the other hand she steadied Louise, swaying and blinking in the strong light. Clare's sharp eyes appreciated her calm no less than the tear stains on Louise's cheek. She guessed distortedly at the situation. She bit her lip. She found nothing to be annoyed at, yet she was not pleased. "Alwynne, I've been hunting for you high and low. I thought you were coming home to tea with me." Alwynne beamed at her. "Of course. And do you know, I forgot to tell Elsbeth. Isn't it disgraceful? But I'm coming." She turned to Louise. My dear, run along home and get to bed early. You look dreadfully tired. Doesn't she, Miss Hartill?" But Clare was already in the passage. Alwynne hurried after her with a last cheerful nod, and Louise heard the echo of their footsteps die away in the distance. Still dazed and heavy with sleep, her thoughts obscured and chaotic, she sat down again stupidly at her desk in the alcove of the window. She leaned her forehead against the cold pane and looked out. It was a wild night. The wind soughed and shrieked in the bare trees. The rain tore past in gusts. The lamp post at the corner was mirrored in the wet pavement, like a moon on an oily sea. Louise pushed open the casement. The wind lulled as she did so, and she leaned out. The air, at least, was mild, and a faint backwash of rain sprayed soothingly upon her hot cheeks and swollen eyes. Slowly her thoughts shaped themselves. So the day was over, the happiest day she had ever had. She thought God was very wonderful to have made such a woman as Miss Hartill. She sent him a hasty little prayer of thanks. But she had been very foolish that afternoon. She could not understand it now. She hoped Miss Durand would not tell Miss Hartill. Miss Hartill had been in a great hurry. Was that why she had not said good night to her? But such a little word. She wondered why Miss Hartill had not said good night to her. The front door below the window creaked and opened. Louise peered downwards. Miss Durand and Miss Hartill came down the steps sheltering under one umbrella, talking. Their voices floated up. "I hope you don't spoil her, Alwynne." "Yes, I know." Alwynne was murmuring friendly adjectives. "But a mistress is in a peculiar position. You should not let yourself be too familiar." A gust of wind and rain, whirling down the road, bore away the rest of the sentence. Louise shut the window. She shivered a little as she gathered up her books. Her happiest day was over. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 8 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 8. A week before Christmas, Alwynne began to wonder how the day itself should be spent, or rather, if her plans for the spending would ever pass Elsbeth's censorship. She was doubtful. For the last 2 or 3 years, Christmas had been to them a rock of collision. The pity of it, thought Alwynne. Once it had been the event, the crowning glory, the very reason of the ending year. A year, indeed, had always presented itself to her in advance as a wide country through which she must make her way, to reach the hostel. Christmas, hidden in the midst of time, on its further border. She had the whole map of the land in her mind, curiously vivid and distinct. She had never consciously devised the picture. It had, from the first, presented itself complete and unalterable. She stood, on New Year's Day, at the entrance of a country lane which ran between uneven hedges through a varying countryside of fields and woods and heatherland. Each change in the surroundings represented a month, the smaller indifferences the weeks and days. She went down this winding lane as the days went by, in slow content. January was a silent expanse of high tableland, snowbound to the horizon. Winding downhill through the sodden grassland of the bare February country, where she lighted on nothing but early parsnip fronds and sleepy celandine buds, in the dripping wickery hedges, she passed at last into the wood of March, a wood of pollard hazels and greening oaks, and bramble-guarded dingles, where the anemones grew and the first primroses. She slipped and slithered in and out of mossy leaf pits, and the briars clawed her hair in pinafore, as she rubbed the primrose clumps with wet, reddened fingers. The wind shrieked overhead and wrestled wildly with the bare branches, but beyond there was blue sky and a drift of cloud. But, unawares, she would always head through the wood to where the trees grew thinner, and dash out at last, through a mist of pale cuckoo pint, into the cowslip field that was April. The path ran on through May and June between fields of ox-eye daisies and garden roses, always downhill, till she tumbled into August, the deep hot valley. There she found the sea. With September the road lifted steadily, growing stony and ever steeper. It wound on ahead of her like a silver thread through a brocade of red and gold and purple that was heather and bracken and beech. But the beech blossoms could never be gathered. They fell apart into a shower of dull leaves and left her with a branch of bare twigs in her hand. The bryony berries that she twisted into wreaths stained her straw hat with their black, evil juice. Even the manna-like old man's beard smelled sour and rotten. The decaying, witch-like beauty of the season tricked and frightened her. Autumn was a hard hill to climb. But far away, on the summit of that difficult hill, stood a house. An old house, gaily bricked, dressed in ivy, with a belfry from which carols rang out unceasingly. It was always night-time where it stood, and cheerful lights were set in every window. Alwynne never saw the house till she had turned the bend of the road into November. Then it faced her suddenly, and she would wave to the distant windows with a thrill of excitement, and quicken her steps, with the goal of the journey in sight at last. There was yet a weary climb before it was reached. Every day of December was a boulder, painfully beclambered. But she would come to the gates at last, and tear up the frosty drive, from the shadow of whose shrubberies Jacob Marley peered and clanked at her, and ghosts of Christmas turkeys gobbled horribly, to the open holly-hung doorway where Santa Claus, authentic in beard and dressing-gown, welcomed her with Elsbeth's voice. Followed stay-at-home days of delirious merrymaking, from which she awoke a week later, to find herself, her back to a closed door, a spent cracker in her hand, looking out again, eager and a little wistful, across the white untrodden plain of yet another January. But ever the next Christmas beckoned her anew. To Elsbeth, too, Christmas was the day of delights, and Alwynne the queen of it. To Elsbeth, too, the pleasure of it began many weeks earlier in the secret fashioning of quaint gifts and surprises, and the anticipation of the small niece's delight in them. Elsbeth would have cheerfully cut off one of her slim fingers if Alwynne had happened to covet it. The childless woman loved Alwynne. The child in Alwynne she worshipped. But though the delight of actual motherhood was denied Elsbeth, she was spared none of its chagrins. Stooping for years to a child's level, she was cruelly shaken when Alwynne, suddenly and inexplicably, as it always seems, grew up. It took Elsbeth almost as many years to straighten herself again. Years when Alwynne, in the arrogance of her enterprising youth, thought that Elsbeth was sometimes awfully childish. She supposed that she was growing old. She used not to be like that. Thereafter, each Christmas, challenging comparison as it did with the memory-mellowed charm of its forerunners, emphasized the change that had taken place. Yearly the ideal Christmas lured them to the old observances. Yearly the reality satisfied them less. Elsbeth still sat up half the night on Christmas Eve, at work upon the little tree. Alwynne still planned gorgeous and laborious presents for her aunt. Elsbeth still filled a stocking, outsize, with tiptoe secrecy, and Alwynne, at 16, still ran across in her dressing-gown and curled up on Elsbeth's bed to unpack it. But at 16 one is too old and too young to be a child any more. The tree was a fir tree, pure and simple. The fairy lights stank of tallow, and not even for the sake of a new bright sixpence would Alwynne, in the thick of a vegetarian fad, devour a slice of the evil-colored Christmas pudding. Elsbeth, as she saw her old-time jokes and small surprises that could no longer surprise fall utterly flat, thought that school had altered Alwynne altogether, that she was assuming airs of maturity ridiculous in a child of her age. 16? She's a mere baby still, affirmed poor Elsbeth. That she was growing indifferent, superior, heartless, and Alwynne, trying to appear amused, wondered why Christmas was so different from what it used to be, and wished heartily that Elsbeth would not try to be skittish. It didn't suit her, made her seem undignified. Each, longing for the old days, when the other had conjured up so easily the true spirit of the festival, tried her affectionate best to do so still. Each, failing inevitably blamed the other. Neither realized that Dan Christmas is the god of very little children, and that where they are not, he too does not linger. But the last restless, unsatisfactory day had settled the matter for them finally. Alwynne had fidgeted through morning service and pained her aunt on the walk home with her skeptical young comments, had omitted to kiss her under the mistletoe, had sat through the ceremonious meal, answering Elsbeth's cheerful pleasantries in monosyllables, and finally, after an unguarded remark and the inevitable reproving comment, had flung out of the room in a fever of irritation. She came near thinking Elsbeth a foolish and intolerable old maid, and Elsbeth, sitting sadly over the fire all the lonely afternoon, puzzled meekly over Alwynne's hardness of heart, and cried a little, in pure longing, for the baby of a few years back, to whom she had been as God. They were reconciled, of course, by tea-time. Alwynne, quieted by solitude, was soon bewildered at her own ill-humor, shocked at the sentiments she had been able to entertain, remorseful at hurting Elsbeth's feelings, and spoiling her Christmas day. They were able to send each other to bed happy again. But they had no more snapdragons and early stockings. The next Christmas, shorn of its splendors, was a strange day to them both, but, at least, a peaceful one, with Alwynne at her gentlest, and Elsbeth forgiving her as best she could, for her long skirts and her 17 years. With the passing of yet another year, however, Alwynne's last scruple as to the sacrosanct privacy of Christmas celebrations vanished utterly. The ideal day, she saw at last, and clearly, should be neither a children's carnival nor a symposium of relatives. Alwynne knew of none but Elsbeth, but she dearly loved a phrase. Christmas should be a time of social intercourse, of peace and goodwill towards men, the human race, neighbors and friends, not merely relations. One should not shut oneself up. It would be a sound idea, for instance, to ask someone to dinner, a friend of Elsbeth's, or there was Clare. It would be very jolly if Clare could come to dinner. Clare was delightful when she was in holiday mood. She could keep the table in a roar. A little fun would do Elsbeth good. Surely Elsbeth would enjoy having Clare to dinner? She found herself, however, experiencing considerable difficulty in opening up the project to her aunt. Elsbeth, to whom the possibility of such a request had long ago presented itself, who could have told you by sheer intuition at what exact moment the idea occurred to her niece, gave her no help. Alwynne had contrived to put her in the position of appearing to approve Clare Hartill. Clare, she felt, had had something to do with that. She knew that it would be unwise to lose the advantage of her apparent tolerance, knew that Clare expected her to lose it by some impulsive expression of mistrust or dislike, and intended to utilize the lapse for her own ends. It would be easy for Clare to pose as the generous victim of unreasoning hostility, but Clare should not, she resolved, have the opportunity. She, Elsbeth, would never be so far lacking in cordiality as to give her any sort of handle. But Clare Hartill should not eat her Christmas dinner with them, vowed Elsbeth, for all that. So for a couple of days, Alwynne, approaching Elsbeth from all possible angles, found no crack in her armor, and somewhat puzzled, but entirely unsuspicious, thought it hard that Elsbeth should be, at times, so curiously unresponsive. She would not have scrupled to ask her aunt outright to invite Clare, but she quite genuinely wished to find out first if Elsbeth would mind, and never guessed that the difficulty she found in opening the matter was the answer to that question. The arrival of the turkey was her opportunity. Sailing into the kitchen in search of raisins, the more maturely dignified Alwynne's deportment, the more likely her detection in some absurd child's habit or predilection, she found Elsbeth raging low-voiced, and the small maid gaping admiration over the Brobdingnagian proportions of their Christmas dinner. "Look at it, Alwynne. What am I to do? 20 pounds, and we shan't get through 10. Really, it's too bad. I wrote so distinctly. It's impossible to return it. To Devonshire? No time. It's the 22nd already. How shall we ever get through it? We might get someone in to help us, began Alwynne delightedly. But Elsbeth, very busy all of a sudden, with basin and egg beater, whisked and bustled her out of the kitchen. Alwynne returned to the matter, however, later in the day. Elsbeth, we shall never manage that turkey alone. Of course, I must send some over to Mrs. Marpler, began Elsbeth hastily. Mrs. Marpler was a charwoman. Alwynne contrived to make their succession of little maids adore her, but she and Mrs. Marpler detested one another cordially. Mrs. Marpler's offences, according to Alwynne, were that she was torpid, inefficient, breathed heavily, smelled of cats, and, by the complicated and judicious recital of the authentic calamities which regularly befell her, lured from Elsbeth more than her share of the broken meats and old clothes of the establishment, perquisites which Alwynne, entirely incredulous, coveted for pet dependents of her own. Alwynne's offences, according to Mrs. Marpler, were the aforementioned incredulity, her hostile influence on Miss Loveday, a certain crispness of manner, and a tendency to open all windows in Mrs. Marpler's neighborhood. The feud distressed Elsbeth, and Alwynne's diagnosis of Mrs. Marpler's character, for she liked to believe the best of everyone. Alwynne forced her to agree, but secretly she sympathized with her feckless charlady. Marpler has been out of work 3 weeks, and as poor Mrs. Marpler says, where their Christmas dinner is to come from. How much extra did you pay her this week? Demanded Alwynne remorselessly. And last week, and the week before, and the week before that. Of course he's out of work. Who wouldn't be? My dear Alwynne, if you think they can buy a Christmas dinner on what I gave them, retorted Elsbeth heatedly. But it's absurd to argue with you. What do you know of what food costs? Anyhow, Mrs. Baker, with 6 children, began Alwynne, who also had been primed by a protégé, but she recollected that she did not wish to annoy Elsbeth at this juncture. Clare must take precedence of Mrs. Baker. Well, you can send them the legs and the carcass, she conceded. Even then, there will be more than we can possibly manage. Couldn't we ask someone to spend the day with us? I hardly think, said Elsbeth, with a touch of severity, that you would find anyone. Most people like to keep Christmas with their relations. Well, I haven't got any, but by all accounts I think I should hate 'em in the plural as much as I love 'em in the singular. She blew Elsbeth a kiss. But if we could find someone to help us eat up the turkey and spend the evening, it would be rather jolly, don't you think? It was dullish last year, wasn't it? Was it? Said Elsbeth, with careful brightness. I'm sorry. I had thought you enjoyed it. Oh, why is she so touchy? I didn't mean anything, cried Alwynne within herself, and aloud, Oh, I only meant without a tree or anything specially Christmassy. Alwynne, said Elsbeth, with scrupulous patience, it was you who suggested not having one. I know, cried Alwynne in a fever. Elsbeth sighed. Alwynne repented. Elsbeth, darling, I didn't mean to be rude. I'm a beast, and I didn't mean it wasn't nice last year. I only meant it would be a change to have someone because of the turkey, and I thought, perhaps Clare? Can't you exist for a day without seeing Clare Hartill? Asked Elsbeth with a wry smile. Alwynne dimpled. Not very well, she said. Elsbeth stared at her plate. Alwynne edged her chair along the table till she sat at Elsbeth's elbow. She slid an arm round her neck. Elsbeth, dear! You're not cross, Elsbeth? It's a very big turkey. Do, Elsbeth. Do what? Ask Clare. You like her, don't you? No answer. Don't you, Elsbeth? Alwynne's tone was a little anxious. Would you care if I didn't? The pattern of her plate still interested Elsbeth. She was tracing its windings with her fork. You silly! It would just spoil everything. That's just it. I would like to get you too fond of each other, only with Clare so busy there's never a chance of your really getting acquainted. I knew Clare Hartill long before you did, Alwynne. I knew her as a schoolgirl. But not well, not as I know her. No, not as you know her. There you are, said Alwynne with satisfaction. That's why. You don't know her properly. Oh, Elsbeth, you must share all my good things, and Clare's the very best of them. Do let her come. She may be engaged. She probably is. Oh, no, Clare will be alone. I know because... She stopped herself. Elsbeth questioned her with her eyes. Oh, nothing, only I happen to know, said Alwynne. Because? Alwynne shook her head mischievously. Oh, well, if you won't tell me, began Elsbeth. Oh, I will, cried Alwynne hastily. My dear, I don't want to know Miss Hartill's secrets, or yours either, said Elsbeth huffily. But to herself, why am I losing my temper over these silly trifles? Elsbeth, dear, it was nothing. Only Clare did ask me to spend Christmas Day with her. Well, said Elsbeth jealously. What? Asked Alwynne's ingenuous eyes. Are you going? Alwynne nestled up to her, humming with careful flatness the final bars of Home, Sweet Home. Elsbeth, you old darling, I do believe you're jealous. Are you, Elsbeth? Are you? Are you going? Repeated Elsbeth. Alwynne was sobered by her tone. I'm going to spend my Christmas Day in my own home with my own Elsbeth, she said, and I think you needn't have asked me. Elsbeth melted. My dear, I'm a silly old woman. Yes, you tell me that once a week. One day you'll believe it. All right, you can ask Miss Hartill, or shall I write? Alwynne hugged her. Elsbeth, you're an angel. I'll go round at once. Oh, it will be jolly. If she comes. Alwynne turned on the way to her bedroom. Elsbeth's intonation was peculiar. What do you mean? I don't think she'll come, Alwynne. But I know she'll be alone. Well, you go and ask her. But why do you say that, in that tone? I may be wrong, but I've known her longer than you have. But run along and ask her. But why? Why? Oh, don't bother me, child, cried Elsbeth impatiently. Run along and ask her. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Nancy Cochran-Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 9 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran-Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 9. I had a letter from Louise yesterday, announced Clare. She was curled up in a saddlebag before the roaring golden fire, and was busy with paper and pencil. Alwynne, big with her as yet unissued invitation, sat cross-legged on the white bearskin at her feet. The floor was littered with papers and book catalogues. At Christmas time, Clare ordered books as a housewife orders groceries, and she and Alwynne had spent a luxurious evening over her lists. The vivid flames lit up Clare's thin, lazy length, and turned the hand she held up against their heat into transparent carnelian. Her face was in shadow, but there were dancing specks of light in her somber eyes that kept time with the leaping blaze. Clare was a sybarite over her fires. She would not endure coal or gas or stove. Wood and wood only must be used, and she would pay any price for apple wood, ostensibly for the quality of its flame, secretly for the mere pleasure of burning fuel with so pleasant a name. For she liked beautiful words as a child likes chocolate, a sober, acquisitive liking. She had, too, though she would not own it, a delight in destruction, costly destruction. She enjoyed the sensation of reckless power that it gave her. The trait might be morbid, but there was not a trace of pose in it. She could have enjoyed a Whittington bonfire without needing a king to gasp applause. Yet she shivered nightly as she undressed in her cold bedroom, rather than commit the extravagance of an extra fire. She never realized the comicality of her contradictoriness, or even its existence in her character, though it qualified every act and impulse of her daily life. Her soul was, indeed, a hybrid, combining the temper of a Calvinist with the tastes of a Renaissance bishop. At the moment she was in gala mood. The autumn term was but 4 days dead. She had not had time to tire of holidays, though, within a week, she would be bored again, and restless for the heavy work under which she affected to groan. Her chafing mind seldom allowed her indolent body much of the peace it delighted in, was ever the American in Lotus Land. It was fidgeted at the moment by Alwynne's absorption in a lavishly illustrated catalogue. "Did you hear, Alwynne? A letter from Louise." Alwynne's O was absent. It was in the years of the Rackham craze, and she had just discovered a reproduction of Midsummer Helen. "Any message?" Clare knew how to prod Alwynne. The girl glanced up, amused, but a little indignant. "You've answered it already? Well, and the weeks I've had to wait sometimes." "This was such a charming letter," said Clare smoothly. "It deserved an answer. She really has the quaintest style. And Alwynne, never a blot or a flourish. It's a pleasure to read." Alwynne laughed ruefully. She would always squirm good-humoredly under Clare's pinpricks, with such amusement at her own discomfiture that Clare never knew whether to fling away her needle for good, or, for the mere experiment's sake, to stab hard and savagely. At that stage of their intimacy, Alwynne's guilelessness invariably charmed and disarmed her. She knew that it would take a very crude display of cruelty to make Alwynne believe that she was being hurt intentionally. Clare was amused by the novel pedestal upon which she had been placed. She was accustomed to the panoply of Minerva, or the bow of Diana Huntress, but she had never before been hailed as Bonadilla. It tickled her to be endowed with every domestic virtue, to be loved, as Alwynne loved her, with the secure and fearless affection of a daughter for a newly discovered and adorable young mother. She appreciated Alwynne's determination of their relationship, her nice sense of the difference in age, her modesty in reserving any claim to an equality in their friendship, her frank and affectionate admiration, yet, while it pleased her, it could pique. Calm comradeship or serene adoration she could cope with, but the subtle admixture of such alien states of mind was puzzling. She had acquired a lover with a sense of humor, and she felt that she had her hands full. Her imperious will would, in time, she knew, eliminate either the lover or the humor. It annoyed her that she was not as yet quite convinced that it would be the humor. She intended to master Alwynne, but she realized that it would be a question of time, that she would give her more trouble than the children to whom she was accustomed. Alwynne's utter unrealization of the fact that a trial of strength was in progress was disconcerting. Yet Clare, jaded and super-subtle, found her innocence endearing. Without relaxing in her purpose, she yet caught herself wondering if an ally were not better than a slave. But the desire for domination was never entirely shaken off, and Alwynne's free bearing was in itself an ever-present challenge. Clare loved her for it, but her pride was in arms. It was her misfortune not to realize that, for all her Olympian poses, she had come to love Alwynne deeply and enduringly. Alwynne, meanwhile, laughing and pouting on the hearth, the firelight revealing every change of expression in her piquant face, was declining to be classed with Agatha Middleton. Her handwriting may be bad, but it wasn't a beetle track. Anyhow, Queen Elizabeth had a vile fist. Clare admired Queen Elizabeth, didn't she? She had always so much to say to Clare that if she stopped to bother about handwriting, had Clare never got into a row for untidiness in her own young days? Elsbeth had hinted, but of course she reserved judgment until she had heard Clare's version. She settled to attention, and Clare, inveigled into reminiscences, found herself recounting quaint and forgotten incidents to her own credit and discredit, till, before the evening was over, Alwynne knew almost as much of Clare's school days as Clare did herself. She could never resist telling Alwynne stories. Alwynne was always so genuinely breathless with interest. They returned to Louise at last, and Alwynne read the letter, chuckling over the odd phrases and dainty marginal drawings. She would have dearly liked to see Clare's answer. She was glad, for all her protests, that Clare had been moved to answer. She knew so well the delight it would give Louise. The child would need cheering up. For quite resignedly, and by the way, Louise had mentioned that the Denny family had developed whooping cough and emigrated to Torquay, and she, in quarantine, though it was hoped she had escaped infection, was preparing for a solitary Christmas. Alwynne looked up at Clare with wrinkled brows. Poor child! But what can I do? I haven't had whooping cough, and Elsbeth is always so afraid of infection, or else she could have come to us. I know Elsbeth wouldn't have minded. You are going to leave me to myself, then? You've quite made up your mind? Alwynne's eyes lighted up. Oh, Clare, it's all right. You are coming. At least, Elsbeth sends her kindest regards, and she would be so pleased if you will come to dinner with us on Christmas Day, she finished politely. Clare laughed. It's very kind of your aunt. Yes, isn't it? Said Alwynne with ingenuous enthusiasm. I'm afraid I can't come, Alwynne. Alwynne's face lengthened. Oh, Clare, why ever not? Clare hesitated. She had no valid reason, save that she preferred the comfort of her own fireside, and that she had intended Alwynne to come to her. Alwynne's regretful refusal when she first mooted the arrangement she had not considered final, but this invitation upset her plans. Elsbeth's influence was opposing her. She hated opposition. Also, she did not care for Elsbeth. It would not be amiss to make Elsbeth, not her dislike of Elsbeth, the reason for her refusal. It would have its effect on Alwynne sooner or later. She considered Alwynne narrowly as she answered, My dear, I had arranged to be at home, for one thing. Alwynne looked hurt. Of course, if you don't care about it, she began. Clare rallied her. Be sensible, my child. It is most kind of Miss Loveday, but wasn't it chiefly your doing, Alwynne? Imagine her dismay if I accepted. A stranger in the gate. On Christmas Day? One must make allowances for little prejudices, you know. She'll be awfully disappointed, cried Alwynne, so eager for Clare that she believed it. Will she? Clare laughed pleasantly. Everyone doesn't wear your spectacles. What would she do with me for a whole day? We shouldn't see her much, began Alwynne. She spends most of her time in church. I go in the morning. Yes, I'm very good, but I've drawn the line at turning out after lunch. Then why shouldn't you come to me instead? It would be so much better. I shall be alone, you know. Clare's wistful intonation was not entirely artificial. Alwynne was distressed. Oh, Clare, I'd love to. You know, I'd love to. But how could I? Elsbeth would be dreadfully hurt. I couldn't leave her alone on Christmas Day. But you can me? Clare, don't put it like that. You know I shall want to be with you all the time. But Elsbeth's like my mother. It would be beastly of me. You must put relations first at Christmas time, even if they're not first really. She smiled at Clare, but she felt disloyal as she said it, and hated herself. Yet wasn't it true? Clare came first, though Elsbeth must never guess it. Dear old Elsbeth was pretty dense, thank goodness, where ignorance is bliss, etc., etc., etc. Yet she, Alwynne, felt extraordinarily mean. Clare watched her jealously. She had set her heart on securing Alwynne for Christmas Day, and had thought, 10 minutes since, with a secret confident smile, that there would not be much difficulty. And here was Alwynne holding out, refusing categorically. It was incredible, yet she could not be angry. Alwynne so obviously was longing to be with her, equally obviously prepared to risk her displeasure, a heavy penalty already, Clare guessed, to Alwynne, rather than ignore the older claim. Clare thought that an affection that could be so loyal to a tedious old maid was better worth deflecting than many a more ardent, unscrupulous enthusiasm. Alwynne was showing strength of character. She persisted, nevertheless. Well, it's a pity. I must eat my Christmas dinner alone, I suppose. Oh, Clare, you might come to us, cried Alwynne. I can't see why you won't." Clare shrugged her shoulders. "If you can't see why, my dear Alwynne, there is no more to be said." Alwynne most certainly did not see, but Clare's delicately reproachful tone convicted her, and incidentally Elsbeth, of some failure in tact. She supposed she had blundered. She often did. But Elsbeth, at least, must be exonerated. She did so want Clare to think well of Elsbeth. She perjured herself in hasty propitiation. Yes, I do see. I ought to have known, of course. Elsbeth was quite right. She said you wouldn't all along." "Oh?" Clare sat up. "Oh? Your aunt said that, did she?" She spoke with detachment, but inwardly she was alert, on guard. Elsbeth had suddenly become worth attention. "Oh, yes." Alwynne's voice was rueful. She was quite sure of it. "She said I might ask you, with pleasure, if I didn't believe her. You see, she'd love you to come, but she didn't think you would." "I wonder," said Clare, laughing naturally. "What made her say that?" "She said she knew you better than I did," confided Alwynne, with one of her spurts of indignation, as if— "Yes, it's rather unlikely, isn't it?" said Clare, with an intimate smile. "But you're not going." "I must. Look at the time. Elsbeth will be having fits." Alwynne called from the hall where she was hastily slipping on her coat and hat. Clare stood a moment, thinking. So the duel had been with Elsbeth. So that negligible and mouse-like woman had been aware, all along, had prepared, with a thoroughness worthy of Clare herself, for the inevitable encounter, had worsted Clare completely. It was amazing. Clare was compelled to admiration. It was clear to her now that Elsbeth must have distrusted her from the beginning. It had been Elsbeth's doing, not hers, that their intercourse had been so slight. Yet she had never restrained Alwynne. She had risked giving her her head. She was subtle. This affair of the Christmas dinner, for instance, Clare appreciated its cleverness. Elsbeth had not wanted her, Clare now saw clearly, had been anxious to avoid the intimacy that such an invitation would imply, equally anxious, surely, that Alwynne should not guess her uneasy jealousy. So she had risked the invitation, counting on her knowledge of Clare's character. Clare stamped with vexation that the woman should have such a memory, secure that Clare, unsuspicious of her motives, would, by refusing, do exactly as Elsbeth wished. It had been the neatest of gossamer traps, and Clare had walked straight into it. She was furious. If Alwynne, maddeningly unsuspicious Alwynne, had but enlightened her earlier in the evening! Now she was caught, committed by her own decision of manner to the course of action she most would have wished to avoid. She could not change her mind now without appearing foolishly vacillating. It would not do. She had been bluffed successfully, gorgeously bluffed, and Elsbeth was sitting at home enjoying the situation, too sure of herself and Clare even to be curious as to the outcome of it all. She knew. Clare stamped again. Oh, but she would pay Elsbeth for this. The case at Spelly was infinitely trivial, but the campaign should be Homeric, and this preliminary engagement could not affect the final issues. She always won in the end. But, after all, Elsbeth could not be blamed, though she must be crushed. Alwynne was worth fighting for. Elsbeth was a fool. If she had treated Clare decently, Clare might, possibly, have shared Alwynne with her. She believed she would have had scruples. Now they were dispelled. Alwynne, by fair means or foul, should be detached, should become Clare's property, should be given up to no living woman or man. She followed Alwynne into the hall and lit the staircase candle. She would see Alwynne out. She would have liked to keep Alwynne with her for a month. She was a delightful companion. It was extraordinary how indispensable she made herself. Clare knew that her flat would strike her as a dreary place to return to when she had shut the door on Alwynne. She would sit and read and feel restless and lonely, yet she did not allow herself to feel lonely as a rule. She scouted the weakness. But Alwynne wound herself about you, thought Clare, and you never knew, till she had gone, what a difference she made to you. She wished she could keep Alwynne another couple of hours, but it was 11 already. Her hold was not yet strong enough to warrant innovations to which Elsbeth could object. Her time would come later. How much later would depend on whether it were affection that swayed Alwynne, or only a sense of duty. She believed, because she hoped, that it was duty. A sense of duty was more easily suborned than affection. For the present, however, Alwynne must be allowed to do as she thought right. Clare knew when she was beaten, and, with her capacity for right admiration of virtues that she had not the faintest intention of incorporating in her own character, she was able to applaud Alwynne heartily. Yet she did not intend to make victory easy to her. They went down the flights of stairs silently, side by side. Alwynne opened the entrance doors and stood a moment, fascinated. "Look, Clare, what a night!" The moon was full and flooded earth and sky with bright, cold light. The garden, roadway, roofs, trees, and fences glittered like powdered diamonds, white with frost and moonshine. The silence was exquisite. They stood a while, enjoying it. Suddenly Clare shivered. Alwynne became instantly and anxiously practical. "Clare, what am I thinking of? Go in at once. You'll catch a dreadful cold." With unusual passivity, Clare allowed herself to be hurried in. At the staircase, Alwynne said good-bye, handing her her candle, and waiting till she should have passed out of sight. On the fourth step, Clare hesitated, and turned. "Alwynne, come to me for Christmas?" Alwynne flung out her hands. "Clare, I mustn't." "Alwynne, come to me for Christmas?" "You know I mustn't. You know you'd think me a pig if I did now, wouldn't you?" "I expect so." "But I'll come in for a peep at you," cried Alwynne, brightening, "while Elsbeth's at afternoon service. I could do that, and to say Merry Christmas." "Come to dinner?" "I can't." "Then you needn't come at all." Clare turned away. Alwynne caught her hand as they leaned on the balustrade. In the other, the candle shook a little. "Lady Macbeth, dear Lady Macbeth, Miss Hartill of the upper sixth, whom I'm scared to death of, really. You're behaving like a very naughty small child. Now aren't you? Honestly? Oh, do turn round and crush me with a look for being impudent, and then tell me that I'm only doing what you really approve. I don't want to, Clare, but you know you hate selfishness." Clare looked down at her. "All right, Alwynne, you must do as you like." "Say good night to me," demanded Alwynne. "Nicely, Clare, very nicely. It's Christmas time." Carefully Clare deposited her candlestick on the stair above. Leaning over the banisters, she put her arms round Alwynne and kissed her passionately and repeatedly. "Good night, my darling," said Clare. Then, recoiling, she caught up her candlestick, and without another word or look, hurried up the stairs. Alwynne walked home on air. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter 10. A Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Courtney S. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 10. Elsbeth bore the news of Clare's defection with stoicism, but her motherly soul was disturbed by Alwynne's disappointment, though she could not stifle her pleasure in its cause. She felt indeed somewhat guilty and was eager to atone by acquiescing in Alwynne's plan of visiting Clare while she went to church, and met her more than halfway over the question of an altered tea hour. Alwynne, who from the first had been fretted, though but half-consciously, by the faintly repellent manner assumed by each of the two women at mention of the other, was soothed by Elsbeth's advances. Elsbeth was a dear, after all. There was no one quite like Elsbeth.
For all her obstinacies and unreasonableness, she never really failed you. She could be depended on to love you at your worst. You could quarrel with her with never a fear of real alienation. Elsbeth might not be exciting, but she was as indispensable as food. She was, after all, the starting point and ultimate goal of all one's adventures. Clare would lose some of her delightfulness if there were no Elsbeth to whom to ensky on her. Alwynne did not see what she wanted with a mother so long as she had Elsbeth. She had said so once to her aunt, and had never guessed, as she was chidden for sacrilege against the picture over her bed, at the exquisite pleasure she had given. After the little coolness of the past few days, her aunt's fault entirely, Alwynne knew, and so could be unruffled. Elsbeth's renewal of sympathetic interest was very soothing. Alwynne was glad to foster it by talking of Clare and nothing but Clare for the rest of the week. In church on Christmas morning, poor Elsbeth, settling her spiritual accounts, begging forgiveness for uncharitable thoughts, and assuring her Maker that she wished Clare no evil, could yet sigh for the useful age of miracles, and patron saints and devils, when a prayer in the right quarter could transport your enemy to inaccessible islands of the antipodes. She would have been magnanimous, have bargained for every comfort, Eden's climate and hot and cold water laid on, but the island must be definitely inaccessible and antipodian. Clare, too, had spent her morning, if not in prayer, at least in profound meditation. She felt stranded, and was wishing for Alwynne and anathematizing the superfluous and intriguing aunt. Clare made the mistake of all tortuous intelligences in being unable to credit appearances. She was being, as usual, unjust to Elsbeth, Alwynne, and the world at large. She could not believe in simplicity combined with brains. A simple soul was necessarily a simpleton in her eyes. Because her own words were ever two-edged, her meaning flavored by reservations and implications, she literally could not accept a speech as expressing no more and no less than its plain dictionary meaning. With any one of her own type of mind, she was at her ease. Her mistake lay in not recognizing how rare that type was, in detecting subtleties where none existed, and wasting hint, suggestion, and innuendo on minds that drove as heartily through them as an ox walks through a spider thread stretched from post to gatepost of the meadow he means to enter. Elsbeth, whom she had considered a negligible fool, had yesterday startled her into respect, not for the kindly and selfless pleasure in Alwynne's pleasure that had, for all her little jealous anxieties, prompted the invitation to Clare, but for the totally imaginary cunning with which, in Clare's eyes, it had invested her. Alwynne's repetition of Elsbeth's remark had enlightened Clare, enlightened her to qualities in Elsbeth which Elsbeth herself would have been horrified to possess. Clare saw, in the manner of the invitation, a gauntlet flung down, the preliminaries to a conflict, with Alwynne herself for the prize, and the first warning of an antagonist sufficiently like herself to be considered dangerous, the more dangerous, indeed, for the apparently uninteresting harmlessness that could mask a mind in reality so scheming and so complex. She did not realize that if she did finally close with Elsbeth with the intention of robbing her of Alwynne, she would have far more to fear from her simple, affectionate goodness of heart than from any subtlety of intellect with which Clare was choosing to invest her. She wondered, as she frittered away the morning, how she should best counter Elsbeth's attack. She would call, of course, in state, it would be due. She would not be judged deficient in courtesies. Alwynne should be there, she would ensure that. And she, Clare, would be exceedingly charming and very delicately emphasize the contrast between Elsbeth and herself. It would be quite easy, with Alwynne already biased. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. It would be amusing. She should enjoy routing Elsbeth. And there was the case of Alwynne to be considered. She had been excessively nice to Alwynne lately, had in fact allowed her for a moment to see how necessary she was becoming to Clare. That was a mistake. One must never let people feel secure of their hold upon one. That little speech of Alwynne's last night, mocking and tender, she had thrilled to it at the time. Did it not, ever so faintly, shadow forth a readjustment of attitudes, sound a note of equality? That, though it had pleased her at the moment, must not be. Alwynne must be checked. It would not hurt her. She was subdued as easily as a child, and as easily revived. She never bore malice. Clare, who never forgot or forgave a pinprick, had often marveled at her, could even now scarcely believe in the spontaneity of her good temper. But Alwynne certainly had been going too far lately, was absurdly popular in the school, could, Clare guessed, have annexed more than one of her own special worshippers if she had chosen. Louise, she knew, confided in her. She thought with a double stab of jealousy of the scene she had witnessed but a few days since, of Louise, fresh from her commendations, from her kiss even, that rare impulse regretted as soon as gratified, at rest in Alwynne's arms. She recalled Louise's startled look and Alwynne's contrasting serenity. She had not inquired what it all meant. That was not her way. But she had not forgotten it. Alwynne was hers, Louise was hers. But they had nothing to seek from one another. Alwynne, undoubtedly, as the elder, the dearer, required the check. Not little Louise. Louise's letter had genuinely touched her. She thought she would go and see the child, spend her Christmas Day charitably, in amusing her. And if, in afterthought, Alwynne came round in the afternoon and found her gone, it couldn't be helped. It wouldn't hurt Alwynne to be disappointed. It wouldn't hurt Alwynne to spend a day of undiluted Elsbeth. And Louise would be amusingly charmed to see Clare. It was pleasant to please a child, a clever, appreciative child. She would go round directly after lunch. The maid should go home for the afternoon. She laughed mischievously as she imagined the blankness of Alwynne's face when she should be confronted by silence and a closed door. Poor dear Alwynne. Well, it wouldn't hurt her. But Alwynne set out gaily on Christmas afternoon, and first, escorting Elsbeth to the lych gate of her favorite church, walked on as quickly as her narrow, fur-edged skirt would let her. The clocks were striking 3 as she turned into Friars Lane. It was a cold, still day, and Alwynne shivered a little, and drew her furs closely about her, as she stood outside the door of Clare's flat. She had rung, but the maid was usually slow in answering. The passage was damply cold. It would be all the jollier to toast oneself before one of Clare's imperial fires. She wished the maid would hurry up. She waited a moment and then rang again. There was no answer. It struck her that the maid might have been given the afternoon off. But it was funny that Clare did not hear. She rang again. She could hear the bell tinging shrilly within, but there was no other sound save the tick of the solemn little grandmother on the inner side of the wall. Suddenly it occurred to her that Clare might be dozing. Clare never slept in the afternoons, but she did occasionally doze in her chair for a few minutes. She denied that she did so as strenuously as people always and unaccountably do. But Alwynne knew better. It always delighted her when Clare succumbed to drowsiness. A good sleeper herself, she had been appalled by Clare's acquiescence in 4 wakeful nights out of 7. And after a casual description that Clare had once given her of the arid miseries of insomnia, 10 minutes' unexpected slumber did not give Clare herself more ease than it gave Alwynne. The possibility of such an explanation of the silence therefore had to be considered respectfully. If Clare slept, far be it from Alwynne to wake her. Yet she could not go away. Clare, after that unlucky clash of wills, would be doubly hurt if Alwynne left without seeing her first. But if Clare were asleep, resignedly, Alwynne sat herself down on Clare's doorstep to wait until a movement within should be the signal to ring again. She was not annoyed. She always had plenty to think about, and it would be very pleasant when Clare did at last open the door, to be received with open arms, and pitied and scolded and warmed. It was certainly very cold. All the draughts of the town seemed to have their home on the staircase, and to come sliding and slithering and undulating past like a brood of invisible snakes. She shifted her position. The doorstep was icy. She got up and placed her muff, her chinchilla muff, shades of Elsbeth, her beautiful new chinchilla muff, on the whitened doorstep. Then she sat on it. "Ah, that's better," murmured Alwynne appreciatively. She was grateful to Elsbeth for reminding her to wear her muff. But it did not get any warmer, and the daylight was beginning to fade. She glanced at her watch, 20 minutes past 3. Surely Clare was awake again now. But she would wait another 5 minutes. She watched the hands, marveled at the interminable length of a minute, and was drifting off on her favorite speculation as to the essential unreality of time, when simultaneously the grandmother struck the half hour and she sneezed. She jumped up horrified. A cold would mean a week's absence from Clare, and a restatement of Elsbeth's thesis of the advisability of wearing flannel petticoats and long-sleeved bodices. Also, half of her hoarded hour was gone. She rang again impatiently. No answer. Clare must be out. Gone to the post? No, Alwynne had been waiting half an hour. She would have returned by now. Impossible that Clare should be out on Christmas afternoon, when she had refused an invitation and was expecting Alwynne herself. She rang and waited, and rang again, and again, and yet again. "If Clare has gone out," cried Alwynne indignantly, and subjected the handle to a final series of vicious tugs. The bell within pealed and rocked and jarred, gave a last hysterical gurgle, and was dumb. She had broken the bell. She had broken Clare Hartill's bell. Alwynne looked round about her guiltily. She felt more like 9 than 19. The flight of stairs was still empty and silent. No one had seen her come. No one would see her go. If she went quietly away and said nothing about it, for Clare would be annoyed. She always got so annoyed over little things. What a pity to have a fuss with Clare over such a little thing as a broken bell. She crept on tiptoe down the stairs and out into the road. Then she paused. Was she being mean? After all, there was no earthly use in telling Clare. Clare would never let her pay for the mending. Yet naturally, she would be annoyed to come back and find her bell broken. She would think it was the milkman or the paper boy. Alwynne hoped they would not get into trouble. Perhaps, after all, she had better tell Clare. Such an absurd thing to confess to, though. That she had been in such a temper that she had broken the bell. Clare would be sarcastic. Yet it was Clare's fault for being out. That was unkind. She would tell Clare so. She would write and tell her. She would write a note now and tell her about the bell at the same time. She retraced her steps, pulled out her notebook and pencil, and began to scribble. Dear Clare, I'm awfully sorry, but I'm afraid I've broken the bell. I couldn't make you hear. I thought you were asleep, but I suppose you are out. I must have rung too hard, but I didn't think you would be out. Heavily underlined. I'm dreadfully sorry about the bell. She hesitated. If Clare would let her pay for a new one, she wouldn't feel so bad. Yet how could she suggest it? It would sound so crude. If only Clare would not be angry. Absurd to be feeling afraid of Clare. But then she had never done anything so stupid before. Angry or not, Clare would never let her pay. Yet, should she suggest it? She bit her pencil in distracted indecision, till the lead broke off between her teeth. That settled it. The damp stump was barely capable of scoring an Elwynne. She pinned the paper to the door with her only hat pin, a present of the forenoon, and reluctantly departed. It was a pity that her best hat blew off twice into the mud. Elsbeth was glad to get Elwynne back so early. Had Elwynne enjoyed herself? Elwynne sneezed as she answered. Before the evening was over, Elwynne reeked of eucalyptus. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Courtney S. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 11. Louise was at the nursery window, staring out into the brown bare garden. The sky was smooth and a dark yellow. The naked trees barred it like a tiger's hide. The gathering dusk had swallowed up the wind. Not a twig stirred, not a sparrow's chirp broke the thick stillness. Spellbound, the world awaited the imminent snow. Louise, sitting motionless in the window seat, with her little pink nose flattening itself against the panes, in dreary expectation of a stray unlikely postman, looked, with her peaked ivory face and dark unwinking eyes, her colorless clothes, and the sprig of holly with never a scarlet berry pinned to her flat little chest, like the mood of the December day made flesh. Clare at least thought so. Dispensing with the indifferent maid, she had found her own way to the nursery, and pushing open the unlatched door, stood an instant appraising the child and her surroundings. She noted with distaste the remains of the barely tasted lunch, still encumbering the table, and impinging on the little pile of austere Christmas presents so carefully arranged. The gloves and stockings in the prim prayer book, a mere background for a dainty calendar that she recognized. She smiled with a touch of irritation. Did Elwynne ever forget anyone, she wondered? But it was not suitable for a mistress to send her pupils presents. She wished she had thought of sending Louise something herself, something more original than that obviously overprized calendar. It was not much of a Christmas table, she thought. Not much of a Christmas day for a child. She marveled that a well-furnished room could look so dreary. Louise's huddled pose, the neglected fire, the book crushed face downwards on the floor, combined to touch her. With her incurable feeling for the effective attitude, she remained straight and stiff in the shadows of the doorway. But her gesture was beautiful in its awkward tenderness as she stretched out her hand to the window. "Merry Christmas, Louise!" For an instant the child was silent, rigid, incredulous. Then came a whirl of petticoats and a flash of black legs. Louise, wild with excitement, dropped to the floor and dashed across the room.
"Oh, Miss Hartill! Oh, Miss Hartill, you?"
"Well, are you pleased to see me?"
"Please, won't you sit down?"
Louise, between delight and embarrassment, did curious things with the big armchair.
"I can't believe it's you, and on Christmas Day. Won't you please sit down? Is the room too warm for you? Will you take off your furs? Would you like some tea? I'll make up the fire. It's cold in here. Will you take this chair? Oh, Miss Hartill, it's like the Queen calling on one. I don't know what to do."
She looked up at Clare, blushing. Her pleasure and excitement were pretty enough. Clare laughed. "I'll tell you what to do. Run and put on your coat and hat. Would you like to come and spend the rest of the day with me?"
"With you?"
Louise's eyes opened.
"But it's Christmas Day."
"Well?"
"I shan't be in the way?"
"I don't think so," said Clare coolly. "I'll send you home if you are." She twinkled, but Louise was serious.
"You could do that, couldn't you?"
she remarked with relief.
"Oh, Miss Hartill, you are good. And I was hating my Christmas Day so. Won't you sit down while I get my things on?"
"Hurry up," said Clare, and Louise fled to her bedroom. Their walk back to Friars Lane was a silent one. The snow was at last beginning to fall. Clare, half hypnotized by the steady, silent motion, tramped forward, keeping time to some fragment of tune within her head. She was warmed by the pleasant consciousness of a kindly action performed, but its object, trotting beside her, was half forgotten. Louise, very shy at encountering Miss Hartill unofficially, was far too timid to speak unless she were addressed, but she was perfectly happy, marveling and rejoicing at her situation. Miss Hartill's guest, bound for her home, overflowing with dog-like devotion to the Olympian who had actually remembered her existence. She was glad of the silent walk. It gave her time to realize her own happiness, to learn by heart that picture of Clare against the background of the empty nursery, to get her every sentence by rote, and store all safely in her memory before turning to the contemplation of the incredible adventure upon which she was now embarking. Clare, preceding Louise up the staircase, found Alwynne's note awaiting her. She frowned as she read it and felt for her latchkey. It was just like Alwynne to leave a note like that for anyone to read, and the hatpin for anyone to steal. She wished it had been stolen before it had scratched her paint. And the bell, it was really annoying of Alwynne. It would cost her 5 shillings to put right. She, Clare, was not mean, but she did begrudge money for that sort of thing. Really, Alwynne might offer to pay for it, but that, of course, would never occur to Alwynne. She was altogether too reckless about other people's belongings. Her own were her own affair, but to break Clare's bell, she must have been quite comprehensively annoyed to have actually broken it. Clare laughed. She had a sudden vision of Alwynne's blank face and indignant peelings. Poor old Alwynne. Well, it wouldn't hurt her. If she were careful to let Alwynne know to whom she had been sacrificed, Alwynne might not be quite so partisan over Louise next term. That wouldn't be a bad thing. She did not approve of intimacies between the girls and the mistresses, but she, Clare, would make it up to both of them. She would begin now with Louise. She would devote herself to amusing Louise. She would give Louise the time of her life. Louise would be sure to tell Alwynne about it afterwards. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 12. "What are you going to do with yourself all the holidays?" asked Clare, with a touch of curiosity. Louise had slipped off her chair onto the soft hearthrug and sat, hugging her knees and staring up at Clare. "Read," she said briefly, and gave a little gurgle of anticipation. "All day long?" "Oh, yes, Miss Hartill. I never get a chance in term time. There's such heaps to read. I'd like to live in the library." "Yet a peep at the world outside beats all the books that were ever written." "I wonder." Louise rubbed her chin meditatively against her knees before she delivered herself. "You know, I think the way things strike people is much more interesting than the things themselves. I like exploring people's minds. Do you know?" "I know," said Clare. She laughed mischievously. "You mean that what you think I am, for instance, is much more interesting than what I really am?" Louise protested mutely. Her black eyes glowed. "I dare say you're right, Louise. You wear pink spectacles, you see. I'm quite sure you would be appalled if anyone took them off. I'm a horrid person, really." Louise looked puzzled. Then the twinkle in Miss Hartill's eyes enlightened her. Miss Hartill was teasing. She laughed merrily. Clare shook her head. "It's quite true. I'm an egoist, Louise." "It's not true," said Louise passionately. She was on guard in an instant, ready to justify Miss Hartill to herself and the world. It amused Clare to excite her. "My good child, what do you know about it?" "Lots," said Louise, with a catch in her voice. "You're not! You're not!" "I am." Clare leaned forward, much tickled. She could afford to attempt to disillusion Louise. Louise would not believe her, but she could not say later that she had not been warned. But at the same time, Clare warmed her cold and cynical self in the pure flame of affection her self-criticism was fanning. "I am," she repeated. "Why do you think I came round to see you today?" Louise looked up at her shyly, dwelling on her answer as if it gave her exquisite pleasure. Because you knew I was alone, and you hated me to be miserable on Christmas Day." "You?" Clare's eyebrows lifted for a second, but a glance into the child's candid eyes dispelled the vague suspicion. Louise and conceit were incompatible. She listened with a touch of compunction to the innocent answer. "Not me specially, of course. Anyone who was down. Only it happened to be me. I think you can't help being good to people. You're made that way." Her eyes were full of wondering admiration. Clare was touched. She sighed as she answered. "I wish I were. You shouldn't believe in people, Louise. I came round because, yes, you were a lonely scrap of a schoolgirl, certainly, but there were lots of other reasons. I wanted a walk, and I wanted to be amused, and I wanted, she moved restlessly in her chair. All pure egoism, anyhow." "But you came," said Louise. "To please you or to punish someone else? I don't know." Louise enjoyed her incomprehensibility. She stored up her remarks to puzzle over later, yet she would ask questions if Miss Hartill were in a talking mood. "Do I know them?" She had an odd habit of using the plural when she wished to be discreet. She wondered who had been punished, and why, and thrilled deliciously, as she did to a ghost story. She thought that it would be terrible to have offended Miss Hartill, yet immensely exciting. She wondered if all her courage would go if Miss Hartill were angry. She had always despised poor Jean de Barry, but Miss Hartill raging would be harder to face than a mob. "What have they done?" asked Louise eagerly. "They? It's your dear Miss Durand," said Clare with a grim smile. "I'm very angry with her, Louise. She's been behaving badly." Louise's eyes widened. She looked alarmed and distressed. "Oh, but Miss Hartill! She hasn't! She couldn't! What has she done?" "Shall I tell you?" Clare leaned forward mysteriously. Louise nodded breathlessly. "She wouldn't copy me and be an egoist. and I wanted her to, rather badly, Louise. There, that's all. You're none the wiser, are you? Never mind, you will be, some day. Don't look so worried, you funny child. Why do you call yourself such names? You're not an egoist? You can't be, cried Louise desperately. Clare laughed. Can't I? Most people are. It's not a synonym for murderous. Stop frowning, child. Why, I don't believe you know what it means, even. Do you know what an egoist is, Louise? Sir Willoughby Pattern, said Louise promptly. Clare threw up her hands. What next? I wish I had charge of you earlier. You shouldn't try so hard to say, humph, little pig. I don't, Louise was indignant. Then what possesses you to steer your cockle-boat on to Meredith? Well, what do you think of him? What have you read? About all. He's queer. He's not Dickens or Scott, of course. Her tone deprecated. Of course not, said Clare with grave sympathy. But I like him. I like Chloe. I like the sisters, you know, fine shades and nice feeling. Why? Clare shouted at her. I don't know. They made me laugh. They're awfully real people. And I like that book where the two gentlemen drink wine. Veuve something. What on earth did you see in that? Clare was amused. I don't know. I just like them. Of course I adore Shagpat. That I understand. It's a fairy tale to you, isn't it? Not a proper one. Only Arabian Nightsy. What's a proper one, Louise? Louise hesitated. Well, heaps that one loves aren't. Grimm's and Hans Andersen aren't, or even The Wondrous Isles. And, of course, none of the Lang books. I hate those. You know, proper fairy stories aren't easy to get. You have to dig. You get bits out of the notes in the Waverley novels, and there's Kilmeny, and the Celtic Twilight, and the lore of Proserpine, and Lempriere. Do you believe in fairies, Miss Hartill? It depends on the mood I'm in, said Clare seriously, and the place. Elves and electric railways are incompatible. Louise flung herself upon the axiom. Do you think so? No, I don't, Miss Hartill. I don't. If they are, they can stand railways. But you just believe in them literature-ily? Literally, Clare corrected. No. Literature-ily, just as a pretty piece of writing. You'll never see them if you think of them like that, Miss Hartill. The Greeks didn't. They just believed in Pan, and the Oreads, and the Dryads, and all those delicious people. And the consequences was that the country was simply crammed with them. You just read Lempriere. I wish I'd lived then. Miss Hartill, did you ever see a good person? I'm afraid not, Louise. But I had a nurse who used to tell me about her grand aunt. She was supposed to be a changeling. Louise wiggled with delight. Oh, tell about her, Miss Hartill. What was she like? Tiny and black, with a very white skin. They were a fair family. Nurse said they all disliked her, though she never did them any harm. She used to be out in the woods all day, and she ate strange food. What? Fungi, and nettle tops, and young bracken, and blackberries, my nurse said. Blackberries? She was Irish. The Irish peasants won't touch blackberries, you know. We're just as bad, Louise. Heaps of fungi are delicious. Wait till you've been in Germany. They know what's good. But, then, they won't touch rabbits. So there you are. I expect my nurse's aunt thought us an odd lot, us humans. Was she really a fairy? Louise was breathless. How do I know? A witch, perhaps. I should think a young witch, by all accounts. What happened to her? She was swept on her wedding day. Crossing water? No, she was to marry an old farmer. She went into the woods at dawn to wash in dew, and gather binweed for her wreath. She paused dramatically, her eyes dancing with fun, but Louise was wholly in earnest. Go on! Oh, go on! She was never seen again. Oh, how lovely! Louise shivered ecstatically. I wish I'd been her. What did her foster people do? What could they? I think they were glad to be rid of her. Claire suppressed a certain tall young gypsy who had figured suspiciously in the original narrative. Fairy blood is ill to live with, Louise. I don't envy Mrs. Blake or Mrs. Thomas Rymer. No, but it's so difficult to live in two worlds at once. Shouldering the wise man's burden already? You get absent-minded and forget. Ink stains, you know, and messages. I know, said Claire. You see, I have such a gorgeous world inside my head, Miss Hartill. I go there when I'm rather down. Here. It's a sort of garden of the Hesperides, and you are there, and Mother, and all my special friends. Who, for instance? Claire was curious. It was the first she had heard of Louise with friends of her own. Well, Elizabeth Bennet, and the little women, and Garm, and Amadis of Gaul. Oh, not real people. Claire was amused at herself for being relieved. Oh, but Miss Hartill, they are real. Louise was indignant. Ever so much more than, most people. Look at Mrs. Bennet and Mamma. Nobody will think of Mamma in 100 years, but who'd ever forget Mrs. Bennet? Mrs. Bennet in the Garden of the Hesperides, Louise? Claire began to chuckle. I can't swallow that. Louise pealed with laughter. You should have seen her the other day, with a dragon after her. She'd been trying to sneak some apples because Bingley was coming to tea. Who came to the rescue? Oh, I did. Louise was reveling in her sympathetic listener. I have to keep order, you know. She was awfully blown, though. Siegfried helped me. I wish I could get to Fairyland as easily as you do. Louise considered. I don't. My country is only in my head. Fairyland must be somewhere, mustn't it? Do you know what I think, Miss Hartill? In patches, Louise. Louise blushed. No, but seriously, don't laugh. You know you explained the fourth dimension to us the other day? That I'm sure I never did. Claire was lying back in her chair, her arms behind her head, smiling inscrutably. Oh, but Miss Hartill! Never, Louise. Oh, but honestly, I'm not contradicting you, of course, but you did, last Thursday fortnight, in second lesson. I wish you were as accurate over all your dates, Louise. Your history paper was not all that it should be. It's holidays, Miss Hartill, but don't you remember? I explained to you that the fourth dimension was inexplicable, a very different thing. The Plattner story explains it, clearly. Louise's tone was distinctly reproachful. Oh, no, it doesn't, Louise. Mr. Wells only deludes you into thinking it does. Well, anyhow, don't you think that it's rather likely that Fairyland is the fourth dimension? It would all fit in so beautifully with all the old stories of enchantment and disappearances. Then there was another book I read about it, The Inheritors. Have done, Louise. You make me dizzy. Don't try to live exclusively on truffles. If you could continue to confine your attention to books you have some slight chance of understanding, for the next few years, it would be an excellent thing. Neither Meredith nor the fourth dimension is meat for babes, you know. I like what I don't understand. It's the finding out is the fun. Louise looked mutinous. And having found out? Then I start on something else. Claire considered her. Louise, I don't know if it's a compliment to either of us, but I believe we're very much alike. Louise gave a child's delighted chuckle, but she showed no surprise. That's nice, Miss Hartill. She hesitated. Miss Hartill, did you know my mother? Mrs. Denny? Claire hesitated. Louise gave an impatient gesture. Not Mamma. My very own mother. No, my dear. Claire's voice was soft. Louise sighed. No one does. There are no pictures. Father was angry when I asked about her once. And Miss Murgatroyd, she was our governess, she said I had no tact. I miss her, you know, though I don't remember her. I had a nurse. She told me a little. Mother had gray eyes too, you know, said Louise, gazing into Claire's. I expect she was rather like you. She watched Claire a little breathlessly. There was more of tenderness in her face than many who thought they knew Clare Hartill would have credited, but no hint of awakening memory, of the recognition the child sought. She went on. People never come back when they're dead, do they? She had no idea of the longing in her voice. No, you poor baby. Clare rose hastily and began to walk up and down the room, as her fashion was when she was stirred. Never? Stieg je ein Freund dir aus dem Grabe wieder, murmured Clare. What, Miss Hartill? Never, Louise. Louise's thistledown fancies were scattered by her tone. Impossible to discredit any statement of Miss Hartill's, yet she protested timidly. There was the Witch of Endor, Miss Hartill. Samuel, you know. Is that Meredith? Said Clare, absently. Then she caught Louise's expression. What's the matter? But it's the Bible, cried Louise, horrified. Clare sat down again and began to laugh pleasantly. What am I to do with you, Louise? Are you 5 or 50? You want to discuss Meredith with me. Not that I shall let you, my child. Don't think I approve of all this reading. I did it myself at your age, you see. And 5 minutes later you look at me round-eyed because I've forgotten my Joshua or my Judges. Kings? I beg your pardon. Kings be it. Never mind, Louise. Tell me about the Witch of Endor. Only that she called up Samuel, I meant from the dead. Louise was evidently abstracted. She was picking her words. Don't you believe it, Miss Hartill? Quite? It's the Old Testament, after all, temporized Clare. She began to see Louise's difficulty. She had no beliefs herself, but she thought she would find out how 14 handled the problem. Then the new is different? There was Dorcas, you know, and the widow's son. That is all true, Miss Hartill? Clare fenced. Many people think so. I want to know the truth, said Louise tensely. I want to know what you think. She spoke as if the two things were synonymous. Clare shook her head. I won't help you, Louise. You must find out for yourself. Leave it alone, if you're wise. How can I? I've been reading. Ah? The Origin of Species, and we too. Clare's gravity fled. She lay back, shaking with laughter. Louise, you are delightful. Anything else? Louise pulled up her footstool to Clare's knee. Miss Hartill, I've been reading a play. It's horrible. I can't bear it, though it was thrilling to read. Clare interrupted. Where do you get all these books, Louise? They're all mother's, you know. Nobody else wants them. And then there's the free library. Clare shuddered. She would sooner have drunk from the tin cup of a public fountain than have handled the greasy volumes of a public library. How can you? She said disgustedly. Dirt and dog ears. Louise opened her eyes. She was too young to be squeamish. A book's a book for that, she laughed. How else am I to get a hold of any that I like? Clare jerked her head to the lined walls. Help yourself, she said. Louise was radiant. May I? Oh, you are so good. I will take such care. I'll cover them in brown paper. She jumped up and, running across the room, flung herself on her knees before the wide shelves. Timidly, at first, but with growing forgetfulness of Clare, she pulled out here a volume and there a volume, handling them tenderly, yet barely opening each, so eager was she for fresh discoveries. She reminded Clare of Alice with the scented rushes. Clare was amused by her absorption, and a little touched. The child's attitude to books hinted at the solitariness of her life. She relaxed to them, greeting them as intimates and companions. There was a new appearance on her. She was obviously at home, welcomed by her friends, a very different person to the shy-eyed, prim little prodigy her schoolfellows knew. Clare, glancing at her now and then, sympathized benevolently and left her to herself. She understood that side of the child. Her remark to Louise about the resemblance between them had not been made at random. She was constantly detecting traits and tastes in her similar to her own. She was interested. She had thought herself unique. Their histories were not dissimilar. She, too, different as her environment had been, could look back on a lonely, self-absorbed childhood. She, too, had had forced and premature successes. They had not been empty ones, she reflected complacently. She had used those schoolgirl triumphs as stepping stones. She doubted if Louise could do the same. There was something unpractical about Louise, a hint of the visionary in her air. She had at present none of Clare's passion for power and the incense of success. Clare, quite aware of her failing, aware that it was a failing and perversely proud of it, yet hoped that she should not see it sprouting in the character of Louise. She hated to see her own defects reproduced, ineffably vulgarized, in others. It jarred her pride. The discovery of the resemblance between herself and Louise amused and charmed her, as long as it was confined to the qualities that Clare admired. But if the girl began to reflect her faults, Clare knew that she should be irritated. She considered these things as she sat and sewed. She was an exquisite needlewoman. The frieze of tapestry that ran round the low-ceilinged room was her own work. Alwynne had designed it. A history of the loves of Deirdre and Neesme some months before, when she and Clare had discovered Yeats together, and Clare had adapted the rough, clever sketches, working with her usual amazing speed. The foot-deep strips of needlework and painted silk, with their golden skies and dark foregrounds, along with the dim, rainbow figures moved, were just what Clare had wanted to complete her paneled room. For she was beauty-loving and house-proud, though her love of originality, or more correctly her tendency to be superior and aloof, often enticed her into bizarrerie. But the Deirdre frieze was as harmonious as it was unusual, and Clare, as she daily feasted her eyes on the rich, mellow colors, was only annoyed that the idea of it had been Alwynne's. That fact, though she would not own it, was able, though imperceptibly, to taint Clare's pleasure. She was quite unnecessarily scrupulous in mentioning Alwynne's share in the work to anyone who admired it, but it piqued her to do so, none the less. If anyone had told her that it piqued her, she would have been extremely amused at the absurdity of the idea. She was at the time working out a medallion of her own design, and growing interested, she soon forgot all about Louise, sitting Turkish fashion at the big bookcase. The light had long since faded, and the enormous fire, gilding walls and furniture, rendered the candle's steady light almost superfluous. Candlelight was another predilection of Clare's. There was neither electricity nor gas in her tiny, perfect flat. The tick of the clock in the hall and the flutter of turning pages alone broke the silence. Outside, the snow fell steadily. Half a mile away, Alwynne Durand, drumming on the window-pane, while her aunt dozed in her chair, thought incessantly of Clare, and was filled with restless longing to be with her. She tried to count the snowflakes till her brain reeled. She felt cold and dreary, but she would not rouse Elsbeth by making up the fire. She wished she had something new to read. She thought it the longest Christmas day she had ever spent. The neat maid, bringing in the tea-tray, roused Clare. She pushed aside her work and began to pour out, but Louise, in her corner, made no sign. Clare laughed. "Louise, wake up! Don't you want any tea?" Louise, as if the conversation had not ceased for an instant, scrambled to her feet and came to the table, a load of books in her arms, saying as she did so, "I'll be awfully careful. May I take these, perhaps?" Clare nodded. "Presently. I'll look them over first. Muffins?" She gave Louise a delightful meal and taught her to take tea with a slice of lemon. She was particular, Louise noticed. Some of the muffins were not toasted to her liking, and were instantly banished. She criticized the cakes and the flavoring of the dainty sandwiches. Then she laughed wickedly at Louise for her round eyes. "What's the matter, child?" "Nothing," said Louise, embarrassed. "I believe you're shocked because I talk so much about food?" Louise blushed scarlet. "I like eating, Louise." Yes, of course," she concurred hastily. Clare was entertained. She knew quite well that Louise, like all children, considered a display of interest in food, if not indelicate, at least extremely human. She knew, too, that in Louise's eyes she was too entirely compounded of ideals and noble qualities to be more than officially human. She enjoyed upsetting her ideas. "If you come to actual values, I'd rather do without Shakespeare than Mrs. Beeton," she remarked blandly. "Oh, Miss Hartill!" Louise was protesting, suspecting a trap, ready to ripple into laughter. "You do say queer things." "I?" "Yes, as if you meant that." "But I do. Eating's an art, Louise, like painting or writing. I had a pheasant last Sunday." She gave the entire menu and enlarged on the et ceteras with enthusiasm. Louise looked bewildered. "I never thought you thought about that sort of thing," she remarked. "I thought you just didn't notice. I thought you'd always be thinking of poetry and pictures." She subsided, blushing. Clare laughed at her pleasantly. I thought. What a lot of thoughts! I'm sorry, Louise. Is all my stardust gone?" Louise shook her head vigorously, but she was still embarrassed. She changed the subject with agility. "I've read that." "What?" "The Stardust book, but I've picked out 2 others of his. May I? All these?" Clare ran her finger along the titles. Yes. Fiona MacLeod, yes. Peer Gynt, yes, if you like. You won't understand it. Or Yeats, but all right. No, not Nietzsche. Not on any account, Louise." Louise protested. "Oh, why not, Miss Hartill? I'm nearly 14. "Are you really?" said Clare with respect. "He looks so jolly, Old Testament-y." "He does, Louise. That's his little way. But he's not for the upper fifth." "He's in the free library," said Louise with a twinkle. Clare turned. "You can have all the books you want, if you come to me. But no more free library, Louise. You understand? I don't wish it." Louise tingled like a bather under a cold spray. She liked and disliked the autocratic tone. Clare went on. "I detest trash. And there's a good deal, even in a Carnegie collection. There's no need for you to dull your imagination on melodrama like— What was it?" "What, Miss Hartill?" "The play you began to tell me about. You thought it horrible, you said." Louise opened her eyes. "Miss Hartill, it wasn't melodrama. It was good stuff. That's why it worried me. It's by a Norwegian or a Dane or someone. Pastor Sang, it's called." "That? I don't follow. I should have thought the theology would have bored you, but there's nothing horrible in it." "It worried me. Oh, Miss Hartill, what does it all mean? Darwin says we just grew, doesn't he? And that the Bible's all wrong. But you say that doesn't matter. It's just Old Testament? And this play says, do you remember? The wife is ill, and the husband, who cures people by praying, he can't cure her." "Well," said Clare impatiently. "And he says if the apostles did miracles, we ought to be able to. He kills his wife trying. He can't, you see, but the point is, if he couldn't, with all his faith, could the apostles? And if the apostles couldn't, could Christ himself? The miracles are just only a tale, perhaps?" "Perhaps," said Clare. "You're not clear, Louise, but I know what you mean." "It frightened me, that play," said the child in a low voice. "If there were no miracles, and everything one reads makes one sure there weren't, why, then, the Bible's not true. Jesus was just a man. He didn't rise? Perhaps there isn't an afterwards? Perhaps there isn't God?" "Perhaps," said Clare. The child's eyes were wide and frightened. She put her hand timidly on Clare's knee. "Miss Hartill, you believe in God?" Clare looked at her, weighing her. Louise spoke again. Her voice had grown curiously apprehensive. "Miss Hartill, you do believe in God?" Clare shrugged her shoulders. Louise stared at her appalled. "If you don't believe in God," she began slowly, and then stopped. They sat a long while in silence. Clare felt uncomfortable. She had not intended to express any opinion, to let her own attitude to religion appear. But Louise, with her sudden question, had forced one from her. After all, if Louise had begun to doubt and to inquire, no silence on Clare's part would stop her. Every girl went through the phase. With Louise it had begun early, that was all. Yet in her heart she knew that Louise, with her already overworked mind, should have been kept from the mental distress of religious doubt. She knew that for some years she could have been so kept. That, as the mouth can eat what the body will not absorb, so, though her intelligence might have assimilated all the books she chose to read, her soul need not necessarily have been disturbed by them. Her acquired knowledge that the world is round need not have jostled her rule of thumb conviction that it is flat. Her interest in ologies and osophies could have lived comfortably enough, with her child's belief in 4 angels round her head, for another 2 or 3 years, strengthening, maturing years. Clare knew her power. At a soothing word from her, Louise would have shelved her speculations, or at least have continued them impersonally. Clare could have guaranteed God to her, but Clare had shrugged her shoulders, and Louise had grown white, and she had felt like a murderess. Do children really take their religion so seriously? After all, what real difference could it make to Louise? She, Clare, had been glad to be rid of her clogging and irrational beliefs. Louise, too, when she recovered from the shock, would enjoy the sense of freedom and self-respect. If Louise talked like a girl of 18, she could not be expected to receive the careful handling you gave a child of 12. Anyhow, it was done now. Suddenly and persuasively she began to talk to Louise. She touched gently on the history, the growth and inevitable decay of all religions, the contrasting immutability of the underlying code of ethics, upon which they, one and all, were founded. She told her vivid little stories of the religious struggles of the centuries, had her breathless over the death of Socrates, nailed up for her anew the 95 Theses to the Wittenberg church door. Exerting all her powers, all her knowledge, all her descriptive and dramatic skill to charm away one child's distress, Clare was, for an hour, a woman transformed, sound and honey-sweet. Against all that happened later, she could at least put the 1 hour when, remorsefully, she had given Louise of the best that was in her. Incidentally, she delivered to her audience of 1 the most brilliant lecture of her career. Later she wrote down what she remembered of it, and it became the foundation for her monograph on religions that was to become a minor classic. Its success was immediate. That was typical of Clare, but she never wrote another line. That also was typical of Clare. It bored her to repeat a triumph. She soon had Louise happy again. It was not in Louise to stick to the high road of her own thoughts, with Miss Hartill opening gates to fairyland at every sentence. Clare kept her for the rest of the evening, and took her home at last, weighed down by her parcel of books, sleepy from the effects of excitement and happiness. She poured out her incoherent thanks as they waited on the doorstep of her home. There had never been such a Christmas. She had never had such a glorious time. She couldn't thank Miss Hartill properly if she talked till next Christmas came. Clare, nodding and laughing, handed her over to the maid, and went home, not ill-pleased with her Christmas either. She thought of the child as she walked down the snowy, star-lighted streets, and wondered, whimsically, what she was doing at the moment. Would she say her prayers on her way to bed still, or had Clare's little, calculated shrug stopped that sort of thing for many a long day? She rather thought so. She shook off her uneasy sense of compunction and laughed aloud. The cold night air was like wine to her. After all, for an insignificant spinster, she had a fair share of power. Real power, not the mere authority of kings and policemen. Her mind, not her office, ruled 100 other minds, and in one heart, at least, a shrug of her shoulders had toppled God off his throne, and the vacant seat was hers to fill or flout as she chose. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 13 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 13. With the opening of the spring term began the final and most arduous preparations for the Easter examinations. The school had been endowed, some years before, under the will of a former pupil, with a scholarship, a valuable one, ensuring not only the freedom of the school, but substantial help in the subsequent college career that the winning of it entailed. The rules were strict. The papers were set and corrected by persons chosen by the trustees of the bequest. The scholarship was open to the school, but no girl over 17 might enter, and though an unsuccessful candidate might compete a second time, she must gain a percentage of marks in the first attempt. Total failure debarred her from making a second. This last rule limited, in effect, the entries to members of the 6th and 5ths, for the scholarship was too valuable for a chance of it to be risked through insufficient training. The standard, too, was high, and the rules so strictly enforced that withheld the grant if it were not attained, that Miss Marsham was accustomed to make special arrangements for those competing. They were called the scholarship class, and had certain privileges and a great amount of extra work. To most of them, the particular privilege that compensated for 6 months' drudgery was the fact that they were almost entirely under Miss Hartill's supervision. She considered their training her special task, and spared neither time nor pains. She loved the business. She understood the art of rousing their excitement, pitting ambition against ambition. She worked them like slaves, weeding out remorselessly the useless members. Theoretically, all had the right to enter, but none remained against Miss Hartill's wishes. In spite of the work, the members of the scholarship class had an envied position in the school. Clare saw to that. Without attackable bias, she differentiated subtly between them and the majority. Each of the group was given to understand, without words, impalpably, yet very definitely, that if Miss Hartill, the inexorable, could have a preference, one had but to look in the glass to find it, and that to outstrip the rest of the class, to be listed and easy first, would be the most exquisite justification that preference could have. And as the type of girl who succumbed the most surely to Clare's witchcraft was also usually of the type whom intellectual work was in itself attractive, it was not surprising if her favorite class were a hotbed of emulation and enthusiasm that was justified of its origin, for not even Henrietta Vigors denied that Clare contributed her full share to the earning of the scholarship. Miss Marsham, towards the end of spring, was wont to declare, with her usual kindly concern, that she was thankful that the examination was not an annual affair. Their good Miss Hartill was too anxious, too conscientious. Miss Marsham must really forbid her to make herself ill, and, indeed, when the class was a large one, Clare was as reckless of her own strength as of that of her pupils, and suffered more from its expenditure. Where they were responsible each for herself, Clare toiled early and late for them all. She fed them, moreover, from her own resources of energy, was entirely willing to devitalize herself on their behalf. The strain once over, she appeared slack, gaunt, debilitated. She had, however, her own methods of recuperation. Her ends gained, she could take back what she had given, take back more than ever she had given. Moreover, the supply of child life never slackened. Old scholars might go, but ever the new ones came. Was it not Clare who gave the school its latter-day reputation? By the end of the summer term, Clare would be once more in excellent condition. When the promotion of Louise to the upper school had first been mooted, Miss Hartill had not forgotten that the scholarship examination was once more drawing nearer. She saw no reason why Louise should not compete. That Louise, the Wildham dullard of the 3rd, the youngest girl in the upper school, should snatch the prize from the expectants of the 6th and 5th would be an effective retort on Clare's critics, would redound very pleasantly to Clare's credit. If she let the opportunity pass, Louise must wait 2 years. At 13, it would be a triumph for Louise and Clare. At 15, there would be nothing notable in her success, and the baby herself would be delighted. Clare was already sufficiently taken with Louise to enjoy the anticipation of her delight. She was quite aware that it would entail special efforts on her own part, as well as on the child's, and that she had a large class already on her hands, and in need of coaching. But there was always Alwynne. Alwynne was so reliable. She could safely leave Louise's routine work in Alwynne's hands. It remained to consult Louise and incidentally the parent Denny's. Louise was awestruck, overwhelmed by the honor of being allowed to compete, absurdly and touchingly delighted. No doubt as to Louise's sentiments, no doubt as to the sincerity of her efforts, no doubt, until the spring term began, of the certainty of her success. The spring term opened with Clare in Miss Marsham's carved seat at morning prayers. The school had grown accustomed to its headmistress's occasional absence. Miss Marsham, who had for some time felt the strain of school routine too much for her advanced years, was only able to sustain the fiction of her unimpaired powers by taking holidays, as a morphineuse takes her drug, in ever-increasing doses. She was confident in the discretion alike of Clare Hartill and Henrietta Vigors, and, indeed, but for their efficiency, the school would have suffered more quickly than it actually did. Nevertheless, the absence of supreme authority had, though but slightly, the usual disintegrating effect. There was always, naturally, an increase of friction between the two women, especially when the absence of the directress occurred at the beginning of a term. There would be the usual agitations, problems of housing and classification. There would arrive parents to be interviewed and impressed, new girls to be gracefully and graciously welcomed. Clare, to whom Henrietta, for all her hostility, invariably turned in emergencies, showing delicately, yet unmistakably, that she considered herself unwarrantably hampered in her own work, would submit to being on show with an air of bored acquiescence, tempered with modest surprise at the necessity for her presence. It was sufficiently irritating to Henrietta, under strict, if indirect orders, to leave the decorative side of the vice-regency to her rival. She was quite aware of Clare's greater effectiveness. She did not believe that it weighed with Miss Marsham against her own solid qualities. She affected to despise it, yet despising, she envied. She was unjust to Clare, however, in believing the latter's reluctance entirely assumed. Clare enjoyed ruffling the susceptibilities of Henrietta, but she was none the less genuinely annoyed at being even partially withdrawn from her classes, and was relieved when, at the end of a fortnight, Miss Marsham returned to her post. Clare had been forced to neglect her special work. Classes had been curtailed, and interrupted the many extra lessons postponed or turned over to Alwynne, whom more than any other mistress she had trained and could trust. It was Alwynne who, reporting to her at the end of the first fortnight, had made her more than ever eager to get rid of her deputyship. There were new girls in the 5th in whom Alwynne was interested. One at least, she prophesied, would be found to have stuff in her. It was a pity she was not in the scholarship class. She was too good for the lower 5th. Alwynne supposed it would be quite impossible to let her enter? At this time of day? Impossible. Do you realize that we've only another 3 months? I don't suppose she'd want to anyhow, said Alwynne. She's a quaint person. Talk about independence. She informed me today that she shouldn't stay longer than half-term, unless she liked us. Oh, young America! Clare was alert. I didn't know you referred to Cynthia Griffiths. I interviewed the parents last week. Immensely rich. She was demure enough, but I gathered even then that she ruled the roost. Her mother was quite tearful, implored me to keep her happy for 3 months anyhow, while they both indulged in a rest cure abroad. She seemed doubtful of our capacities, but she was not explicit. Cynthia is. I've heard the whole story while I tried to find out how much she knew. She's a new type. Her French and her German are perfect, and her clothes. Her bedroom is a pigsty, and she gets up when she chooses. I gather that she has reduced Miss Figures to a nervous wreck already. Thank goodness I'm a visiting mistress. I wonder what the girls will make of her. Or she of them. That won't be the question, surmised Alwynne shrewdly. Claire, she has 5 schools behind her, American and foreign, and she's 15. We are an incident. I know. There were 2 Americans at my school. It remains to be seen. Claire's eyes narrowed. Well, what else? Alwynne fidgeted. I'm glad you're taking over everything again. I prefer my small kids. Why? Easier to understand and manage. Claire looked amused. Been getting into difficulties? Who's the problem? Agatha? That windbag? She only needs pricking to collapse, said Alwynne contemptuously. Then, with a frown, I wish poor little Mademoiselle Charette would realize it. Have you ever seen a lower 5th French lesson? But, of course, you haven't. It's a farce. Claire frowned. If she can't keep order, she can teach anyhow, said Alwynne quickly. I was at the other end of the room once, working. I listened a little. It's only Agatha. Mademoiselle can tackle the others. She's effective in a delicate way, but senseless, noisy rotting. It breaks her up. She loses her temper. Of course, it's funny to watch, but I hate that sort of thing. I did when I was a schoolgirl even, didn't you? I don't remember, but in the back of Clara's mind was a classroom and herself, contemptuously impertinent to a certain ineffective Miss Loveday. Alwynne continued, frowning. Anyhow, I wish you'd do something. Claire yawned. One mustn't interfere with other departments unasked. Well, I ask you. Alwynne was in earnest. Why? I want you to. Why? Alwynne blushed. Why this championship? I didn't know you and Mademoiselle Charette were such intimates. It's just because we aren't. I like her, but... But what? Well, we had a row. You see, you won't tell, Claire? Claire smiled. She doesn't like you, blurted out Alwynne indignantly, and I just want to show her how altogether wrong. What a crime! How did you find it out? Claire was amused. She was telling me about Agatha, and I said, why on earth didn't she complain to you? And she said, nothing on earth would induce her to. I said, I was sure you would be only too glad for her to ask you. And she said, Alwynne paused dramatically. She said, she hadn't the faintest doubt you would, and that I was a charming child, but that she happened to understand you. Then we had a row, of course. Claire pealed with laughter. She's quite right, Alwynne. You are a charming child. So that is Mademoiselle Charette, is it? And I never guessed, she mused, a curious little smile on her lips. She's a dear, really, said Alwynne apologetically. Only she's what Mrs. Marper calls oddie. I can't think why her knife's into you. Suppose... Claire's eyes lit up. She showed the tip of her tongue. Sure sign of mischief afloat. Suppose I pull it out. What do you bet me, Alwynne? Alwynne laughed. I wish you would. I don't like it when people don't appreciate you. Anyhow, I wish you'd settle Agatha. You know, it's not doing the scholarship French any good. The class slacks. Mademoiselle is worried, I know. Claire was serious at once. That must stop. The standard's too high for trifling, and 1 or 2 of them are weak as it is. Especially Louise. Isn't she? Don't you coach her for grammar? How is her extra work getting on, by the way? Like a house on fire, I suppose? Not altogether. Alwynne looked uneasy. What? Claire looked incredulous. She's the problem, said Alwynne. She had a piece of paper on the table before her and was drawing fantastic profiles as she spoke. Sure sign of perturbation with Alwynne, as Clare knew. Well, demanded Clare, after an interval. Alwynne paused, pencil hovering over an empty eye socket. She seemed nervous, opened her lips once or twice, and closed them again. What's wrong? Clare prompted her. Nothing's wrong exactly. Alwynne flushed uncomfortably. After all, you've seen her in class. Her work is as good as usual? I think so. Her last essay was a little exotic, by the by, not quite as natural, but you corrected them. I was so busy. You don't think she's getting too keen, working too hard? Alwynne's tone was tentative. Do you think so? Clare was thoroughly interested. She was tickled at Alwynne's anxious tones. She always enjoyed her occasional bursts of responsibility, but she was nevertheless intrigued by Alwynne's hints. She had certainly not given her class its usual attention lately. To Louise she had scarcely spoken unofficially since term began. No opportunities had occurred, and she had been too busy to make one. Louise had returned a bundle of books to her on the opening day of the term, and had been bidden to fetch herself as many more as she chose. But Clare had been out when Louise had called. Clare, to tell the truth, had not once given a thought to Louise since Christmas Day. She had taken a trip to London with Alwynne soon after. The two had enjoyed themselves. The holidays had flown, but she had been glad to find her class radiantly awaiting her. She had found it much as usual. Alwynne's perturbation was the more intriguing. Do you think so? She repeated with a lift of her eyebrows that reduced Alwynne's status to that of a kindergarten pupil teacher. She enjoyed seeing her grow pink. Of course, it's no affair of mine, said Alwynne aggrievedly. She went on with her drawing. Clare swung herself onto the low table and sat, skirts asway, gazing down at Alwynne's head, bent over its grotesques. There was a curl at the nape of the neck that fascinated her. It lay fine and shining like a baby's. She picked up a pencil and ran it through the tendril. Alwynne jumped. Clare, leave me alone. You only think I'm impertinent. Does she want a finger in the pie, then? Said Clare softly. Poor old Alwynne. The pencil continued its investigations. Alwynne tried not to laugh. She could never resist Clare's soft voice, as Clare very well knew. I don't. I only thought that Louise, your precious Louise, she's trying so awfully hard. Yes? She's overdoing it. The work's not so good. She's too keen, I think. Yes? I think? Yes, Alwynne? You won't be annoyed? That depends. Then I can't tell you. I think you can, said Clare levelly. Alwynne was silent. Clare took the paper from her and examined it. You've a fantastic imagination, Alwynne. When did you dream those faces? Well, and what do you think? Be quick. I think she's growing too fond of you, said Alwynne desperately. She faced Clare, red and apprehensive. She expected an outburst, but Clare never did what Alwynne expected her to do. Is that all? Pooh! Said Clare lightly and began to laugh. She swung backwards, her fingertips crooked round the edge of the table, her neat shoes peeping and disappearing beneath her skirts as she rocked herself. She regarded Alwynne with sly amusement. So I've a bad influence, Alwynne? Is that the idea? Alwynne protested redly. Clare continued, unheeding. Well, it's a novel one, anyhow. Could you indicate exactly how my blighting effect is produced? Don't mind me, you know. Then, with a chuckle, Oh, you delicious child! Alwynne was silent. Tell me all about it, Alwynne dear, cooed Clare. Alwynne shrugged her shoulders with a curiously helpless gesture. I can't, she said. I thought I could, but I can't. You don't help me. I was worried over Louise. I think she alters. I think she gets a strained look. I know she thinks about you all the time. I thought, but, of course, if you see nothing, it's my fancy. There's nothing definite, I know. If you don't know what I mean. I don't, said Clare shortly. Do you know yourself?" "No," said Alwynne. She searched Clare's face wistfully. "I just thought perhaps she was too fond of you. I can't put it differently. I'm a fool. I wish I hadn't said anything." "So do I," said Clare gravely. "I didn't mean to interfere. It wasn't impertinence, Clare," said Alwynne, her cheeks flaming. Clare hesitated. She was annoyed at Alwynne's unnecessary display of insight, yet tickled by her penetration, not displeased by the jealousy which, as it seemed to her, must be at the root of the protest. Alwynne had evidently not forgotten her chilly Christmas afternoon. Louise, as obviously, had talked. There must have been some small degree of friction for Alwynne to complain of Louise. Curiously, it never occurred to Clare that Alwynne's remarks hid no motive, that Alwynne was genuinely anxious and meant exactly what she had said, or tried to say. Possibly in Alwynne's simplicity lay her real attraction for Clare. It made her as much of a sphinx to Clare as Clare was to her. As she stood before her, apprehensive of her displeasure, obviously afraid that she had exceeded those bounds to their intercourse that she, more than Clare, had laid down, yet withal a curiously dogged look upon her face, Clare was puzzled as to her own wisest attitude. She was inclined to batter her into a retraction. It would have relieved her own feelings. Clare could not endure criticism, but she was not yet so sure of Alwynne as to allow herself the relief of invective. She thought that she might easily reserve her annoyance for Louise. It was Louise, after all, who had exposed her to criticism. And if Alwynne chose to be jealous, it was at least a flattering display. She supposed she must placate Alwynne. After all, 50 Louises and her own dignity could not weigh against the possession of Alwynne. She spoke slowly, choosing her words. "As if I could think you impertinent! But, my dear, I'm older than you. Can't you trust me to understand my girls? After all, I devote my life to them, Alwynne." Clare's quiet dignity was in itself a reproof. "I know." Alwynne lifted distressed eyes. I didn't imply. Of course you know best. I only thought that I took more notice of Louise than was wise." "No, no," protested Alwynne unhappily. Clare continued. "If you think I'm to blame for encouraging a lonely child, she has no mother, Alwynne. Lending her a few books, asking her to tea with me, because I felt rather sorry for her." "I didn't mean that." Alwynne twisted her fingers helplessly. "Then what did you mean?" Clare asked her. She had slipped on to the floor and was facing Alwynne, very tall and grave and quiet. "Won't you tell me just exactly what you did mean?" She allowed a glimmer of displeasure to appear in her eyes. And Alwynne, tongue-tied and cornered, had nothing whatever to say. She had been filled with vague uneasiness and had come to Clare to have it dispelled. The uneasiness was still there, formless yet insistent, but the only effect of her clumsy phrases was to hurt Clare's feelings. After all, was she not worrying herself unduly? Was she to know better than Clare? She had felt for some moments that she had made a fool of herself. There remained to capitulate. Her anxiety over Louise melted before the pain in Clare's eyes, the reproof of her manner. "Would you like me to speak to Louise before you?" went on Clare patiently. "Perhaps she could explain what it is that worries you." "No, no! For goodness sake, Clare!" cried Alwynne, appalled. Then surrendering. "Clare, I didn't mean anything. I do see. I've been fussing, impertinent, whatever you like. I didn't mean any harm. Oh, let's stop talking about it, please." "I'd rather you convinced yourself first," said Clare frigidly. "I don't want the subject reopened once a week." Then relenting. "Poor old Alwynne! The trials of a deputy! Has she worried herself to death? But I'm back now. I think I can manage my class, Alwynne, as long as you stand by to give me a word of advice now and then." Alwynne squirmed. Clare laughed tenderly. "My dear, give Louise a little less attention. It won't hurt either of you. Are you going to let me feel neglected?" Then, with a change of tone, Now we've had enough of this nonsense. She curled herself in her big chair. Alwynne, there's a box of Fullers in the cupboard and an English review. Don't you want to hear the new Masefield before you go home? And Alwynne's eyes grew big, and she forgot all about Louise as Clare's loveliest voice read out the rhyme of The River. Yet Clare had a last word as she sent her home to Elsbeth. Sorry, said Clare whimsically, as Alwynne bade her goodbye. I always was a fool, said Alwynne, and hugged her defiantly. But Clare, for once, made no protest. She patted her ruffled hair as she listened to the noises of the departure. Too fond of me? She said softly. Too fond of me? Alwynne, what about you? But if Alwynne heard, she made no answer. End of chapter 13. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 14 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 14. Miss Marsham was accustomed to recognize that it was the brief career of Cynthia Griffiths that first induced her to consider the question of her own retirement. It is certain that the school was never again quite as it had been before her advent. The Cynthia Griffiths term remained a school date from which to reckon as the nation reckons from the Jubilee. In an American school, Cynthia Griffiths must have been at least a disturbing element. In the state English establishment, with its curious mixture of modern pedagogy and early Victorian training, she was seismic. With their usual adaptability, the new girls, as they accustomed themselves subduedly to the strange atmosphere, had found nothing to cavil at in the school arrangements. They had not thought it incongruous to come from Swedish exercises to prolonged and personal daily prayers, kneeling for 10 minutes at a time while their headmistress wrestled with deity. It might have bored girls of 16 and 18 to learn their daily Bible verse and recite it alternately with a kindergarten and lower school, but it never occurred to them to protest, any more than they were likely to object to the little notebook which each girl carried, with its printed list of 25 possible crimes, and the dangling pencil wherewith, at tea-time, to mark herself innocent or guilty. The 101 rules that Edith Marsham had found useful in the youth of her seminary 40 years before, and that time had rendered obsolete, irritating, or merely unintelligible, were nevertheless endured with entire good nature by her successions of pupils. Alwynne and her contemporaries might fume in private, and Clare shrug her shoulders in languid tolerance, but nobody thought it worthwhile to question directly the entire sufficiency of a bygone system to the needs of the new century's hockey-playing generations. But a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump. What, if you please, is an old lady to do? An old lady, declining on her pleasant 70s, owning 60, not a day more, traditionally awe-inspiring and unapproachable, whose security lies in the legends that have grown up of the terrors of her eye and tongue, when young America clamors at her intimidating door? Young America, calm-eyed, courteous, coaxing, squatting confidentially at the feet of authority, demanding counsel and comfort. Useless for harried authority to suggest consultation with equally harried assistance. Young America, with a charming smile and the prettiest of gestures, would rather talk it over quietly with authority's self. Authority, who is the very twin of her dear old granny at home, will be sure to understand. Such fusses about nothing all day and every day! Can it be that authority expects her to keep her old bureau tidy when she's had a maid all her life? Young America will be married as soon as she quits Europe. Follows a confidential sketch of the more promising of young America's best boys, and have her own maid right on. Can authority, as a matter of cold common sense, see any use in bothering over cupboards for just 3 months or so? If so, right. Young America will worry along somehow, but it seemed kind of foolish, didn't it? Or could young America hire a girl, like she did in Paris? Anyway, it was rough luck on the lady in the glasses to get an apoplexy every day, as authority might take it was the case at present. Another point, could authority, surveying matters impartially, see any harm in running downtown when she was out of candy? It only meant missing 10 minutes French, and if there was one thing young America, lapsing suddenly, with bedazing fluency, into that language, was sure of, it was French. These English-French classes meant well, but, her God, how they were slow! There had been, young America confessed it with candid regret, some difficulties with the cute little mark books. Young America had mislaid 3 in a fortnight. She just put them down, and they lay around a while, and then they weren't there. Some of the ladies had been real annoyed. And once on the subject of mark books, did authority really mean that she was to chalk it up each time she was late for breakfast, or say darn it, or talked in class? Would, in her place, authority be able to keep tally? Couldn't young America just mark off the whole concern and be done with it? Young America apologized for worrying authority with these quaint matters, but, on her honor, every lady in the school seemed to have gone plumb crazy about them. They just sat around and yapped at her. Young America was genuinely scared. She had thought a heart-to-heart chat with authority ought to put things right. She would be real grateful to authority for fixing things. And so, with the odd curtsy she had learned among the duchies, as she called a German pensionnat, and a hearty kiss on either cheek, young America, affable as ever, beamed upon authority and withdrew. Authority felt as if it had been out in a high wind. Instinctively it clutched at its imposing headdress. All was in place. Authority lay back in its chair and gasped fishily. But Miss Vigors, frenzied into confession of inability to deal with the situation, got scant sympathy. "What am I to do? I hate troubling you, I am sure, though it's a relief to us all to have you back. Of course, if you had been at home, she would never have been admitted. You would have realized the unsuitability, but it was not my decision. Miss Hartill, but what am I to do? I flatter myself I can control our English girls, but these Americans! Open defiance, Miss Marsham. Her room! She refuses to attend to it. She comes and goes when she chooses. She treats me, positively, as an equal. Her influence is unspeakable. It must be stopped. 10 minutes late for breakfast. Oh, every day! Once I could excuse, and on the top of it all, to offer me chocolates. I must ask you to punish her severely. Keep her in? Miss Marsham, I did. I sent her to a room. Miss Marsham, will you believe me? When I went up to her later, she was fast asleep. On the bed. In the daytime. Without taking off the counterpane. Miss Marsham, I leave the matter to you." She paused, for the comments her tale deserved. But to outraged authority, it had called up a picture, an impudent picture of young America, curled kitten fashion on its austere white palette, pink cheek on rounded arm, guileless eyes opening sleepily under a sour and scandalized gaze. Henrietta started. She could not believe her ears. Benevolently, unmistakably, authority had chuckled. But the scandal was short-lived. Before the term was over, before Henrietta had braced herself to her usual resource, a threat of resignation, or Miss Marsham, hesitating between the devil of her protesting subordinates and the deep sea of young America's unshakable conviction that in her directness she had an enthusiastic partisan, could allow her maid to suggest to her that she needed a change, the end had arrived. Cynthia, as Alwynne had surmised, found 10 weeks of an English private school more than enough for her, and an imperious telegram had summoned her docile parents. She departed as she had come, in a joyous flurry. The school mourned, and the common room, in its relief, sped the parting guest with a cordiality that was almost effusive. A remark of Henrietta's, as the mistress sat over their coffee on the afternoon of Cynthia's departure, voiced the attitude of the majority to its late pupil. "I'm thankful," Miss Vigors was unusually talkative, "deeply thankful that she's gone. An impossible young woman. Oh no, you couldn't call her a girl. Would any girl, any English girl, conceivably behave as she has? They have begun to imitate her, of course. That was to be expected. She demoralized the school. It will take me a month to get things straight. I have 3 children in bed today. Headaches? Fiddlesticks. Overeating. I suppose you heard that there was a midnight feast last night? The common room opened its eyes. I'm not astonished. A farewell gathering, I suppose. I'm sure it's not the first, said Clare, her eyes alight with amusement. But go on. How did you find it out? Miss Marsham informed me of it, said Henrietta, with desperate calmness. It appears that Cynthia asked her permission. Miss Marsham, contributed a cake. Seed! Clare gurgled. This is priceless. Did she tell you? I wonder she had the face. Henrietta grew pink. No, Cynthia herself. She, offered me a slice. She had the impertinence, the entirely American impertinence, to come to my room, after midnight, to borrow a tooth glass, to eat ices in. It appeared that they were short of receptacles. Ices? Came the chorus. Her mother provided them, I believe. In a pail, said Henrietta stiffly. Did you lend the tooth glass? Asked Clare. Henrietta coughed. It was difficult to refuse. She had bare feet. I did not wish her to catch cold. Clare turned away abruptly. Her shoulders shook. I do not wish to be unjust. I do not think she was intentionally insubordinate. Henrietta fingered one of the tall pink roses that had appeared on her desk that morning. I believe she meant well. She was a dear, said the little gym mistress. She was an impossible young woman, retorted Henrietta with spirit. At the same time, Clare spoke with unusual friendliness. She certainly had a way with her, said Henrietta. End of chapter 14. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 15 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 15. Cynthia Griffiths had set a fashion. Her Kewpie hair ribbons and abbreviated blouses were an unofficial uniform long after she had ceased, probably, to know that such articles of dress existed. Her slang phrases incorporated themselves in the school vocabulary. Her deeds of derring do were imitated from afar. To have been on intimate terms with her would have been an impressive distinction had not every member of the school been able to lay claim to it. For Cynthia's jolly temperament laughed at schoolgirl etiquette, could never be brought to realize the existence of caste and clique. She darted into their lives and out again like a dragonfly through a cloud of gnats. It was not strange that her beauty, her prodigality, in conjunction with the all-excusing fact of her nationality, should have attracted the weathercock enthusiasm of her companions, should have made her, short as her career had been, the rage. Yet the one person on whom that career was to have a lasting influence was, to all appearance, the least affected by it. Cynthia and Louise Denny were classmates, for Clare, amused and interested by the new type, had, after all, arranged for Cynthia to join the scholarship class, though there could be no idea of her entering. She agreed with Alwynne that there was not much likelihood of Cynthia's sojourn being a long one. In the meantime, as she had explained to Miss Marsham, it was better to have the firebrand under her own eye. Miss Marsham agreed with alacrity, and contrasted Clare's calmly capable manner with the protests of Henrietta. She realized joyfully that Cynthia would not be permitted to appeal from any decision of Miss Hartill. She recalled, not for the first time, that in all Clare's years there had never come a crisis for which she had been found unprepared. Details of a campaign might finally reach the ears of authority. There would be always birds of the air to carry the matter, but from Miss Hartill herself, no word. If pressed, there would be a brief summary, a laughing comment, never an appeal for help. Miss Marsham had built up her school by sheer force of personality. She was old now, grown slack and easy, but instinctively she recognized a ruling spirit, a kindred mind. One day she must choose her successor. She was rich. Her school need not fall to the highest bidder. There were Henrietta and Clare. Henrietta had scraped and saved, she knew. Henrietta was fond of trying on authority's shoes. Of Clare's wishes she was less sure. But Clare was a capable girl. A capable girl. Clare had never let anyone worry her. She read Clare correctly. Clare had no intention of allowing Cynthia Griffiths to lessen her prestige. But she had her own method of solving the American problem. She treated her new pupil with the easy good humor, the mocking friendliness of an equal. She realized the impossibility of counteracting the effects of a haphazard education, but recognizing equally the inherent kindliness and lawlessness of the character, played on both qualities in her management of the girl. Her classes were not demoralized, but stimulated by the newcomer's presence. Yet Clare had said nothing to Cynthia of rules and regulations. But Miss Hartill's manner had certainly implied that while to her, too, they were folly and weariness, after all it was easy to conform. It saved trouble and pleased people, all conveyed without prejudice to the morals of her other pupils in a shrug, and a twinkle, and a half-finished phrase. Cynthia was charmed. Here was common sense. For the first time she felt herself at home. She appalled the classes by her loud encomiums, her delighted discovery of qualities that it was blasphemy to connect with Miss Hartill. For Cynthia, with the pitiful shrewdness that her cosmopolitan years had instilled, admired Clare for reasons that bewildered the worshippers. To them, Clare moved through the school, apart, Olympian, a goddess, condescending delightfully. To Cynthia, accustomed to intrigue, she was obviously and admirably Machiavellian. It amazed her that the English girls could not perceive Miss Hartill's cleverness, that they should adore her for qualities as foreign to her character as they were essentially insipid, and be indignant at understanding and discriminating praise. But Cynthia was above all philosophical. She shrugged her shoulders over the crazy crew, and reserved her comments for Louise. For in Louise, incredible as Alwynne Durand, for instance, would have thought it, she did find a listener. An antagonist, easily pricked into amusing indignation, into white-hot denials, nevertheless a listener. Indeed, it was the attitude of Cynthia to Clare Hartill, rather than her personal attraction, that was responsible for Louise's departure from her original and sincere attitude of indifference to the advances of the popular American. Louise was less in the foreground than she had been in the previous term. She had come back to school, less talkative, less brilliant, but working with a dogged persistence that had on Alwynne, at least, a depressing effect. But Alwynne, also, was seeing less of the girl. Cynthia Griffiths obstructed her view. Cynthia, taking one of her vociferous likings to a sufficiently unresponsive Louise. For the rapprochement was scarcely a normal schoolgirl intimacy. Cynthia Griffiths had been intrigued by Louise's personality. She had been quick to grasp the importance of the child's position, to guess her there by reason of her brains and temperament. Yet to Cynthia, judging life, as she did, chiefly by exterior appearances, Louise, insignificant, timid, shadowy, was an incessant denial of her nevertheless recognizable influence in school politics. In the language of Cynthia, she was a dark horse. Cynthia was charmed. School life was dull. The mildest of mysteries was better than none. She would devote herself to deciphering a new type. This little English kid had undoubted influence with girl and mistress alike. Cynthia had intercepted glances between her and Miss Hartill, and Miss Durand too, that spoke of mutual understanding. Perhaps it was money, half the school in her pay? Or secret influences of the most sinister? Hypnotism, maybe? Cynthia Griffith, fed on dime novels and magazine literature, was not 10 minutes concocting the hopefulest of mare's nests. She approached Louise between excitement and suspicion. Cynthia was not scrupulous. She forced her way through the reserves and defenses of the younger girl, like a bumblebee clawing and screwing and buzzing into the heart of a half-shut flower. She found much to puzzle her, more to amuse, but nothing to justify her gorgeous suspicions. She confessed them one day to Louise, in a burst of confidence, and Louise was hugely delighted. Cynthia always delighted her. She liked her jolly ways and her sense of fun, and was quite convinced that she had no sense of humor at all. The conviction saved her some suffering. She was jealous, inevitably jealous, of the brilliant newcomer. Painfully alive, too, exaggerating and writhing at Clare's preoccupation with her. Yet the warped shrewdness proper to her state of mind, she could calculate with painful accuracy how long it would take Clare to tire of her new toy, what qualities would soonest induce satiety. She guessed, hoped, prayed that Miss Hartill would discover, as she had done, Cynthia's lack of conscious humor, the obtuseness that underlay her boisterous ease. She was not fine enough to hold Miss Hartill long. She would grow too fond of Miss Hartill, would, in the terrible craving to render up her whole soul, expose herself in all her crudity. Louise did, for a while, soothe the jealousy, the tearing, clawing beast in her breast, with that comfortable conviction. That her reasoning was subconscious, that she was unaware of the process of analyzation and deduction that led to her conclusions, is immaterial. She felt, and as she felt, she acted. Her reasons for her actions were sounder than she dreamed. She made mistakes often enough. Her profound occupation with Clare Hartill had induced a spiritual myopia. The rest of the world was out of focus, and it was her initial misunderstanding of Cynthia Griffiths that led to their curious, unaffectionate alliance. In all Louise's ponderings, she had never doubted but that Cynthia would, like the rest of the world, fall down and worship at the shrine of Clare Hartill. Cynthia Griffith, amused spectator of an alien life, did nothing of the kind, and Louise, amazed, fiercely incredulous, all suspicious, yet finally convinced of the inconceivable fact, it had a curious effect. She should have been indignant, contemptuous of the obtuse creature, as, indeed, in a sense she was, but chiefly she was conscious of a lifted weight, of an enormous and hysterical gratitude. Cynthia was a fool, a purblind Philistine, but what relief was in her folly, what immense security! Jealousy could not die out in Louise, but it entered on a new phase, became passive, enduring resignedly inevitable pain. But its vigilance, its fierce pugnacity was dead. For Cynthia, dear fool, did not care. Pearls had been cast before Americans. Louise was ready enough to be gracious to such exquisite insensibility. She became friendly. She had guarded her secret jealously from the world. She was keen on Miss Hartill, certainly, but so was half the school, at least. She was merely in the fashion, insignificant and circumspect, giving no confidences. No one but Clare herself, and Alwynne Durand, guessed at the intensity of her affection. But with Cynthia Griffith she was reckless. Ostrich-like, she trusted to the protection of her formal disclaimer, while with each new discussion, each half-confidence, she exposed herself and her feelings more completely. And Cynthia, dropping her theories, began to be interested in the strange, vehement imp, with its alternating fits of frankness and reticence, wit and childishness, its big brain and its inexplicable yet obvious unhappiness. She affected Louise, was accustomed to pet and parade her, long before she had solved the problem of her character. Indeed, it was not until she had confided to the child her plans for an early departure that Louise relaxed her self-protective vigilance. She had begun, in her walks with Cynthia, to realize the relief and healing of self-expression. If Cynthia were going away to Paris, America, never to be seen again, what harm in talking, in saying for once what she felt? There was ripe pleasure in it, and, oh, what harm? Louise found an odd satisfaction in leading Cynthia, on her side, if you please, alert for evidence, the amateur detective still, to sit in judgment on Clare Hartill, would sit, horrified, thrilled, drinking in blasphemy. She would have allowed no other human being to impeach the smallest detail of Clare Hartill's conduct, but from Cynthia, though she raged hotly, she did allow, and in some queer fashion, enjoy it. She had, perhaps, a vague assurance that Cynthia, being a foreigner, could not be taken seriously. So the pair discussed Clare Hartill from all possible angles, till Louise occasionally forgot to keep up her elaborate pretense of indifference, to insist on its being understood that the discussion was Rhadamanthine in its impersonality. "Yes, I'm off soon," Cynthia had confided. They were sitting together in her cubicle. "All this is slow. Slow! Never mind. Wait till this child gets going." She stretched herself lazily and flung back on her little white bed, arms behind her. Louise studied her magnificent torso. "Why did you come?" she demanded. Cynthia laughed. "Italy, France, Deutschland. I'd done everywhere but England. Now comes a tour around the world. And so home. I'm Californian, you know. I'll have great times then. You don't live over here. You're afraid of your own shadows. Now an American girl—" "How do you mean?" "Aren't you? Always afraid of breaking rules? Haven't I asked you? Haven't I begged you to come out with me one day? Oh, Louise, it would be great! I saw a taxi man yesterday, outside church, with the duckiest eyes. Lunch somewhere, and phone through for the new show at Daly's. An American show. Dandy! Only taken you 4 years to transfer here. Let's go, Louise. We'd be back to supper." Louise twinkled. "Rot! We'd be expelled." Cynthia opened her china blue eyes. "For a little thing like that? Why? We wouldn't miss a class. Besides, we'd say you asked me home to tea." Louise looked distressed. Their ideas of veracity had clashed before. Cynthia, watching mischievously, giggled. "Poor kid! Doesn't it want to tell lies, then?" "You see, English people don't. Of course, I know it's different abroad," said Louise delicately. "Haven't you ever, Louise?" Louise flushed crimson. "You have?" Cynthia was amused. "What was it, Louise?" "Oh, what was it? Tell." "Oh, you needn't mind me. My average is, well, quite average. What was it?" Louise's lips closed. "I call you the limit, you know. English people don't. With a red-hot taradiddle on your little white conscience all the time. You're a good pupil, Louise." Louise, blushing, turned suspiciously. "What are you at now?" she demanded. "I was thinking of Clarissa." Cynthia smiled with intention. "Clarissa who?" "Clare, kid. Clare. Sweet Clare. Sugar-sweet Clare. Our dear Dame Double." "I wish you wouldn't talk like that," said Louise in her lowest voice. "You know I hate it." "All right, honey." Cynthia rolled lazily onto her side and pulled a box of chocolates from the shelf beside her. The room was quiet for a while. "Cynthia?" What did you mean just now?" "Have a candy?" "No, thanks." Cynthia munched on. "About Miss Hartill?" Louise's tone was half defiant, half guilty. She felt disloyal in reopening the subject, yet Cynthia's hints rankled. "I don't know. Nothing, I guess." "Oh, but you did mean something," said Louise uneasily. "Maybe." "Tell me." "Want to know?" "Yes." "Badly?" "It's not true, of course, but I'd like to know." Cynthia's eyes danced. She could be grave enough otherwise, but her eyes and her dimples could never be kept in order. "Tell about the taradiddle first, and I will." But to Louise a lie was a lie and no joking matter. She fidgeted. "If you must know." "I must." "Well, you know how Miss Hartill hates birthdays?" "Why?" "At least school ones. You know, there's such a fuss at Miss Marsham's. A holiday, presents, and all that. So Miss Hartill won't let hers be known. Splendid isolation stunt. If you're going to be a hatefully unjust pig, I won't tell you. I apologize. Have a candy? Well, you know, Agatha found out that Miss Hartill was giving a party last week, and, of course, everyone thought it was for hers. But it turned out it was Daffy's birthday. Miss Hartill gave it for her. It was Agatha's fault. She was so dead certain about it. But what did it matter? Well, you see, I'd got some roses. Pale pink and yellow? Beauties? Yes. Oh, so that's where they came from. I did Dame Double an injustice. I thought it was a best boy, Cynthia gurgled. You saw them? I went to tea with her. It must have been that day, the 8th? Louise nodded. A party! Agatha is a coon. There was only Daffy there. I wonder she didn't ask you. Louise said nothing. Her face was expressionless. Mean old thing. Cynthia grew indignant as the situation dawned on her. She can't ask everyone. There was no reason whatever to ask me. But Louise's voice had a suspicious quiver in it, which Cynthia, with unusual tact, ignored. Well, about the roses. They were beauties, kid. Oh, I brought 'em round, going to school. I thought she'd started, but she hadn't. She opened the door, so there I was, stuck. Louise began to laugh. I'd meant to leave them, just without any name. I see, Cynthia twinkled. She was rather breakfasty, you know, and I got flustered and forgot to wish her many happy. Wasn't it lucky? I was thankful afterwards. I only said they were out of the greenhouse, and I thought she'd like them. She did, too. Louise smiled to herself. Well? That's all. But where did the light come in? Oh, well, I'd bought them, you see, as if Mama would let me pick flowers. Besides, we haven't even got a greenhouse. But I had 5 shillings at Christmas, and 6 pence in the pudding, and 6 pence a week pocket money, and I never have anything to buy. I could well afford it, said Louise with dignity. That's not a lie, said Cynthia, disappointed. It's barely an evasion. I didn't mean to evade. I was only afraid she'd be cross, and yet I couldn't resist getting them. Do you know the feeling when you ache to give people things? But it was a lie, of course. Oh, well, you needn't mind. She tells plenty herself. Acts them, at least. Louise caught her up. There, that's it. That's one of the things. You're always hinting things. Why do you? I won't have it. Of course, I know you're only in fun, but if anybody hears you... I'm not. Oh, but it's no use talking. You think she's a god almighty. What's the use of my telling you that she's a conceited... She's not. Oh, she's the right to be. She'd be a peach if I had the dressing of her. She doesn't like American fashions. We don't want her to. We like her as she is. And she knows it. You bet your bottom dollar. There's not much she doesn't know. Why, she simply lives for effect. She's the most gorgeous hypocrite. You're a beastly one yourself. You pretend you like her. But I do. I admire her heaps. But I understand her. You don't. She likes to be top dog. She'll do anything for that. She likes to know every woman and child in the school is a bit of putty, to knead into shape. I know. I've met her sort before. Only generally it was men they were after. And yet it bores her, too. Parenthesized Cynthia shrewdly. That's why she likes me. I don't care 2 pence for her tricks. That stings her up a bit. She'll be mighty bored when I go. Louise listened, angry, yet fascinated. It gave her a curious pleasure to hear Miss Hartill belied. She would hug herself for her own superior discernment. A phrase from a half-digested story often recurred to her. One doesn't defend one's God. One's God is a defense in himself. But Cynthia was going too far, abandoning innuendo for direct assault. She struck back. It's easy to say things. Just saying so doesn't make it so. And if it did, I shouldn't believe it." "Oh, I can prove it," Cynthia laughed. "Have you noticed the charrette comedy?" "Mademoiselle? Oh, she hates Miss Hartill. But she's French, of course." "Does she just? Well, there was a French girl. She left last term. She told Marian that Mademoiselle had said things to her about Miss Hartill. Agatha told me. Agatha loathes Mademoiselle. Of course, Mademoiselle is rather down on her." "I don't wonder. You know how Agatha hazes her in class." "I can't stand Agatha." Louise shook herself. "Last French grammar it was awful. Silly, you know, not funny. One simply couldn't work. Mademoiselle kept her in. I suppose Agatha didn't like that. She's been a lamb since, anyway. About time, too." "Shucks! It wasn't being kept in. It was Clarissa. Oh, my dear, it was fun." There was poor little Mademoiselle, storming away in her absurd English, and Agatha cheeking her for all she was worth. "How did you hear?" "Why, I was in the studio. Agatha didn't know we were there, of course. The glass doors were open. You know, Daffy gives me extra drawing, and just when Agatha was in full swing and Mademoiselle speechless with rage, Miss Hartill turned up. Wanted Daffy." "Oh, go on!" Louise cried breathlessly. "It really was funny, you know. Miss Hartill was talking to Daffy, and the row was going on next door. You couldn't help hearing. And suddenly Daffy said" Daffy had been fidgeting for some time. "Listen." And Clarissa said, "Oh, oh." You know her way, with about 10 O's at the end, and Daffy said, "There, now do you believe me?" kind of crowing. And Miss Hartill, she just smiled, like a cat with cream, and said, "All right, Alwynne." "All right, my dear," and went into the next room. Say, it was exciting. She didn't raise her voice, but she just let herself go, and in about 2 minutes Agatha came out like a ripe cheese, literally crawling. I wish she hadn't shut the door. I couldn't hear any more. I could see, of course, and you bet I watched out of the tail of my eye. Daffy never noticed me. What happened then? Oh, they stood and talked, and Mademoiselle was scarlet and seemed to be pitching into Miss Hartill, as far as I could see, and Miss Hartill was letting her talk herself out, and sometimes she smiled and said something. That always started Mademoiselle off again, and at last Mademoiselle went and sat in one of the window seats, and I couldn't see her face, but I imagined she was howling. French people always do. Clarissa went and patted her shoulder. "She is a dear." Loyally, Louise put back her instant jealousy. "Oh, she was enjoying herself," said Cynthia coolly. "You should have seen her face, sort of smiling at her own thoughts. Have you ever seen a spider smile?" Louise disdained an answer. "Nor have I. Have a candy? But I bet I know what it looks like." "Well, what happened?" demanded Louise impatiently. "Oh, it was annoying. Daffy came and sat down in my place to correct. I couldn't see any more. Only when Miss Hartill came out. She didn't notice me. I was putting away the group. She said to Daffy, 'She's coming to tea on Friday.' And Daffy said, 'Clare, you're a wonder.' And Miss Hartill said, 'I didn't do it for her, Alwynne.' And Daffy got pink. Clarissa did look pleased with herself." "Well, so she ought. Wouldn't you be, if you could make people happy?" Cynthia threw up her hands. "Happy? Oh, Mama! Are you happy?" Louise winced. "Is Daffy? Mademoiselle? Any of you fools? Oh, it's no use talking. You won't believe me when I tell you that she's a cat. Yes, a pussy cat, Louise. A silky, purring pussy cat, pawing you. Pat, pat, so softly, like kisses. But if you wiggle, my, look out for claws. Have a candy?" Louise gathered herself together. She came close to the bed, and leaning over the older girl, spoke. "I don't understand what you're driving at, but you're wrong. It's you that's a fool. You misjudge her, utterly. You don't understand her. You're not fit to. Are you? Cynthia laughed at her openly. Of course not. No one. Daffy does, of course. But us? Girls? Just because she's been heavenly to you, you take advantage, to watch her, to judge, to twist all she says and does. Why do you hate her so? I don't. Cynthia pulled herself upright. My dear, you're wrong there. I like her immensely. She's a real treat, but I don't worship her like you do. I don't. I just love her, Louise glowed. Cynthia laughed jollily. Oh, well, you'll get over that. Wait till you get a best boy. If you think I'd look at any silly man after knowing her. My dear girl, has it never occurred to you that you'll marry some day? Louise shook her head. I've thought it all out. I never could love anybody as much as I do Miss Hartill. I know I couldn't. But it's not the same. Falling in love with a man. Love's love, said Louise with finality. Where's the difference? Cynthia sat up. Where's the difference? Where's the... She giggled, but something in the quality of her laughter disturbed. Louise frowned. I didn't say anything funny. You'll love your husband, I suppose, that you're always talking about having... And I'll stick to Miss Hartill. It's perfectly simple. But Cynthia was still laughing. Louise grew irritable under her amused glances, and would have turned away, but Cynthia flung her arm about her. Stop! Don't you really know? What? The difference. Cynthia's eyes shone oddly. Louise moved uneasily, disconcerted by their expression. Cynthia continued. Hasn't anyone told you? Why, with the books you've read, haven't you read the Bible ever? Of course. Louise was indignant. I've been right through 4 times. And you've never noticed? Good Lord! That's all I read it for. I haven't any idea what you're driving at, said Louise. Cynthia was making her thoroughly uncomfortable. Cynthia was flushed, laughing pure devilry in her eyes. Her lips were pouted, her little teeth gleamed. She looked a child licking its lips over forbidden dainties. She had pulled Louise into her lap, and her voice had dropped to a whisper. Shall I tell you? Would you like to know? You ought to. You're 14. It's absurd, not knowing about things. Shall I tell you? Louise fidgeted. Cynthia's manner had aroused her curiosity, but nonetheless she was repelled. Why, she could not have said. She hesitated, aroused, yet half frightened. I'll tell you, said Cynthia lusciously. With a sudden effort, Louise freed herself from the encircling arm. She edged away from the elder girl, stammering a little. I don't think I want to know anything. It's awfully sweet of you. I always ask Daffy things. Do you mind? Cynthia, good-tempered as ever, laughed aloud. Lord, no. But what a little saint! Aren't you ever curious, Louise? All right, I won't tease. Have a candy? And Louise, eating chocolates, was not long in forgetting the conversation and all the curious discomfort it had aroused. If a leaf had fallen on the white garment of her innocence, a leaf from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, she had brushed it aside, all unconscious, before it could leave a stain. End of Chapter 15, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 16 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 16. The spring term was nearly over, holidays and a trip to Italy deliciously near. Yet Clare Hartill sat at breakfast and frowned over a neatly written letter. Clare Hartill did not encourage the re-entry of old friends into her life. She did not forget them. She would look back upon the far-off flaming intimacy with regret, would quote its pleasures to the friend of the hour with disconcerting enthusiasm, but she was never eager for the reappearance of any whose ways had once diverged from her own. Pleasant memories, if you will, but, in the flesh, old friends were tiresome. They claimed instant intimacy, were free-tongued, fond, familiar, could not realize that though they might choose to stand still, she, Clare, had grown out of their knowledge, beyond their fellowship. She, indeed, would find them terribly unaltered, older, glamourless, yet amazingly, humiliatingly the same. She would look at them furtively as she entertained them, and shudder at the lapse from taste that surely must have explained her former affection. She would be gracious, kind, yet inimitably distant, and would send them away at last, subdued, vaguely disquieted, loyal still, yet very sure they would never trouble her again. Which was exactly what Clare Hartill intended. Yet she had her fits of remorse withal, her secret bitter railing at fate and her own nature, for that she could neither keep a friend nor live without one. Recovering, she would be complacent at having contrived, without loss of prestige, to rid herself of bores. There was one fly in her ointment. Who knows not that fly, earnest and well-intentioned, which, when it is dug out with a hairpin, cleanses itself exhaustively and forthwith returns to the Vaseline jar? Such a fly, optimistic and persistent, was the correspondent who invariably signed herself, "Ever, dear Clare, your affectionate little friend, Olivia Pring. P.S. Do you remember?" There would follow a reminiscence, at least 20 years old, that Clare never did remember. Olivia Pring was a schoolmate. There had been a term together in the lower third. For a few weeks she had been Clare's best friend, and she never let Clare forget it. Clare, with removes and double removes, had disappeared speedily from Olivia's world, but she never quite shook off Olivia. Olivia, amiable, admiring, impervious to snubs, refused to be shaken off. She went her placid way, became a governess, and an expert in the more complicated forms of crochet. She wrote to Clare about twice a year, dull, affectionate letters. Clare, that invalid character, amazed herself by invariably answering them. At long intervals Olivia would be passing through London, and would announce herself, if quite convenient, as intending to visit her dear Clare that afternoon. She would describe the lengthy tussle between herself and her employer, before she had wrested the requisite permission to stay the night, and did Clare remember the last visit but 3, and the amusing evening they had had? And the letter was invariably delayed in the posting, and its arrival would precede that of Olivia by a bare half-hour. Olivia, growing even fatter and more placid, would apologize breathlessly between broad smiles at the sight of Clare and recollections of the dear old days. And Clare, as one hypnotized, would go to her linen cupboard and give out sheets for the spare room. There would follow an evening of interminable small talk for Clare, of sheer delight for Olivia Pring, who, consciously and conscientiously commonplace, enjoyed dear Clare's daring views as the youthful curate might enjoy, strictly as an onlooker, what he imagines to be the less respectable aspects of an evening in Paris. And Clare would retire to bed at 10:15 and sleep as she had not slept for weeks. Olivia would be regretfully obliged to catch the 8:11, and would depart amid embraces, and Clare would order up a second breakfast and wonder why she stood it. Yet the pile of unused doilies in her linen cupboard increased yearly. A doily was Olivia's invariable tribute, and arrived, intricate and unlovely, within a week of her visit. Clare fingered her letter in quaint helplessness. She had a sleepless night behind her, and a big morning's work before, and her usual end-of-term headache. Olivia was arriving. She glanced at the hopelessly legible sheets. At 3:50. No chance of mistake there. Clare decided that it was quite impossible for her to survive a 7 hours tête-à-tête with her affectionate friend Olivia Pring. If only Alwynne could help her out. But Alwynne, she knew, was taking the skimmings of the sixths and fifths to a suitable Shakespeare performance. She had taken the pick of the classes herself the evening before. No chance of Alwynne, then. And Cynthia? Alack for Cynthia! Who could have been trusted to amuse Olivia Pring as much as Olivia Pring would have amused her? Cynthia must be aboard ship by now. Clare, in regretful parenthesis, hoped Cynthia would send a few compatriots to Utterbridge. Americans gave a fillip to one's duties. Anyhow, Alwynne and Cynthia were out of the question. There was Louise. She brightened. Louise, queer little thing, was always amusing. Louise would serve her turn. Louise would be so charmed to come. Clare laughed a little consciously. Perhaps she had neglected Louise a trifle of late. Perhaps it was not altogether fair of her. A happy thought buffered the prick of her yawning conscience. It was Alwynne's fault. Alwynne, with her ridiculous, well-meaning objections. She, Clare, had given in to them, for peace and quiet's sake. And now, most probably, Louise was not too content with life. One knew what schoolgirls were. Never mind. Clare would be very nice to Louise this evening. Louise should enjoy herself, and incidentally preserve Clare from expiring of boredom at poor Olivia's large, flat feet. The invitation was given during the 11 o'clock break. Clare would occasionally join the school in Big Hall, and share its milk and biscuits. Often enough to make it any day's delightful possibility, not often enough for it to be other than an event. She would sit on the platform steps, watching the gay promenaders below, informal, approachable, tossing the ball to the daring few, hedged about, in turn, by the tentative many. Sometimes she would stroll about the hall with a girl on either side, or one only. She had a curious little trick of catching the girl she spoke with by the elbow, and pushing her gently along as she talked, bending over — she was very tall — and enveloping. Everybody knew the gendarme stunt, as Cynthia Griffiths irreverently termed it, and no one would have dreamed of approaching or interrupting such a tête-à-tête. Nevertheless, Miss Hartill had not exchanged 3 sentences with Louise Denny on the morning of Olivia Pring's arrival, before every girl in Big Hall knew of it, and twice the number of eyes were following them, with an elaborately accidental gaze, in their progress. Possibly Clare was a little touched by Louise's delight at the invitation. At any rate, she managed, in spite of her headache, to be a very charming companion. She confessed to the headache, and asked Louise for advice. And Louise, deeply concerned, could think of nothing but a recipe she had found in Clare's own Culpeper, in which rhubarb and powdered dormice figured largely. She suggested it in a doubtful little voice. The school would have given a good deal to know what made Miss Hartill laugh so. Miss Hartill told Louise all about her visitor whom, she declared, she depended on Louise to entertain, and added a couple of comical tales of their mutual school days. Unfortunately, Clare's novelli owed their charm more to her inventive touches and graphic manner than to the actual underlying fact. Louise was left with the impression of an Olivia Pring who had been Friar Tuck to Clare's Robin Hood. She appreciated the honor of being asked to meet her to a degree that would have tickled Clare had she guessed it. Miss Olivia Pring! Louise meditated all day over Miss Olivia Pring. Evidently Miss Hartill's best friend. She hoped Miss Olivia Pring would like her. How dreadful it would be if she didn't. For what might she not say to her of Miss Hartill? Louise must be careful, oh, so careful, of her manners and her speech. It was rather hard luck that she would not have Miss Hartill to herself. It would be dreadfully uncomfortable, talking before a stranger. Except for the delightfulness of being asked by Miss Hartill, she could have wished that Miss Hartill had not asked her. Rather an ordeal for a 13-year-old, supper with Miss Hartill and Miss Olivia Pring. Now shyness, like any other painful sensation, is inexplicable to such as have not experienced it, is at once forgotten by such as outgrow it, but to those at its mercy, to sheer, suffering, paralyzing, stultifying, a spiritual torture of the pair. Clare Hartill should have understood. She had her own furtive childhood for reference, But Clare Hartill had a headache, and she was very tired of Olivia Pring. Olivia was so placid, so shapeless, so ridiculous in her pink flannel blouse and the reckless glasses that were ever on the point of toppling over the precipice of her abbreviated nose into the abyss of her half-open mouth. It certainly did not occur to Clare that Louise could feel the slightest discomfort on account of Olivia Pring. But Louise was blind to the flannel blouse and the foolish face and the unmanageable glasses. She was wearing glasses of her own, rose-colored affairs, through which Miss Pring appeared not only as a grown-up and a stranger, but as the intimate of deity in undress. Miss Pring did nothing to dispel the illusion. She had conscientiously flattened the high spirits out of too many little girls to be interested in a new specimen. She addressed herself chiefly to Clare, recalling incessantly and enlarging upon trifling incidents of their mutual past, which every fresh sentence of the badgered hostess contrived to recall to her elastic memory. Louise, always sensitive, her shyness growing with every word, could but take each unexplained allusion as a personal snub, and feeling herself entirely superfluous, began to imagine that Miss Hartill was already regretting the invitation. Panic-struck, she tried to remedy matters by effacing herself as completely as possible. It was wonderful what a small and insignificant person Louise could sometimes look, and did look that evening in one of Clare's big armchairs. Her prim little whisper and deprecatory smile might have struck Clare as pathetic, if Clare had not been so very tired of the affectionate reminiscences of Olivia Pring. As it was, she was annoyed. She had asked Louise of the bright eyes and quick stammer and extravagant imagery to supper with her, the panther cub, not the leveret. She had talked of Louise, too, had looked forward to putting the child through its paces, if only for the benefit of Olivia Pring. She had even surmised that Louise would take Olivia's measure, and that a nod from Clare would be delicately, deliciously impertinent. Indeed, she had thought her capable of it. But it was only a schoolgirl, after all, a silly, tongue-tied schoolgirl that she had for an instant compared with Alwynne. Alwynne, monstrously absent, a match for 10 Olivias. She yawned, shrugged her shoulders, and suggested, in fine ironic fit, a game of Old Maid. Olivia was extremely pleased. She so much preferred Old Maid, or Beggar My Neighbor, perhaps, to bridge. She did not approve of bridge. In her position, it did not do. Clare would remember that she had always said. Clare fetched the cards. Louise, Louise, you have done yourself no good tonight. Shy? Nonsense! What is there to be shy about? A few words from Miss Hartill, a prompting or two, a leading question, could have broken the ice of your shyness for you, eh? And Miss Hartill knows it, as well as you, if not better. That shall not avail you. Who are you, to set Miss Hartill's conscience itching? Miss Hartill has a headache. Pull up your chair, and deal your cards, and stop Miss Hartill yawning, if you can. Believe me, it's your only chance of escape. Louise was a clumsy dealer. Her careful setting out of cards irritated Clare to snatching point. Olive triumphed in every game. On principle, Clare disliked losing, even at Beggar My Neighbor, and they played Beggar My Neighbor till 10 o'clock. Louise grew more cheerful as the evening progressed, ventured a few sentences now and then. Clare was dangerously suave with both her guests, but Louise, taking all in good faith, hoped after all that she had not appeared as stupid as she felt. It had been dreadful at first, she reflected, as she put on coat and hat, but it had gone better afterwards. She didn't believe Miss Hartill was cross with her. That had been a silly idea of her own. Miss Hartill was just as usual. She made her farewells. Clare came out into the hall and ushered her forth. "Goodbye," Louise smiled up at her. "It was so kind of you to have me. I have so much enjoyed myself." Then, the formula off her tongue. "Miss Hartill, I do hope your head's better?" "Thank you," said Clare inscrutably. "Good night." Then, as the maid went down the stairs, "Louise!" "Yes, Miss Hartill?" Clare was smiling brilliantly. Don't come again, Louise, until you can be more amusing. At any rate, natural. Good night." She shut the door. End of chapter 16. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 17 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 17. Louise spent her Easter holidays among her lesson books. Miss Hartill and Miss Durand were in Italy, all responsibilities put aside for 4 blessed weeks, but for Louise there could be no relaxation. The examinations were to take place a few days before the summer term began, and their imminence overshadowed her. Useless for Miss Durand to extract a promise to rest, to be lazy, to forget all about lessons. Louise promised readily and broke her promise half an hour after she had waved the train out of the station. Impossible to keep away from one's history and Latin and mathematics, with examinations 3 weeks ahead. Miss Durand might preach. Her overtaxed brain cry pax. Her cramped body ached for exercise, but Louise knew herself forced to ignore all protests. She would rest when the examinations were over. Till then, revision, repetition, repetition, revision, with as little time as might be grudged to eating and sleeping and duty walks with Mrs. Denny. There was no time to lose. The nights swallowed up the days all too swiftly. Yet, waking one morning with a start to realize that the day of days had dawned at last, she found it incredible. The morning was exactly like other mornings, with the sun streaming blindingly in upon her, because she had forgotten, as usual, to draw her blind at night, her head already aching a little, hot and heavy from uneasy sleep. All night long her brain had been alert, restless, beyond control. All night long it had tugged and fretted, like a leashed dog, at the surface slumber that tethered it. She felt confused, burdened with a half-consciousness of vivid, forgotten dreams. She dressed abstractedly, lesson books propped against her looking-glass and wedged between soap dish and pitcher. For the 100th time she conned the technicalities of the work, and making no slips, grew more cheerful, for it had been the letter, not the spirit, that had troubled her. Little matters of rules and exceptions, of dates and derivations, that would surely trip her up. But she was feeling sure of herself at last, and thrilling as she was with nervous excitement, could yet be glad that the great day had dawned, and ready to laugh at all her previous despondencies. Things were turning out better than she had expected. There was bracing comfort in beginning with her own subject, Miss Hartill's own subject. She could have no fears for herself in the literature examination. French in the afternoon, that was less pleasant. But she would manage. Must. Literally. Miss Hartill expects. She laughed. She supposed the sailors felt just the same about Nelson as she did about Miss Hartill. She wondered if Lady Hamilton had minded his only having one eye and one arm. Suppose Miss Hartill had only one eye and one arm? Oh, if anything happened to Miss Hartill! She shivered at the idea, and instantly witnessed, with all imaginable detail, the wreck of the train as it entered Utterbridge Station, and she herself rescuing Miss Hartill, armless and blind, from the blazing carriage. She had her on the sofa, 5 years later, in the prettiest of invalid gowns, contentedly reliant on her former pupil. And Louise, blissfully happy, was her hands and her feet and her eyes, her nurse, her servant, her... Hastily Louise deprived her alike of income and friends, her breadwinner and companion. Here her French grammar, slithering over the soap to the floor, woke her from that delicious reverie. She picked it up and applied herself for a while to its dazing infinitives, but teeth-brushing is a rhythmic process. Her thoughts wandered again perforce. She had got to be first. Miss Hartill would be so pleased. It would be heavenly to please Miss Hartill again as she used to do. Nothing had been the same since Cynthia came. She flushed to the eyes at the recollection of her last unlucky visit. You needn't come again unless you can be more amusing. You might at least be natural." Yet Miss Hartill had been so kind at the last, had waved to her from the train. The postman's knock startled her, disturbed her meditations anew. Letters! Was it possible? Would Miss Hartill have remembered? Have sent her, perhaps, a postcard? Stranger things had been. She had for weeks envisaged the possibility. She finished her dressing and tore downstairs. The maid was hovering over the breakfast table. "Are there any letters, Baxter? Are there any letters?" But she had already caught sight of a foreign postcard on her plate, a postcard with an unfamiliar stamp. She scurried round the table, her heart thumping. But the big, adventurous handwriting was hatefully familiar. The postcard was from Miss Durand. She waited a moment, her lips parted vacantly, as was her fashion when controlling emotion, waited till the maid had gone. Then she crumpled and tore the thin cardboard in her hand and flung it at last on the floor, in a passion of disappointment. "She might have written," cried Louise. "Oh, she might have written! It wouldn't have hurt her. A postcard." Presently a thought struck her. She groped under the table for the torn scraps of paper and spread them in her lap, piecing them eagerly, laboriously. Miss Hartill might have written on Miss Durand's postcard. She had the oblong fitted together at last and read the scrawl with impatient eagerness. Miss Durand was just sending her a line to wish her all imaginable luck. She and Miss Hartill were having a glorious time. They were sitting at that moment where she had made a cross on the picture postcard. She wished Louise could be with them to see the wonderful view over the valley, and with good wishes from them both, was her Alwynne Durand. Louise's eyes softened. From them both! That was something. Miss Hartill had sent her a message. She sighed as she wrapped the scraps carefully in her handkerchief. Life was queer. Here was Miss Durand, so kind, so friendly always, yet her kindness brought no pleasure. And Miss Hartill, who could open heaven with a word, was not half so kind as Miss Durand. Louise marveled that Miss Hartill could be so miserly. She was sure that she, Louise, could make people utterly happy by kind looks and kind words, stray messages and occasional postcards, that she would be only too glad to be allowed to do it, to possess the power of giving happiness, and with no more trouble to yourself than the writing of a postcard. Queer that Miss Hartill did not realize what her mere existence meant to people. She couldn't realize it, of course. That was it. She thought so little about herself. It was her own beautiful selflessness that made her seem occasionally hard, unkind even. She didn't realize what she meant to people. If she had, she would have written. Of course she would have written. Just a word. On Daffy's postcard. Louise sighed again. One didn't ask much, but it seemed the more humble one grew, the less one asked, the more unlikely people were to throw one even that little. At any rate, there was the examination to tackle. If she did well, she lost herself again in speculations as to the form Miss Hartill's approval might take. The family trooped in to breakfast as the brisk maid dumped a steaming dishful of liver and bacon upon the table. Louise occupied her place and began to spread her bread and butter, avoiding her father's eye. But as she foresaw, she was not permitted to escape. Mr. Denny pounced upon the butter dish. "Not with bacon," he remarked, with reproachful satisfaction, and removed it. Louise said nothing. She was careful not to look at her parent, for she knew that her expression was not permissible. His harmless tyrannies irritated her as invariably as her tricks of personality grated upon him. She thought him smug and petty, and despised him for his submissive attitude to her stepmother. His noisy interferences with her personal habits she thought intolerable, though she had learned to endure them stolidly. But most of all, she hated to see his fat, pudgy hands touching her food. She was accustomed to cut bread for the family. No one guessed why she had arrogated to herself that duty. And he, good man, would look at his daughter occasionally and wonder why she was so unlike his satisfactory sons in their capable mother, would be vaguely annoyed by her silences, and by a certain expression that reminded him uncomfortably of his first fine lady wife, would have an emotion of disquieted responsibility, would hesitate, would end by presenting his daughter with a 5-shilling piece, or be delivered from a dawning sense of responsibility by crumbs on the carpet, the muddy boots of a son and heir, or, as in the present instance, an unjustifiable predilection for butter. "Bread with your meat," he said firmly, and handed her a full plate. Then he watched her with interest. His conception of the duties of fatherhood was realized in seeing that his children slightly overate themselves at every meal. He did as he would be done by. Louise picked up knife and fork unwillingly. She was dry-mouthed with excitement and the beginnings of a headache, and the liberal portion of hot, rich food sickened her. But anything was better than a fuss. She sliced idly at the slab of liver. Opportunity beckoned Mr. Denny. "Don't play with your food," said the father sharply. She ate a few mouthfuls, conscious of his supervision. Satisfied, he turned at last to his own breakfast. There was a peaceful interval. The children talked among themselves. Mrs. Denny, hidden behind her tea cosy, was exclusively concerned with the table manners of the youngest boy. The moment was propitious. Softly, Louise rose and slipped to the sideboard, her plate once hidden behind the biscuit tin. Mr. Denny looked up. He was ever miraculously alert at breakfast. "More bacon, Louise?" "No, thank you, Father," said Louise fervently. "Have you finished your plate?" "Yes, Father." Her brothers gave tongue joyously. "Ooh-hoo! You whopper!" "Oh, Father, she hasn't!" "Mother, did you hear? Louise says she's finished her bacon. She hasn't." "Not near. Not half. Not a quarter. Well, of all the whopping lies!" Mr. Denny sprang up, his eyes glistening. He, too, enjoyed a scene. The plate was retrieved from its hiding place and its guilty burden laid bare. "Emma, do you see this? Emma! Leave that child alone and attend to me. Flagrant disobedience. Louise, I told you to eat it. Turning up your nose at good food. There's many a child would be thankful. Emma! Am I to be disobeyed by my own children? And a lie into the bargain. If that is the way you are taught at your fine school, I'll take you away. Disgraceful! Eat it up now. Emma, are you or are you not going to back me up? Is all that food to be wasted?" Mrs. Denny's calm eyes surveyed the excited table. "Don't fuss, Edwin. Louise, eat up your bacon." "I can't," said Louise sullenly. "Then you shouldn't have taken so much." "I didn't. It was Father." "Eat it up at once," said Mrs. Denny peremptorily, as the baby cast his spoon upon the carpet. The tone of her voice ended the discussion. Mr. Denny watched his daughter triumphantly as she toiled over her task, called her attention to a piece of bacon she had left on the edge of her plate, and when she had finished told her she was a good girl and that it would do her good, after which he gave her a shilling. "I don't want it," muttered Louise. "You don't want it?" repeated Mr. Denny incredulously. Louise looked at him. There was a world of uncomprehending contempt in the eyes of father and child alike, though the father's were amused, where the child's were bitter. Mr. Denny laughed jollily. "I say, kids, hear that? Your sister here hasn't any use for a shilling. Bet you haven't either. Eh? I don't think." Ensued clamor, with jostling and laughter and clutching of coins, from which the head of the house retired to his chair by the fire, chuckling and content. He enjoyed distributing largesse, especially where there was no great need for it, though he was liberal enough to famous charities. He never gave to beggars, on principle. Louise slipped out of the room under cover of the noise, and was dressed and departing when her stepmother called her back. "Louise, you stay to lunch today, don't you?" "At school? Oh, no, Mamma. Holidays, you know. They only open a classroom for the exam." "The 50-pound job, eh?" Her father eyed her over the top of his paper approvingly. For once his daughter was showing a proper spirit. "Go in and win, my girl. I've given you the best education money could buy. If you don't get it, you jolly well ought to. 50 quid, eh? I wasn't given the chance of earning 50 quid when I was 13. Shop boy I was. Started as shop boy like my father before me." His wife cut in sharply. "Isn't there an afternoon examination? I understood—" "Yes, Mama, but no dinners. It's all shut." Mrs. Denny frowned. "It's annoying. I wanted you out of the way. Nurse is taking the children for an outing. I've enough to do without providing lunches. You must take some sandwiches. Spring cleaning. Maid's all busy." "I'd rather take sandwiches." Louise's face brightened. "I thought the cleaning was over. Not a comfortable room in the house for the last fortnight." Mr. Denny was testy. His wife answered them thickly, her mouth full of pins as she adjusted her dusting apron. "Very well. Ask cook to— No, she's upstairs. Cut them yourself. There's plenty of liver. Perfectly absurd. Do you want the house a foot deep in dust? You leave the household arrangements to me. The top floor hasn't been done for years. Not thoroughly." "The top floor? Not the attic?" said Louise. "Yes. I'm rearranging the rooms. John's getting too big for the nursery. He needs a room to himself. I'm putting him in Cook's old room." Louise paused, the slice of bread half cut. "Where's Cook going?" said her father. She awaited the answer, a fear catching at her breath. "Oh, in the lumber room," said Mrs. Denny easily. "It only wants papering. A nice big room. A sloping roof, of course, but with her wages, if she can't put up with a sloping roof. But it'll take some clearing. You wouldn't believe what an amount of rubbish has collected." "It's not rubbish," said Louise. Her voice was low with passion. "It's not rubbish. You shan't touch it." Mrs. Denny spun round amazedly. Her stepdaughter, the loaf clutched to her breast with an unconscious gesture, the big knife gleaming, was a tragi-comic figure. "What on earth—" she began. Louise leaned forward, hot-eyed. "Mamma, you won't, you can't, you mustn't. Father, don't let her. That's Mother's room. If you put Cook in Mother's room—" She choked. A priestess defending her altars could have used her accents. Mr. Denny put down his paper. "What's the matter with the girl?" he demanded. Mrs. Denny shrugged her shoulders. "I've no idea. I don't know what she means. Put down that knife, Louise. You'll cut yourself. And mind your own business, please." "You don't understand." Louise fought for calmness, for words that should enlighten and persuade. "I didn't mean to interfere, but the big attic? Mamma! Father! That's my room. I always go there. Do my lessons there. I love it. You don't know how I love it. You see—" she paused helplessly. "But you've got the nursery to sit in," said Mrs. Denny, equally helpless. "I'm sorry, Louise, if you've taken a fancy to the room, but I want it for Cook." Louise made her way to the hearth and stood between the pair. "Mamma, please, please, please. There's the other attic for Cook, not this one." "Now be quiet, Louise." Mrs. Denny was getting impatient. Suddenly Louise lost grip of herself. "It's not right. It's not right. You've got all the house. Every room is yours, and you grudge me that one? Nobody's ever wanted it but me. It's mine. You've got your lovely rooms, drawing rooms and dining room and morning room and bedroom and summer house, and the boys have got the nursery and the maids have got the kitchen, and yet you won't let me have the attic? It's not fair. It's mean. Why can't Cook have the other attic? Not this one. Not this one." "But why? Why?" Mrs. Denny was more bewildered than angry. She looked down at her stepdaughter as the St. Bernard looks at an aggressive kitten. Desperately Louise tore off her veils. "Because of Mother. Can't you understand? All her things are there. She's there. So I've always played up there. Oh, won't you understand?" Mrs. Denny flushed. "You talk a lot of nonsense, Louise. Finish your sandwiches. You'll be late." "Then you will leave it as it is?" "Certainly not. I told you I need it for Cook." Louise turned to her father with a frenzied gesture. "Father, don't let her! Don't let her touch it! Oh, how can you let her touch it?" Mr. Denny put down his paper, staring from one to the other. Emma? What's she driving at? To control the household, apparently. She's a very impertinent child, said Mrs. Denny impatiently. Father, I'm not. I don't. Father, I only want her to leave my attic alone. Father! Don't worry your father now, began Mrs. Denny. He's my father. I can speak to him if I choose, cried Louise shrilly. Now then, reasoned Mr. Denny heavily. Can't have you rude to your mother, you know. Louise gave herself up to her passion. She's not my mother. I call her Mama. She's not my mother. Mother wouldn't be so cruel to take away all I've got like that. Her books are there, her things. It's always been our room, hers and mine. And to take it away? To put cook? It's horrible. It's wicked. It's stealing. I hate her. I hate you, all of you. I'll never forget. Never, never, never. She stopped abruptly on a high note, stared blindly at the outraged countenances that opposed her, and fled from the room. They listened to the clatter of umbrellas in the hall stand, to the furious hands fumbling for mackintosh and satchel, to the bang of the hall door. Mr. Denny whistled. Hot stuff. What? I never knew she had it in her. There was a curious element of approval in his tone. He respected volubility. His wife frowned. Then she, too, began to laugh. She was as incapable as he of imagining the state of nerves that could lead, in Louise, to such an outburst. To speak one's mind, noisily and emphatically, was a daily occurrence for her. Silence was stupidity, and meekness irritating. This row was unusual because Louise had taken part in it, but she certainly thought no worse of her stepdaughter on that account. The child should be sent to bed early as a punishment, she decided, but good-humoredly enough. She was too thick-skinned to be pricked by Louise's repudiation. She dismissed it as temper. Its underlying criticism of her character escaped her utterly. By the time the attic was cleared and the paper-hanger at work, she had forgotten the matter. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 18 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 18. It is not impossible to sympathize with Ahab. It must have been very difficult for him, with his varied possessions, to realize the value to Naboth of his vineyard. He had offered compensation. Naboth would undoubtedly have gained by the exchange. Ahab, owning half Palestine, must have been genuinely puzzled by this blind attachment to one miserable half-acre. One wonders what would have happened if they had met to talk over the matter. Ahab, convinced of the generosity of his offer, courteously argumentative, carefully repressing his not unnatural impatience, would have contrasted favorably with the peasant, black, fierce, dumb, incapable of explaining himself, conscious only of his own bitter helplessness in the face of oppression and loss. The Naboth mood is a dangerous one. Fierce emotions, unable to disperse themselves in speech, can turn in again upon the mind that bred them to work strange havoc. The affair of the attic, outwardly so trivial, shook the child's nature to its foundation. Though one's house be built of cards, it is none the less bedazing to have it knocked about one's ears. To Louise, the loss of her holy place, but yet more the manner of its loss, was catastrophic. Her nerves, frayed and strained by weeks of overwork and excitement, snapped under the shock. Her sense of proportion failed her. Miss Hartill, the examination, all that made up her life, faded before this monstrous desecration of an ideal. She suffered as Naboth, forgetting also his greater goods of life and kith and kin, suffered before her. Before she reached the school, the violence of her emotion had faded. and she was in the first stage of the inevitable physical reaction. She felt weak and shaken. She was going, she knew, to her examination. She wondered idly why she did not feel nervous. She tried to impress the importance of the occasion upon herself, but her thoughts eluded her. Sequence had become impossible. She gave up the attempt, and her mind, released, returned to the scene of the morning in incessant, miserable rehearsal. Mechanically she made her way into the school by the unfamiliar mistress's entrance, greeted the little knot of competitors assembled in the hall. But if she were introspective and distraught, so were they. Her silence was unnoticed. The nervous minutes passed jerkily. Louise thought that the clock must be enjoying himself. He was playing overseer. He wheezed and grunted as her father did at breakfast. Had just such a bland, fat face. Her father would be a fat, horrible old man in another 10 years. She was glad. Everyone would hate him, then, as she hated him, show it as she dared not do. Miss Vickers interrupted her meditations. Miss Vickers, utterly unreal in holiday smiles, and the first hopple skirt in which her decent limbs had permitted themselves to be outlined. She marshaled the procession. The lower 5th classroom, newly scrubbed and reeking of naphthalene, with naked shelves and treble range of isolated desks, was unfamiliar, curiously disconcerting. Louise, ever perilously susceptible to outward conditions, was dismayed by the lack of atmosphere. She wiggled uneasily in her desk. It was uncomfortable, far too big for her. Agatha's initials, of an inkiness that had defied the charwoman, stared at her from the lid. She was at the back of the room. Between Marian's neat head and the coiffure of the little Jewess, the bored face of the examiner peered and shifted. He was speaking. "You will find the questions on your desks. Write your names in the top right-hand corner of each page. Full name. Kindly number the sheets. You are allowed 2.5 hours." A pause. Some rustling of papers and the snap and rattle of pencil boxes. Then the voice of the examiner again. "You may begin." Instantly a furious pen-scratching broke the hush. Louise glanced in the direction of the sound, and smiled broadly. Agatha had begun. Miss Hartill would have seen the joke, but the examiner was already absorbed in the book he had taken from his pocket. Louise gazed idly about her. So this was what the ordeal was like. There were her clean, blank papers on the desk before her, and the printed list of questions. She supposed she had better begin. But there was plenty of time. She had a curious sense of detachment. Her body surrounded her, rigid, quiescent, dreading exertion. Her mind, on the contrary, was bewilderingly active, consciously alive with thoughts, as she had once, under a microscope, seen a drop of water alive with animalculae. Thoughts, however, that had no connection with real life as it at the moment presented itself. Thoughts that admitted the fact of the examination with a dreamy impersonality that precluded any idea of participation. Her mind felt comfortable in its warm bed of motionless flesh, would not disturb its repose for all the ultimate gods might offer, but was interested nevertheless in its surroundings, gazing out into them with the detached curiosity of an attic dweller, peering out and down at a dwarfed and distant street. Yet each trivial object on which her eyes alighted gave birth to a train of thought that led separately, yet quite inevitably, to the memories that would shatter her quietude, as conscious and subconscious self-struggled for possession of her mind. She stared at the intent backs of her neighbors. One by one they hunched forward, as each in turn settled to work. Louise considered them critically. What ugly things backs were! It was funny, but girls with dark skirts always pinned them to their blouses with white safety pins, and vice versa. It made them look skewered. Yet Miss Durand had said that backs were the most expressive part of the whole body. That was the day they had seen the Watts pictures. But then the draperies of the great white figure in Love and Death were not fastened up in the middle with safety pins. That had been a wonderful picture. She knew how the boy felt, how he fought. How long had he been able to hold the door, she wondered. Characteristically, She never questioned the ultimate defeat. It was terrible to be so weak. But the death was beautiful. Pitying. One wouldn't hate it while one resisted it, as one hated Mama. Mama, forcing her way into an attic. Louise writhed as she thought of it. The girl in front of her coughed. A hasty, grudging cough, recovered herself, and bent again to her work. Louise was amused. What a hurry she was in! What a hurry everyone was in! How hot Marian's cheeks were! And Agatha! Agatha was up to her wrists in ink, like the woman in the French Revolution, though that was blood, of course. They were steeped in gore. It would be fascinating to write a story about the knitting women. Click, click, clicking, like a lot of pens scraping. What were they all scribbling like that for? Of course, it was the examination. There was a paper on her own desk, too. How funny! Distinguish between Shelley the poet and Shelley the politician. Illustrate your meaning by quotations. Shelley? The name was familiar. She sells seashells. Give a short account of the life of Shakespeare. He had a wife, hadn't he? A narrow, grudging woman who couldn't understand him. A woman like Mama. Mama, who was turning out the attic and laughing at Louise. Not that that mattered, but to clear the attic, to take away Mother's things. What would Mother do? Little darling Mother? It was holidays. Mother would know. Mother would be there, waiting for Louise. A hideous picture rose up in Louise's mind. With photographic clearness, she saw the attic and the faint shadow of her mother, wavering from visibility to nothingness as the sunlight caught and lost her impalpable outlines. There was the sound of footsteps. Louise heard it. The faint thing held out sweet arms and Louise strained towards them. But the door opened and Mrs. Denny and the maids came in. Mama pointed, while the maids laughed and took their brooms and chased a forlorn appearance, and it fled before them about the room, cowering, afraid, calling in its whisper to Louise. But the maids closed in and swept that shrinking nothingness into the dark corner behind the old trunk. But when they had moved the trunk, there was nothing to be seen but a delicate cobweb or two. So they swept it into the dustpan and settled down to the scrubbing of the floor. The picture faded. Louise crouched over her desk, her head in her hands. About her the pen scratched rhythmically. For a space she existed nearly. She could not have told how long it was before thoughts began once more to drift across the blankness of her mind, like the first imperceptible flakes that herald a fall of snow. She moved stiffly in her seat. The thoughts came thicker, thoughts of her mother still, of the dream presence that she would not feel again. Never again? There was the Last Judgment, of course. She would see her then, and who knew when the judgment would come? In 1,000 years? In the next 5 seconds? She counted slowly, holding her breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and stared out expectantly into space through the lashes of her dropped lids. All about her sat forms, bowed like her own, scarcely moving. Of course, she nodded to herself, satisfied with her own acuteness. Obviously the Last Judgment. They were all waiting for God. He hadn't arrived yet, it seemed. Well, one might look about a little first. How queer heaven smelt! The heart of Louise leapt within her. Now was the opportunity to find Mother. Mother would be somewhere among the dead. But they all had ugly backs. But Mother? Of course, Mother would be standing on that high platform placed like a throne. It was her place. She always stood there. Or did she? Was there not someone else, very like her, with eyes and a smile, whom Louise knew so well? Wasn't it Mother? With patient deliberation she strove to disentangle the two personalities that combined and divided and blurred again into one. There was Mother, and the other. One was shape and one was shadow. But which was real? There was Mother, and the other. Who was Mother? No, who was... The other was not Mother. But if not, who? A chorus of angels took up the chant. Who? 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 They had flat, faint voices that gritted and whispered like pens passing over paper. Who? 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 The answer came thundering back out of infinite space in the awaited voice of God. You have 10 minutes more. Louise gave a faint gasp. Reality enveloped her once more, licking up her illusion as instantly and fiercely as an unnoticed candle will shrivel up a woman's muslins. She stood naked amid the ashes of her dreams. She glanced wildly about her. The girls at her elbows were furiously at work. The little examiner had put away his book and was staring at her. Her eyes fell. Before her lay foolscap, fair and blank, save for her name in the corner, and a close-printed paper that she did not recognize, clamoring for information on Aunt Shelley and Carlyle and the Mermaid Tavern. Because, of course, she was at the literature examination, and there were 10 minutes more. And she had written nothing. An instant she sat appalled. Then she snatched up her pen and wrote. Her pen sped across the paper at tam-o'-shanter speed, leaving its trail of shapeless, delirious sentences. She never paused to consider. She wrote. She knew only that she had 10, 12, 15 questions to answer, and 10 minutes in which to do it. 10 minutes for a 2.5 hours paper! No matter, if one stopped to think. Hurry, hurry! Shelley was born in 1792. He was the son of Sir Timothy Shelley, of Field Place, near Horsham. When the examiner collected the papers, she had written exactly 2 pages. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 19 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 19. The examination had taken place early in May, but the summer term was nearly over before news of the results arrived. When it came, it made but a small sensation. The school had tired of waiting. Not only was its own more intimate examination drawing near, but its many heads were filled, to the exclusion of all else, with the excitements and rivalries of the summer theatricals. The school play was an institution. Of late years, ever since she had joined the staff indeed, it had grown into an annual personal triumph for Miss Hartill. Clare was blessed, cursed, with that sixth sense, the sang du théâtre. Her own nature was, in essence, theatrical. Her frigid and fastidious reserve warring incessantly with her irrepressible love of the scene for its own sake. She was aware of the trait, and humiliated by its presence in her character. Usually she would curb her inclination with a severity that was in itself histrionic. At times she indulged it with voluptuous recklessness. As a girl, this stage had appealed to her strongly, but her excessive squeamishness, with her acute sense of personal, bodily dignity, closed it to her as a career. Also her love of power. Though she knew little of stage life, she had sufficient intuition to gauge correctly what she might become. Successful necessarily, dominant never, and she required a dace. But the compelling woman, she knew, is successful through a combination of intellectual strength with sexual charm. She must not scruple to use all the weapons at her service. Clare had told herself that there were some weapons to which she would never condescend. If sting had lain in the fact that, though she would, they were not hers to use, she did not acknowledge it, even to herself. Resolutely she put from her the idea of fostering a useless talent, and the desire to exploit it, save surreptitiously in social intercourse, dulled as she grew older. Nevertheless, the yearly plays were to Clare a source of excitement and gratification. She alone was responsible for the production. In 5 successful years they had become an event, a festival, not only to the school, but to the entire neighborhood. 2 and then 3 public performances were given each summer, and the proceeds benefited the school charities. As You Like It, Twelfth Night, Verona, and The Merchant of Venice, followed upon the Midsummer Night's Dream, and exhausted the list of entirely suitable plays. But after some hesitation, Clare had devised for her next venture scenes from King John. Several forms were studying the period. The 6th and the 5th were reading the play. Politically also it was apropos. Clare had ever sound reasons to gild her decisions. Privately, she had been slightly embarrassed by the fact that the classes she supervised had, that year, proved themselves unusually poor in dramatic ability. She could depend, indeed, on a score of keen and capable children, but in Louise Denny alone had she glimpsed an actress who could do her credit. The child's physique precluded her from roles that, otherwise, she could easily have filled, but as Prince Arthur, she could be made the central, unforgettable figure of an otherwise trite performance. King John, quoth Clare, decidedly the very play, and King John was chosen. Since the beginning of the term, with Clare as generalissimo and Alwynne most ingenious of adjutants, staff and school had worked enthusiastically. Costumes were finished, staging painted and planned, and the various scenes were, at length, receiving their final polish. Alwynne was responsible for the interpretation of the minor parts, while Clare, in her spare time, devoted herself to the principals, attacking alternately the exaggerations of Agatha's Constance, Marian's stolid Hubert, a certain nearsighted amiability in the spectacled King John. Clare was a born stage manager, patient, resourceful, compelling. The children trusted her. She had the habit of success. Her air of authority cushioned them, denied the possibility of failure. Clare, wholly in earnest, Clare at usual hours, intimate and relaxed, Clare, appealing, exhorting, inspiring, was irresistible. She got what she wanted from them and was not ill content. She knew to the last ounce their capabilities. With Louise alone she had difficulties. The child was almost too easily trained. Responsive, quickly fired or chilled, she was, in fact, too delicately and completely attuned to Clare herself. Clare could be crude. She had her gusty moods. The little Aeolian harp quivered to snapping point before them. Originally, this extreme sensitiveness had fascinated Clare. She felt like a musician exploring the possibilities of an unknown instrument, but she tired of it in time. As Louise became saturated with a stronger personality, she had, in her passionate desire to satisfy Clare, grown into her mere replica, reproducing her phraseology, voicing her opinions, reflecting her moods, stifling, in the exquisite delight of abnegation, all in her that had originally attracted the older woman. That the effect had been, first to amuse, then to irritate, finally to bore Clare's fickle humor, was natural enough. Clare, had she cared, could have guided the child, despite the great disparity of age, into a pleasant path of affection and friendship, but that she did not choose. She was disappointed and showed it, and there, for her, the matter ended. That she was in any way responsible, she would not admit. She did not, indeed, fully realize the extent of the change in Louise until the rehearsals began. For all her growing indifference, in spite of the marked deterioration that automatically it had caused in the girl's work, she had still a high and just opinion of her capabilities. She was positive that as Prince Arthur, Louise would give a fine and original performance, and anticipated with amused interest her initial rendering of the character. At the first rehearsal, Louise did not disappoint her. She was neither stiff nor self-conscious, and her acting, which proved to be entirely instinctive, carried conviction. Though Clare worked from the head, she could appreciate the more primitive method, but even then, the character as portrayed by Louise amazed her. The deliberate pathos, the cloying charm, did not seem to exist for Louise. She played as in an ecstasy of terror. The text, Clare knew, could permit the reading, and the conception interested her. But the temptation to criticize, alter, and improve was natural. Here and there, as rehearsals progressed, she pulled and patched and patted, quite genuinely in the interest of the play as a whole. But the result was discouraging. The Louise of former days would have defended her own version, delighting Clare with shy impudences and flashes of insight, naive parries and counterattacks, till between them they had attained notable results. But the sparkle had been drilled out of Louise. She was humble, anxiously acquiescent, agreeing with every alteration, accepting every suggestion, however foreign to her own instinctive convictions, while the vividness faded slowly from her reading, leaving it lifeless and forced. "It's patchwork," said Clare, disgustedly to Alwynne, at the end of the third week. "Pure patchwork. She does everything I tell her, and the result is dire. What it will be like on the night, heaven knows. And there's nobody else. Yet she can act. That first performance was quite excellent. And she tries. She slaves. She would be less irritating if she didn't. You know, Alwynne, I let myself go yesterday. I told her how impossible she was, and all she did was to look at me like a mournful monkey. Inarticulate. Exactly." Clare lifted her eyebrows. Alwynne looked at her quaintly. "You know perfectly well what's wrong. Why on earth don't you leave her alone?" "Uncoached?" "That as well, of course. You said yourself she was excellent at first. Why don't you leave her to herself? It's safe. She's not like the others. She's a nectarine, not a potato. Give her a free hand till the dress rehearsal. It won't be your reading. I prefer yours, too. At least I think I do." "I'm glad you say think. But think again. There's no question of which you ought to prefer. But I, my good child, must consider my public. It wants to enjoy itself. It wants to weep salt tears. Louise's reading would cheat it of its emotions." "At least it will be a reading, not a repetition. I don't mean that, though, when I say, leave her alone. Clare, you won't realize what you mean to people." "I don't follow," but Clare laughed a little. "You do. You know you've made Louise crazy about you." Clare shrugged impatiently. "I dislike these enthusiasms." "But you cause them. I think it is rather mean to shirk the consequences." "Really, Alwynne!" But Clare was still smiling. "You do. You begin by being heavenly to people, and then you tantalize them. Does it hurt, Alwynne? Are you going to run away?" Alwynne smiled. "Oh, you won't get rid of me so easily. I'm a limpet. Do you know, I couldn't imagine existence without you now. I've never been so gloriously happy in my life. You wouldn't ever get really tired of me, would you?" "I wonder." "I know. I've warned you that I'm changeable. Instance your Louise." "Oh, Clare, do be nicer to Louise." "Oh, Alwynne, do mind your own business. I'm as nice as is good for her. But I believe you're right about this acting. I'll wash my hands of her till the dress rehearsal, if you like. You can tell her I said so." But Alwynne, whispering to Louise that perhaps the old way was better after all, that Miss Hartill said she didn't mind, achieved little. "Oh, Miss Durand, don't let her think I'm hopeless. I shall get it right in time. I'd rather stick to the way she showed me. Miss Durand, do you think she's angry? Honestly, I will get it right. Miss Durand, I suppose there's no news?" The child's face was very drawn. Her eyes seemed larger than ever. She looked like a little old woman. Alwynne was concerned. She felt vaguely responsible. She, too, wished that the news, good or bad, would come and put an end at least to the tension. And one morning, all unexpectedly, the news did come. The performances were but 2 days away. The decorous big hall was in confusion. The school sat, picnic fashion, for its prayers, and the headmistress, entering between half-hung cloths, mounted a battlemented rostrum to address it. She carried a sheaf of papers. Louise, sitting with her class at the further end of the hall, outwardly decorous enough, was in reality paying little attention. Her vague, unhappy thoughts were concerned with the coming rehearsal. She could not remember what Miss Hartill's last directions had been. She was sure she should stumble. Sometimes the mere words seemed to evade her. Yet the play was on her shoulders. Miss Durand had said so. She supposed Prince Arthur was really fond of Hubert? Not pretending because he was afraid? But of course it was easy to love a person and yet be terrified of them. She stole a look at Clare, prominent in the grave group of mistresses. They were all very intent. It dawned on her that the headmistress had been speaking for several minutes. Suddenly there was an outburst of clapping. The spectacled girl at the end of the row grew pink and stared at her hands. "What is it?" breathed Louise. "Oh, what is it? What is it?" A neighbor caught the murmur and looked down at her curiously. "Are you asleep? It's the lists. Your exam. You'll be second, I expect." But Marian was second. The clapping crackled up anew. So the news was come. It was cruel to let it spring upon you thus. You would have asked so little. 10 minutes, a bare, in which to brace yourself. Surprise was horrible. It caught you with your soul half naked. It shocked like sudden noise. There came a fresh outburst. It was wicked to make such sounds, like all the policemen's rattles in the world. The reading proceeded. It calmed her. It barely stirred the beautiful silence. But presently the neat voice altered. Old Edith Marsham was a kindly soul. She had not quite forgotten her own school days. She realized, perfunctorily, as the successful do, the blankness of defeat. Louise heard her name pronounced, a trifle hurriedly. Louise Denny failed. She made no sign. She sat erect, listening to the conclusion of that matter, clapped in due course, stood, kneeled, rose again, as applause, hymns, and prayers buzzed about her, filed with her class from the hall, and added her shy word to the clamor of congratulation in the long corridors. Inwardly, she was stunned by the evil that was upon her. The irregular morning classes, the imminent entertainment had disorganized the entire system of work, gave her time to rouse, to review her position. She turned helplessly within herself, wondering how she should begin to think, and where. She wondered idly if this was how soldiers felt when a shell had blown them to pieces. She wondered how they collected themselves afterwards. Where did they begin? Did an arm pick up the legs and head, or how? The picture thus conjured up struck her as excessively funny. She began to giggle. The mistress's astonished voice roused her to the necessity for self-control. She picked up her pen. The thoughts flowed more clearly. Yes, like ink in a pen. So it had come. All along she had known that she must have failed, known it from the day of the examination itself. The burden of that knowledge had been upon her for weeks like a secret guilt. Daily she had gone to prayers in cold fear, thinking, now, they will read it out. Daily she had studied Clare's face, to each change of expression, each abstraction or transient sternness, her heart beating out its one thought. She had heard, she knows, and yet behind her academic certainty of failure had lain a little illogical hope. There was just a chance, an examiner more kind than just, a spilled ink bottle, an opportune fire. The child in her could still pray for miracles, for help from fairyland, and half believe it on the way. And now the daily terrors, the daily reliefs, were alike over. Louise, who had learned, as she thought, to do without hope these many weeks, realized pitifully her self-deception. This hopelessness, this dead weight of certainty, was a new burden, a Sisyphus rock which would never roll for her. She was at the end. Her mind, for all its forced and hothouse development, had, in matters of raw fact, the narrow outlook of the schoolgirl superimposed upon the passions, the more intense for their utter innocence, of the child. Her sense of proportion, that latest developed and most infallible sign of maturity, was embryonic. The examination, so intrinsically unimportant, appeared to her a Waterloo. She could not see beyond it. Clare, inexplicably altering, daily sterner and more indifferent, save for stray gleams of whimsical kindness that stung and maddened the child by their sweetness and rarity, would, Louise considered, be effectually alienated. But Louise could not conceive life possible without Clare. The future was a night of black misery, without a hint of dawn. End of chapter 19. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter number 20 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lola, Janie of Virginia. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 20. The morning wore to an end. Clare had come in at the mid-morning break to announce that the dress rehearsal would take place on the afternoon of the following day. All costumes were to be ready. The day girls were to lunch at the school. She was brief and businesslike, inaccessible to questions. She did not look at Louise. Alwynne, later in the morning, supplementing her instructions, paused a moment at the child's desk. But Louise gave no sign. Alwynne hesitated. She herself was averse from verbal sympathy. Also, she was pressed for time, and Clare, she knew, wanted her. The 1 o'clock bell shattered her indecision. She gave her directions and hurried away. Louise packed her books together and went home. She endured the cheerful, noisy lunch, carried out some small commissions for her stepmother, shepherded the troop of small boys into the paddock behind the garden, and saw them established at their games. She stayed a moment with the round 2-year-old, sprawling by the pile of coats, but he, too, had his amusements. Every pocket tempted his inquiring fingers. He ignored her. She went back to the house. Habit brought her for the 50th time to the attic, and she had opened the door before she remembered. She looked about her. An iron bedstead, covered by a crude quilt, stood where the trunk of books had lain. A square of unswept carpet lay before it. There was a deal night table and a candlestick of blue tin with matches and a guttered candle. Across a chair lay a paperback, face downwards, and a pair of soiled red corsets. The ivy had been cut away from the window, and the sunlight cast no fantastic frieze, but a squared black shadow on the floor. The air was close and a little rank. Louise shrank from it. "Mother," she said, and then, "You've gone away, haven't you? It's no use calling." She waited. The uneven water jug rattled in its basin. She spoke again. "Mother, I know it's all spoiled here, but couldn't you come, just for a little while, Mother? I'm most miserable. Please, Mother." There was no answer. "What shall I do?" cried Louise wildly. "What shall I do? Oh, what shall I do?" She turned from that empty place, stumbled to her room, and flung herself across her bed. She was shaken by her misery as a dog shakes a rat. She cried, her head in her arms, till she was sick and blinded. Loneliness and longing seared her as with irons. The clock ticked and the sunshine poured into the room. The shouts of the children, the crack of the ball on bat sounded faintly. The house slept. 2 hours passed. Somewhere a clock chimed and boomed. 4 o'clock. Slowly and stiffly, Louise roused herself and got off her bed. She was cramped and shivering. She stood in the middle of the room and held out her hands to the brassy sunlight, but it did not warm her. She felt dazed and giddy. Her head burned as if there were live coals in it. Her thoughts flowed sluggishly. She found it impossible to hurry them. They split apart into fragments that were words and meaningless phrases, or stuck like cogged wheels. Her mind moved across immense spaces to adjust these difficulties, but she policed them in vain. There was one sentence in particular that she could not deal with. It would not move along and make room for other thoughts. It danced before her. Its grin spanned the horizon. It inhabited her mind. It was reversible like a Liberty satin. It ticked like a clock. What next? What next? What next? Next what? Next what? Next what? What next? Duly she reckoned it up. The tea bell, homework, bedtime, night, and the false dreams, morning, and the anger of Miss Hartill, day and week and month, and the anger of Miss Hartill. The years stretched out before her in infinite repetition of the afternoon's agony, till her raw nerves shrank appalled. Kneeling down, she told God that it was impossible for her to endure this desolation. She implored him, if he should in truth exist, not to reckon her doubt against her, but to be merciful and let her die. It was not the first time that she had prayed thus, but never before with such fierce insistence. If he existed, he could impossibly refuse. Speaking her thoughts, even to so indefinite a listener, steadied her. A ghost of hope had drifted through her mind. A ghost indeed, a messenger that whispered not of waking, but of sleep, not of arduous renewing, but of an end. Death was life upon his lips, and life death. Yet he was none the less a hope. The familiar text upon the wall above her bed caught her eye. The message seemed no more miraculous than the pansies and mistletoe that wreathed about its gilt and crimson capitals. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Ask, and it shall be given unto you, confirmed her from the other wall. She sat between those tremendous statements and considered them. God had never yet answered any prayer of hers. Not, she supposed, that he could not, but because he did not choose. He was rather like Miss Hartill, but Miss Hartill would never understand. At least one could explain things to God, if God were, and she asked so little of him, just to let her die and be at peace. She thought he might, if he had even time for sparrows. She wondered how he could manage it, if he would only be quick, because red-hot wires ran through her head when she tried to think, and she was afraid of tomorrow and Miss Hartill. The tea bell pealed across the garden. She tidied her hair, and fetching the sponge and towel, stood before the glass, trying to trim her marred face into some semblance of composure. The boys would be clamoring, and one never knew. There might be a tainted food, a loose bolster, a tag of carpet. He had his ways. She must not balk him. She went downstairs. The children were tired and cross and quarrelsome. The heat had soured even cheerful Mrs. Denny. It was not a pleasant meal, but it could not oppress Louise. Outwardly docile and attentive, her mind had withdrawn into itself and sat aloof, invalid, surveying its surroundings much as it would have watched the actors in a moving picture. She was impervious to bickerings and querulous comments. What did it matter? She would never have tea with them again. She was going away from it all, if only God did not forget. All through the breathless evening she awaited his pleasure. Long after the house was quiet and Mrs. Denny, tucking up her children, had come and gone, Louise lay wakeful, still waiting. It was an airless night. Every other moment the little unaccountable noises of a sleeping building broke the warm silence. Shadows scurried across the counterpane and over her face like ghostly mice, as the trees outside her window bent and nodded to a radiant moon. She was weary to the point of exhaustion. Momently her body seemed to shrink away from her into the depths of the bed, warm, fathomless depths, leaving her essential self to float free and uncontained. She would resign herself luxuriously to the sensation of disintegration, but with maddening regularity her next breath clicked body and soul together anew. Yet, as she drowsied, the space between breath and breath lengthened slowly, till they lay divided by incredible aeons in which her thoughts wandered and lost themselves, grew hoar and died and were born again, while the dead weight of her body sank ever deeper into sleep, was recalled to consciousness with ever-increasing effort. She speculated languidly upon her sensations. They recalled a day at the dentist's years before. A tube had been placed over her mouth, and she had struggled, remembering a hideous story of a woman, a French marquise, that she had read in a magazine. The name began with a B or a V. Bryn something, the leather funnel. That was the name of the story. But there came no choking water, only sweet buzzing air. And then her body had dropped away from her as it was doing now. She recalled the sensation of rest and freedom. She had passed like a bird planing down warm breezes into exquisite oblivion. She had returned, centuries later, to a dull, aching pain, harsh noises, and lights that were like blows. But if she had not returned, she would have been dead. They would have buried her. Such things had happened. So that was death, that cradling, beautiful sleep, and God was sending it to her now, flooding her, drowning her in its warm comfort. God was very good. She was sorry that she had often not believed in him. But Miss Hartill didn't. But she would never see Miss Hartill any more. Perhaps years after, when she was tired of sleeping, she would go back and see her again. There was All Souls' Night when you woke up. But she would not frighten Miss Hartill. She laughed a little to think that she could ever frighten Miss Hartill. She would kiss her, a little ghost's kiss that would feel like a puff of air. And then she would go back and sleep and sleep and sleep, with only the yellowberries pattering on her gravestone to tell her when another year had drifted past. It was funny that people could be afraid to die. She wondered if ghosts snored, and if you heard them if your grave were very close. It was her last thought as she slid into slumber. Instantly, the breakfast gong came crashing across her peace. She fought against waking. Her eyelids lifted the weight upon them as violets press upwards against a clod of rotten leaves. She lay dazedly, her mind cobwebbed with dreams, her thoughts trickling back into the channels of the previous night. Slowly, she took in her situation. There was the window and a shining day without. She could hear the starlings quarreling on the lawn and the squeak of an angry robin. There was her room and the tidy pile of clothes by the bed, and she herself lying in it. So she was not dead. There was today to be faced, and Miss Hartill's anger, and all the other hundreds and thousands of days. And she must get up at once. Her sick mind shrank from that, as from a culminating terror. She was desperately tired. Her body ached as if it had been beaten. Dressing was a monstrous and impossible feat. It could not be, yet her stepmother would come. She was between God and Mrs. Denny, and God had left her in the lurch. She lay, shielding her eyes from the strong light. The pressure on her eyeballs was causing the usual kaleidoscopic ring of light to form within her closed lids. The phenomenon had always been a childish amusement to her. She was adept at shifting pressure that could vary color and pattern. She watched idly. Red changed to green, purple followed yellow, and the ring narrowed to a pinpoint of light on its background of watered silk. Then it broke up as usual into starry fragments. But they danced no dazzling fire dance for her ere they merged again into the yellow ring. To her distracted fancy, they were letters, fire letters, that formed and broke and formed again. G-O-D, then an H and a P and an L. She puzzled over them. God hopes? God helps? But he hadn't. God helps. A voice in her ears exactly like her own took it up. Those that help themselves. It spoke so loudly that she shrank. The universe echoed to its boom, yet she knew so well that the voice was only in her own head. No wonder her head ached when it was all full of lights and voices, and Miss Hartill would be angry if she took them to school. If only she need not go to school. Why had God cheated her? He helped those. Was that what they meant? She looked about her, brightening yet uncertain. Then her long plait of hair caught her eye. Lazily she shifted it, disentangled a strand no thicker than coarse string, and doubling it about her throat, began to tighten it, using her fingers as a lever, till the blood sang in her ears. She had sat upright in bed for greater ease. Suddenly she caught sight of her face in the wardrobe mirror. It was growing pink and puffy, the eyes googled a little. The sensation of choking grew unendurable. Instinctively her fingers freed themselves and the noose fell apart. She swung forward, panting, and watched her features grow normal again. "It's no good. Oh, I am a coward," cried Louise wearily. Her mother's old-fashioned traveling clock chimed the quarter, answered her, and for a moment forced her thoughts back from those borderlands where sanity ends. Habit asserted itself. She was filled with everyday anxieties. She was late, certainly for breakfast, probably for school. She jumped out of bed, washed and dressed in panic speed, collected her belongings, and hurried from the house. Her father, hearing the gate clack, glanced up from his newspaper. "Has that child had any breakfast?" he demanded uneasily. There was no answer. He was late himself, and his wife had poured his coffee and left the room. He could hear her heavy footfall in their bedroom overhead. He returned to his reading. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE. Chapter 21. Louise ran up the steep hill, her satchel patting at her back, the soft wind disordering her hair and whipping a color into her white cheeks. She gained the deserted cloakroom, flung off her hat, and fled upstairs. But she was later than she guessed. Racing, against all rules, through the upper hall and down the long corridor, the drone of voices as she passed the glass-panel doors warned her that no hurrying could avail her. She was definitely late. Her speed slackened. The passage ended at right angles to a small landing, into which her classroom opened. She paused, sheltering in the curve of the hall, listening. The class was still. The single voice of a mistress rang muffled through the walls. She could not distinguish the accents. It was Miss Durand's class, but when everything was so upset, one never knew. It might be Miss Hartill herself. That would be just Louise's luck. She hated you to be late. But there was no point in hesitating. Yet she hesitated, shifting her weight uneasily from foot to foot, till a far-off step in the corridor without ended her uncertainty. Someone was coming. That again might be Miss Hartill. Louise must be in her place. Yet surely it was Miss Hartill's voice in the form room? She crept to the door and peered through the glass. Miss Durand was standing at the blackboard. Louise entered, brazen with relief, and began her apologies. But Alwynne was no Rhadamanthus, and her official reprobation was marred by a twinkle. She would have been late herself that morning, but for Elsbeth. Poor dear Elsbeth, who conceded, without remotely comprehending, the joys of that extra 20 minutes. And when had Louise been late before? Little, good, frightened Louise? She entered the name in the defaulter's book, but her manner sent the child to her desk quieted. Alwynne, at sentry go-between blackboard and rostrum, dictating, supervising, expounding, yet found time to watch her. Louise was always a little on her motherly young mind. The child's shrinking manner worried her, and her pain-haunted eyes. Pain was Alwynne's devil. She was selfish, as youth must be, but at least unconsciously. Hint trouble, and all of her was eager to serve and save. She was the instinctive Samaritan, but her perception was blurred by her profound belief in Clare. Louise, she knew, was in good hands, in wise hands. Where she had known 10 children, Clare had trained 100. If Clare's ways were not hers, so much the worse for hers. Yet this disciplining of Louise was a long business. She wished it need not make the child so wretched. Surely Clare forgot how young she was. There would be new trouble over the affair of the papers. If Clare would but be commonplace for once, laugh and say it didn't matter, and perhaps ask Louise to tea, the child would be radiant for another 6 months, and work better too. But, of course, it was absurd for her to dictate to Clare. Louise had had such a pretty color when she came in. It was all gone now. She looked dreadfully thin. Alwynne wondered if it would do any good to speak to Clare again. Dear Clare, she was so proud of her girls, so eager to see them successful. Louise was a bitter disappointment to her. Yet, if she could have been gentler... But, of course, Clare knew best. Alwynne only hoped the rehearsal would be a success. If Louise did well, it might adjust the tension. She watched the child, sitting apparently attentive, noted the moving lips, the little red volume half hidden in her lap. Shakespeare had no business in a physiology lesson, but Alwynne let her alone. The hour was over all too quickly for Louise. Earlier in the year, when she had been at her most brilliant, and Miss Hartill's classes the absorbing joy of her day, she had yet welcomed the hours with Miss Durand. They alone had not seen, in comparison, a waste of priceless time. They were jolly hours, quick-stepping, cheerful, laughter-flecked, void of excitements, yet never savourless. Above all, restful. Unconsciously she had counted on them for their recuperative value. Even now, exhausted, overwrought, beyond all influence, the kindly atmosphere could at least soothe her. Wistfully her eyes followed Alwynne as the young mistress left the room. Clamour arose, slamming of desk lids, thud of satchels and rattle of pencil cases mingling with the babble of tongues. The next lesson was French grammar. The little Frenchwoman was invariably late. She dreaded the lesson as much as her audience enjoyed it. They welcomed it as a pleasant interlude, the hour for conversation. Agatha did not even trouble to keep an eye on the door as she turned to Louise, immobile beside her. "I say, were you late? Didn't you see? Why were you late? Weren't you called? Didn't you wake up?" "No." "Why?" "Oh, the housemaid died in the night. Smallpox." Louise stooped over her book, her shoulders hunched against questions. "No, but tell me, did you get in a row?" "You heard what Daffy said. I want to learn, Agatha." "Oh, not that. Did you get in a row about the rehearsal?" "What rehearsal?" "The rehearsal yesterday." Louise sat up, her eyes widening. "There was no rehearsal yesterday?" she said anxiously. "Wasn't there just?" "But I never heard. Nobody told me." "Why, Daffy came in herself yesterday morning. Everyone was there. I suppose you are moonstruck as usual. Do you mean to say you didn't hear? I don't envy you." "Was she angry?" said Louise in her smallest voice. Agatha began to enjoy herself. "Angry? She was raving." "What did she say?" "Well, she didn't say much," admitted Agatha. "Just asked where you were, and if not, why not? You know her way. Then we got started and went all through it, and had a gorgeous afternoon. She read your part. I say, she can act, can't she? But she was pretty mad, of course." "Was she?" said Louise, but it was not a question. "Oh, and you're to go to her at break this morning. Don't go and forget and then say I didn't tell you." and she turned to greet the entering mistress with a flood of Anglo-French. Louise had 3 parts of an hour in which to assimilate the message. How unlucky she was! She remembered the previous morning as one remembers a nightmare. Miss Durand had certainly drifted through its dreadfulness, but of what she had said or done, Louise remembered nothing. But it was certain that she had managed to annoy Miss Hartill more than ever. To miss a special rehearsal! Now she was to go to her, and Miss Hartill would be so angry already that when the question of the papers arose, the last chance of her leniency was gone. For, of course, she would speak of the examination. What would she say? Her imagination stubbed. It could not pierce the terror of what Miss Hartill would say. The break was half over before she had wrenched herself out of her desk, along the length of the school, and up the staircase to Clare's little sanctum. She knocked timidly. Clare's answering bell, that invariably startled her, rang sharply. She hesitated. The bell rang again, a prolonged, shrill peal. She pulled herself together, opened the door, and went in. The floor was littered with gay costumes. Miss Durand, in a big apron, laugh-flushed, with her pretty hair tumbling down her back, was sorting them into neat heaps. Clare, at ease in the big armchair, directing operations while her quick fingers cut and pasted at a tinsel crown, was laughing also. How happy they look, thought Louise. Clare glanced up. Well, Louise, she said, not unkindly. Louise stammered a little. Miss Hartill, I'm very sorry. I'm most awfully sorry. The girls said, there was rehearsal yesterday and you wanted me. I honestly didn't know. I've only just heard there was one. Clare kept her waiting while she clipped at the indentations of the crown. The scissors clicked and flashed. It seemed an interminable process. Finally she spoke to Alwynne, her eyes on her work. Miss Durand, you gave my message to the Fifths? Yes, Alwynne had told the girls. Wasn't Louise in the room at the time? Alwynne's unwilling eyes took in every detail of the forlorn figure between them. She lied swiftly, amazing herself. As a matter of fact, I believe Louise was not in the room at the time. It was my fault. I should have seen that she was told. I'm so sorry. Louise gave a little gasp of relief, more audible than she realized. Clare roused at it. She disliked a check. She disliked also the obvious sympathy between the child and the girl. No, it was my fault. I should have gone myself. It's always wiser. It saves trouble in the long run. Never mind, Louise. You couldn't help it. Are you sure of your words? Louise, infinitely relieved, was quite sure of her words. Very well, shut the door after you. Oh, Louise! Louise turned in the doorway. Yes, Miss Hartill? I may as well explain to you now. I am rearranging the classes. Louise questioned her mutely. You will be in the upper 4th next term. Louise stood petrified. She had never thought of this. You are moving me down? I am 3rd still. We think, Miss Marsham agrees with me, that the work in the 5th is too much for you. It is not your fault. Miss Hartill, I have tried. I am trying. Clare smiled quite pleasantly. I am quite sure of it. I tell you that I'm not blaming you. I blame myself. If I expected more of you than you could manage, no one but myself is to blame. I am sure you will do well in the 4th. Louise broke out passionately. It is because of the examination. Clare held out her crown at arm's length and eyed it between criticism and approval as she answered Louise. I think, said Clare smoothly, we had better not discuss the examination. Louise stood in the doorway, her mouth quivering. Alwynne could stand the scene no longer. She jerked herself upright and, going to the child, slipped her arm about her and pushed her gently from the room. Clare was still admiring her crown as Alwynne shut the door again. Alwynne must try it on. It would suit Alwynne. Alwynne peeped at herself in the little mirror, but her thoughts were with Louise on the other side of the door. Clare, said Alwynne uneasily, you hurt that child. Clare looked at her oddly. Do her good, she said. Do you think no one has ever hurt me? Alwynne was silent. At times her goddess puzzled her. End of chapter 21. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 21 of Regiment of Women. Chapter 22 of Regiment of Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Regiment of Women by Clemence DANE, Chapter 22. To the schoolgirls, the dress rehearsal was, if possible, more of an ordeal than the performances themselves. The head mistress attended in state with the entire staff and such of the girls as were not themselves acting. Stray relatives, unable to be present at the play proper, dotted the more distant benches or were bestowed in the overhanging galleries, while the servants, from portly matron to jobbing gardener, clustered at the back of the hall. The platform at the upper end had been built out to form a stage, and when, late in the afternoon, the final signal had been given and the improvised curtains drew audibly apart, Clare had fair reason to plume herself on her stage management. The long blinds of the windows had been let down and shut out the skeptical sunshine, and the candle footlights, flickering unprofessionally, mellowed the paintwork and pattered the homemade scenery with re-echoing lights, pools of unaccountable shadow, and shaft-like, wavering, prismatic gleams, flinging over the crude stage, setting a veil of fantastic charm. The play opened, however, dully enough. The scenes chosen had inevitably to be compressed, run together, mangled, and Clare had not found it easy work. Falconbridge, bowdlerized out of all existence, could not tickle his hearers, and King John, not yet broken into crown and mantle, gave him feeble support. But with the entrance of Constance, Arthur and the French court, actors and audience alike bestirred themselves. Agatha, her dark eyes flashing, her lank figure softened and rounded by the generous sweep of her geranium-colored robes, looked an authentic stage queen. Her exuberant movements and theatrical intonation had been skillfully utilized by Clare, who, playing on her eager vanity, had alternately checked and goaded her into a plausible rendering of the part. She was the reverse of nervous. Her voice rolled her opening speech without a tremor. Her impatient, impetuous delivery, she hardly let her fellow actors finish their lines, fitted the character and was effective enough. Yet to Clare, notebook in hand, prepared to pounce, cat-like, on deficiencies, neither she nor her foil dominated the stage, nor the row of schoolgirl princes. Her critical appreciation was for the little figure, wavering uncertainly between the shrieking queens, with scared, anxious eyes that swept the listening circle in faint appeal, quivering like a sensitive plant at each verbal assault, shrinking beneath the hail of blandishments and reproaches. The one speech of the scene, the reproof of Constance, was spoken with unchildlike, weary dignity. "Good my mother, peace! I would that I were laid low in my grave. I am not worth this coil that's made for me." Yet it was not Arthur that spoke, nor Louise, no frightened boy or overwrought, precocious girl. It was the voice of childhood itself, sexless, aloof. Childhood the eternal pilgrim, wandering passive and perplexed, an elf among the giants. Childhood, jostled by the uncaring crowd, swayed by gross energies and seared by alien passions. "She's got it," muttered Clare to Alwynne, reporting progress in the interval. "Oh, how she's got it!" She laughed shortly. "So that's her reading. Impudent monkey. But she's got her atmosphere. Uncanny, isn't it? It reminds me. Do you remember that performance of hers last autumn with Childe Roland? I told you about it. Well, this brings it back, rather. Clever imp. I wonder how much of my coaching in this act she'll condescend to leave in." "You gave her a free hand, you know," deprecated Alwynne. I did, but it's impudence. Inspiration. Impudence all the same. When the rehearsal is over, I must have a little conversation with Miss Dene. She showed her white teeth in a smile. Alwynne caught her up uneasily. Clare, you're not going to scold? It wouldn't be fair. You know you're as pleased as Punch, really. Clare shot a look at her, but Alwynne's face was innocent and anxious. She shrugged her shoulders. Am I? I suppose I am. I don't know. On my word, Alwynne, I don't know. But run along, my deputy. There's an agitated orb rolling in your direction from the join of the curtains. Alwynne fled. The opening scene of the second division of the play, as Clare had planned it, showed Arthur a prisoner to John and the old queen. The child's face was changed, his manner strained. His startled eyes darted restlessly from Hubert to the king and back again to Hubert. The pair seemed to fascinate him, yet he shrank from their touch and from Eleanor's embrace, only to check the instinctive movement with pitiful, propitiatory haste, and to submit, his small fists clenched, to their caresses. His eyes never left their faces. You saw the tide of fear rising in his soul. Not till the interview with Hubert, however, was the morbid drift of the conception fully apparent. He hung upon the man, smiling with white lips. He fawned, he babbled, he cajoled, marshalled his poor defenses of tears and smiles, frail defiance and wooing surrender, with an awful childish cunning. He watched the man as a frightened bird watches a cat, turned as he turned, confronting him with every muscle tense. His high whisper premised a voice too weak with terror to shriek, yet at the entrance of the attendants there came a cry that made Clare shiver where she sat. It was fear incarnate. Clare fidgeted. It was too bad of Louise. And what had Alwynne been thinking of? A free hand indeed. Too much of a free hand altogether. The fact that she was listening to a piece of acting that, in a theater, would have overwhelmed her with admiration, added to her annoyance. A school performance was not the place for brilliant improprieties. Certainly impropriety. This laborious exposure of a naked emotion was, in such a milieu, essentially improper. Louise must be crazy. And in what unholy school had she learned it all? This baby of 13? And what on earth would staff and school say? She stole a look at her colleagues. Some were interested, she could see, but obviously puzzled. A couple were whispering together. A third had chosen the moment to yawn. Her contradictory mind instantly despised them for fools that could not appreciate what manner of work they were privileged to watch. She saw her path clear, her attitude outlined for her. She would glorify a glorious effort. It was pleasant that for once justice might walk with expediency, and her sure, instant tribute would, she knew, suffice to quiet the carpers. But, for all that, their performances themselves should be, she promised herself, on less dangerous lines than the dress rehearsal. She would have a word with Louise. The imp needed a cold douche, but what an actress it would make later on. Clare sighed enviously. The scene was nearly over. With a glad cry, "Ah! Now you look like Hubert," the enchantment of terror broke. A few more sentences, and Arthur was left alone on the stage. As the door clanged, Alwynne was juggling with hardware in the wings. The child's strained attitude relaxed, and the audience unconsciously relaxed with it. He swayed a moment, then collapsed brokenly into a chair. The long pause was an exquisite relief, but before long the small face puckered into frowns. A backwash of subsiding fear swept across it. The hands twitched and drummed. You felt that a plan was maturing. At last, after furtive glances at the door, he rose with an air of decision and crossed quickly to the alcove of the window. For an instant the curtains hid him, and the audience stared expectantly at an empty stage. When he turned to them again, holding the great draperies apart with little, resolute fists, his face was alight with hope, and for the first time, wholly youthful. In the soft voice ringing out the last courageous sentences, detailing the plan of the escape, There was a little quiver of excitement, of childish delight in an adventure. He ended, stood a moment smiling, then the heavy folds hid him again as they swept into position. There was a tense pause. Suddenly, as from a great distance, came a faint wailing cry. Thereon, silence. The curtains wheezed and rattled into place. Alwynne, hurrying onto the stage to shift scenery for the following act, nearly tripped as she dismantled the alcove, over a huddle of clothes crouched between backing and wall. She stooped and shook it, a small arm flung up in instant guard. "Louise? Get up! The act's over. Run out of the way. Stop. Help me with this, as you're here." Obediently the child scrambled to her feet. She gripped an armful of curtain and trailed across the stage in Alwynne's wake. Till the curtains rose on the final act, she trotted after her meekly, helping where she could. With King John embarked on his opening speech, Alwynne drew breath again. She ran her eye over the actors, palpitant at their several entrances, saw the prompter still established with book and lantern, and decided that all could go on without her for a moment. She put her hand on Louise's shoulder and drew her into the passage. "What is it, Louise?" "Nothing." "What were you doing just now? Were you scared? Was it stage fright?" "Oh, no." Louise smiled faintly. "Then what were you doing?" Louise considered. "I was dead. I had jumped, you know. I was finding out how it would feel." "Louise! You gruesome child!" "I liked it. It was so quiet. I'd forgotten about shifting the scenery. I'm sorry. Did it hurt him, do you think, the falling?" Alwynne put both her hands on the thin shoulders and shook her gently. "Louise, wake up! You're not Prince Arthur now. Gracious me, child, it's only a play. You mustn't take it so seriously." Louise made no answer. She did not seem to understand. Alwynne was struck by a new idea. She took the child's face in her hand and turned it to the gaslight. "Did I see you at lunch, Louise? I don't believe I did. Do you know you're a very naughty child to take advantage of the confusion?" "Miss Durand, I had to learn. I was forgetting it all. I slipped the last 2 lines as it was. You know, the 'my uncle's spirit is in these stones' bit. I wasn't hungry. And you were very late, too. What did you have for breakfast?" An agitated face peered round the corner. "Miss Durand, which side do I come on from? Hubert's nearly off." "The left." Alwynne hurried to the rescue, dragging Louise after her. She hustled the anxious courier to his entrance, twitched his mantle into position, and saw him safely on the stage. Then she turned to Louise. "Louise, will you please go to the kitchen and ask Mrs. Random for 2 cups of tea and some buns, at once? There is some tea made, I know. I'm tired and thirsty. 2 cups, please. Bring it to me here, and don't run into anyone with your hands full. Be quick. I'm dying for some." Louise darted away on her errand. Poor Daffy did look hot and flustered. Daffy was such a dear. Everyone worried her. It was a shame. Wouldn't Daffy have been a pleasant mother? Better than shouting Constance. What was it she asked for? A plum, a cherry, and a fig? No, that wasn't it. Oh, of course, tea. Tea and buns. Alwynne looked after her, smiling and frowning. She was not in the least thirsty. What a baby it was! But nothing to eat all day? Mrs. Denny ought to be ashamed of herself. She, Alwynne, would keep a vigilant eye on her tomorrow, poor little soul. Had she really lost herself so entirely in the part, or was there a touch of pose? No, that was more Agatha's line. Agatha was enjoying herself. She listened amusedly, watching through a crack in the screen, till a faraway chink caught her ear. She went out again into the passage, and met Louise with a laden tray. Alwynne drank with expressive pantomime and motioned to the other cup. "Drink it up," she commanded. "It's a second cup for you," began Louise. "Be a good child and do as you're told. I must fly in a minute." The child looked doubtful. but the steaming liquid was tempting, and the new-baked, shining cakes. She obeyed. Alwynne watched the faint color flush her cheeks with a satisfaction that surprised herself. "Finish it all up, do you hear? I must go." She hesitated. "Louise, you were very good today. I am sure Miss Hartill must have been awfully pleased." She went back to the stage. She had had the pleasure of bringing a look of relief to Louise's face. Alwynne could never remember that the kindest lie is a lie nonetheless. In the part of Arthur, the child, unconsciously, had seen embodied her own psychological situation. She had enacted the spirit, if not the letter, of her own state of mind, and in the mock death had experienced something of the sensations, the sense of release, of a real one. Left to herself, she might gradually have dreamed and imagined and acted herself out of her troubles, have drifted back to real life again, cured and sane. But Alwynne, with her suggestion of good cheer, had destroyed the skin of make-believe that was forming healingly upon the child's sore heart. Louise awoke, with a pang of hope, to her real situation. "I am sure Miss Hartill must have been awfully pleased. So pleased that, who knew, she might yet forgive the crime of the examination? If it might be, what might be must be," cried the child within her. There came a crash of clapping. The rehearsal was over at last, and in a few moments flocks of girls, chattering and excited, came trooping past Louise on their way to tea. She did not follow them. She was suddenly aware of boys' clothes. She must change them. She could not find Miss Hartill till she was tidy, and she had determined to speak with her. Miss Durand had said she would do as Arthur did to Hubert. She would besiege Miss Hartill, force her to be kind till she could say, "Oh, now, you look, Miss Hartill. All this while you were disguised." She shivered at the idea of undergoing once more the emotional experience of the scene, but the vision of Miss Hartill transfigured drew her as a magnet pulls a needle. She went towards the stairs. The big music room at the top of the house had been temporarily converted into a dressing room, and she thought she would go quickly and change, while it was still quiet and spacious. But as she pushed open the swinging doors that divided the staircase from passage, she saw Clare coming down the long corridor. There was no one else in sight. Again, wild, unreasoning hopes flooded her. She would seize the opportunity. She would speak to Miss Hartill, there and then. She would ask her why she was always angry. Perhaps she would be kind? I am sure Miss Hartill must have been awfully pleased. She must have speech with her at once. At once! She waited, holding open the door, her heart beating violently, her face steeled to composure. Clare, passing with a nod, found her way barred by a white-faced scrap of humanity, whose courage obviously and pitifully was desperation. But Clare could be very blind when she did not choose to see. "Miss Hartill, may I speak to you?" "I can't wait, Louise. I'm busy." "Miss Hartill, was it all right? Were you pleased? I tried furiously. Was it as you wanted it?" "Oh, you played your own version." Clare caught her up sharply. "But Miss Durand said you said I was to." "I expect it was all right," said Clare lightly. "I'm afraid I was too busy to attend much, even to your efforts, Louise." She smiled crookedly. "And now run along and change." She pushed against the door, but Louise, beyond all control, caught back the handles. "Miss Hartill, you shall listen. Are you always going to be angry? What have I done? Will you never be good to me again as you used to be?" Clara's face grew stern. "Louise, you are being very silly. Let me pass." "Because I can't bear it. It's killing me. Couldn't you stop being angry?" Clare, ignoring her, wrenched open the door. Louise, flung sideways, slipped on the polished floor. She crouched where she fell, and caught at Clare's skirts. She was completely demoralized. "Miss Hartill, oh, please, please, if you would only understand. You hurt me so. You hurt me so." Clare stood looking down at her. "Once and for all, Louise, I dislike scenes. Let me go, please." For a moment their eyes strove, and suddenly Louise, Relaxing all effort, let her go. Without another look, Claire retraced her steps and entered the common room. Louise, still crouching against the wall, watched her till she disappeared. The door swung and clicked into rigidity. There was a sudden uproar of voices and laughter and scraping chairs. A distant door had opened. Louise started to her feet and sped swiftly up the stairs, flight on flight, of the tall old house, till she reached the top floor in the music room. It was empty. She flung to the door and fumbled with the stiff key. It turned at last, and she leaned back against the lock, shaking and breathless, but with a sense of relief. She was safe. Not for long, they would be coming up soon, but long enough for her purpose. But first she must recover breath. It was foolish to tremble so. It only hindered one, when there was so little time to lose. Hurriedly she sorted out her little pile of everyday clothes, some irrelevant instinct insisting on the paramount necessity of changing into them. Mrs. Denny would be annoyed if she spoiled the new costume. She redressed hastily and, clasping her belt, crossed to the window. It was tall and divided into 3 casements. The center door was open. A low seat ran round the bay. She climbed upon it and stood upright, peering out. How high up she was! There was a blue haze on the horizon, above the line of faint hills that melted into a weald, checkered like the chessboard counties in Alice. So there was a world beyond the school. Nearer still, the suburbs spread map-like. She craned forward. Directly under her lay the front garden, and a row of white steps that grinned like teeth. It was on them that she would fall, not on the grass. She imagined the sensation of the impact and shuddered. But at least they would kill one outright. One would not die groaning in rhymed couplets like Arthur. Clasping the shafts, she hoisted herself upwards, till she stood upon the inner sill. Instantly the fair falling caught her by the throat. She swayed backwards, gasping and dizzy, steadying herself against the stout curtains. "I can't do it," whispered Louise hoarsely. "I can't do it." Slowly the vertigo passed. She fought with a rampant fear, wrenching away her thoughts from the terror of the death she had chosen to the terror of the life she was leaving. She stood a space, balanced between time and eternity, weighing them. With an effort she straightened herself and put a foot on the outer ledge. Again, inevitably, she sickened. Huddled in the safety of the window seat, stray phrases thrummed in her head. "My bones turn to water. There is no strength in me. He knew. That psalmist man." She slid back onto the floor and walked unsteadily to the littered table. Her hands were so weak that she could hardly lift them to pour out a glass of water. She leaned against the table and drank thirstily. What a fool she was! What a weak fool! An instant's courage, one little second, and peace forever after. Wasn't it worthwhile? Wasn't it? Wasn't it? She turned again to her deliverance. As she pulled herself onto the seat, she heard a noise of footsteps in the passage without, and the handle of the door was rattled impatiently. In an instant she was on the sill. This was pursuit, Miss Hartill, and all the terrors. There must be no more hesitation. Once more she crouched for the leap, only, with a supreme effort, to swing herself back to safety again. Her hands were so slippery with sweat that they could barely grip the window shafts. There was a banging at the door and a sound of voices calling. She swayed in a double agony as fear strove against fear. She heard the voice of a prefect. "Who is it in there? Open the door at once." They would break open the door. They would find her. They would stop her. Coward that she was. Fool and coward. One instant's courage. One little movement. She stiffened herself anew. Poised on the extreme edge of the outer sill, she pushed her 2 hands through the belt of her dress, lest they should save her in her own despite. She stood an instant, her eyes closed. Then she sprang. End of chapter 22. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.